पानी डालने के बाद थोड़ा सा बटर तो और बनता है ना। I mean, बटर चिकन है यार।
Today, guys, we're going to be reviewing Chef Ranveer Brar. He's an Indian celebrity chef, and he has tons of recipes on his channel. I've also had many requests to actually review one of his videos, and today we're going to be reviewing his butter chicken. So let's get started with this recipe. He's doing all the prep work first. Okay.
बटर चिकन बना रहा हूँ भाई। सबसे ज्यादा सर्च्ड रेसिपी पूरी दुनिया में पता है क्या है? बटर चिकन। और मुझे नहीं पता था, तो मैंने कहा भाई अब इतनी ज्यादा सर्च्ड है तो कहीं ना कहीं तो रणवीर ब्रार को भी अपनी रेसिपी बतानी पड़ेगी ना।
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I didn't know that butter chicken was the most searched recipe in the world. I would have thought it would have been maybe, I don't know, egg fried rice or something else along those lines, but butter chicken is interesting.
So I'm going to do a butter chicken recipe like how I do it, like how I learned it. और उस्ताद गुलाम रसूल साहब से सीखी थी, मैं आपके सामने पेश कर रहा हूँ। उम्मीद करता हूँ आपको पसंद आएगी।
I already have a feeling that this is going to be better than what we have reviewed in the past. And if you guys haven't seen those videos, then after this video, you should definitely go check out those videos and see the difference.
तो बस एक पैन में सबसे पहले टमाटर, प्याज, गार्लिक, अदरक, देगी मिर्च।
He cut and prepped everything first, all the mise en place. Instead of sauteing with oil and sauteing all the veg, he just put a little bit of water in there to help break them down with some red onion, some garlic, digi mirch, chili powder.
खड़े मसालों में थोड़ा लौंग, दालचीनी, तेज पत्ता और काली मिर्च, and then butter.
It's not butter chicken unless you add butter to it. Or does it have to be just in the name? Anyway, he is adding a lot of spices to this already. You can tell that this is going to be a very flavorful sauce.
हल्का सा टॉस करना है, कलर नहीं आना चाहिए। कलर आ गया तो फिर सारा काम खराब। Because the color that you want in the gravy is not from the browning of the onion. It's purely from the tomato and the degi mirch. छोटी इलायची।
So he's saying that the flavor is not coming from caramelizing the onions, because when you caramelize the onions, it will add its sweetness to the sauce. We're learning a little bit today. This is very interesting.
बटर चिकन जो है ना, इसकी बड़ी सारी थ्योरीज हैं और कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरीज हैं। The most common theory is कि भाई किन्हीं के यहाँ, I won't name, किन्हीं के यहाँ रात का तंदूरी चिकन बहुत बच जाने लगा तो उनको टेंशन हो गई कि भाई दूसरे दिन अगर मैं इसको तंदूर में डालूंगा तो बिल्कुल ही सूख जाएगा, तो क्या किया जाए? तो उन्होंने वो रात का बचा हुआ तंदूरी चिकन कई बार हड्डी के साथ, कई बार बगैर हड्डी के एक टमाटर के सॉस में डालना शुरू कर दिया। और फिर बाद में उसको क्योंकि चिकन सूखा होता था, उसको रिचनेस देने के लिए उसके अंदर थोड़ी मलाई, थोड़ा घी बढ़ाना शुरू कर दिया, थोड़ा मक्खन बनाना शुरू कर दिया।
That's the story that I heard about the creation of butter chicken, that it was made not as an accident, but as a way of, say, trying to save the tandoori chicken from drying out. And it became its own complete recipe, another recipe, which apparently is the most searched recipe in the world.
और इसमें भी डाल देता हूँ पानी। पानी डालने के बाद थोड़ा सा बटर तो और बनता है ना। I mean, बटर चिकन है यार।
More butter to it, right? Because it's butter chicken. So you add a lot of butter to it. Now, when adding water to a sauce, it will, one, it can thin the sauce out if it's too thick, or by adding that much, it can help increase the volume. But if you want the sauce to be a little thicker, you have to add something that will help keep it thick or emulsify it by either adding more tomatoes, which he's not adding, or by adding more butter. And butter will help thicken the sauce, especially when it reduces. If you add the butter, it'll help add that creaminess. You just have to be careful for the butter not to split.
So ये base gravy. Once the base gravy is ready, we'll put our tandoori chicken into it. बचा हुआ तंदूरी चिकन जो ना वो इसमें डालेंगे. Ideally, पुराना तंदूरी चिकन सौते करके डाला जाता है, फिर वो धीरे धीरे ग्रेवी खींचता है और इंटरेस्टिंग होता है। बट इफ यू वांट टू डू अ फ्रेश चिकन टिक्का, डू अ फ्रेश टिक्का एंड देन पुट इट इन इट। बट क्लासिकली बटर चिकन वाज ऑलवेज अ वे ऑफ recycling.
That's very interesting. That's good. So if you have leftover chicken at home, or if you made some tandoori chicken, if you have some, or like he said, some tikka, some fresh tikka, you can make it into this butter chicken recipe. Tandoor chicken is made in a tandoor oven traditionally, and if you haven't seen what a tandoor oven is a cylindrical oven is a completely different oven to what we use in the West. I've worked with an Indian chef, but I haven't worked with the equipment that they use in India to make some of these recipes.
And salt.
And he added a decent amount of salt to that. Salt is a very important ingredient. It will bring out the flavor. So if you add salt to literally anything, it will help enhance that flavor. You can always add more if you need it. If you add too much, you have to increase the volume of whatever you're making to help dilute that.
Butter chicken is not a historical dish, considering हिंदुस्तान की जो खाने की रिकॉर्डेड हिस्ट्री है वो 4-4.5 साल पुरानी है. बटर चिकन अमूमन कुछ 60-70 साल पुराना है, बिकॉज एक तो टमाटर बहुत देर से आया और दूसरा बटर चिकन इज़ अ पोस्ट पार्टीशन डिश, दैट्स व्हाट दे से. बट इट इज़ अ वेरी रीसेंट डिश इन द इंडियन culinary हिस्ट्री. और कई बार मुझे बड़ा अजीब सा लगता है कि ये कल की डिश ने इतनी सारी 5000 साल की हमारी खाने की हिस्ट्री को एकदम इक्लिप्स कर दिया. नहीं,
That is interesting, like you said, that a relatively new dish using new ingredients compared to the actual history of India is more popular than the rest of the cuisine. The day that I visit India, guys, you're going to have to let me know what I should try when I visit, because there are too many things to choose from, and I would love to try as much as I can when I go there. Let me know what your favorite dish is in Indian cuisine. Is it butter chicken? Is it another dish is it tikka masala? Is it vindaloo?
नाइस. तो कम से कम 15 मिनट, हाँ, क्योंकि 15 मिनट में जो है वो टमाटर बराबर से नरम होगा और उसके बाद ही इट मेक्स सेंस टू ब्लेंड. अभी ना इसको छान देते हैं, ठीक है? नो रॉकेट साइंस.
This is already looking better than the past videos that we reviewed on butter chicken. And I agree with him that you do need to blend the sauce after you cook the vegetables down. But if you did add, say, cinnamon to this, a cinnamon stick, and some other hard spices, be sure to remove these before you blend, because you can mess up the blade on the little hand blender. And this is a technique that we use in the kitchen all the time. We always pass the sauces through a chinois or a sieve to take out all the debris that, well, you don't want to be eating, because it's not nice to have a lumpy sauce. It's also very important, like he's doing, is to taste as you're making the sauce. You always taste what you're making, because otherwise you won't know what it tastes like and you won't know how to fix it.
It's a good beginning, good beginning. लेकिन कहानी तो अभी सिर्फ शुरू हुई. कहते हैं ना, वो आगाज तो अच्छा है. तो आगाज अच्छा है तो अंजाम भी अच्छा होगा. Butter.
All right, he's adding more butter. Yeah, this is butter chicken. You add a lot of butter to this recipe.
जैसे मेल्ट हो जाएगा वैसे हम शुरू करेंगे अपना प्रोग्राम. चिली, a little bit of coriander.
Okay.
हल्का सा उसको.
So he sauteed the spices a little bit, and he's adding the sauce back into it, the butter chicken sauce.
बस ऐसे उफान देके.
Okay.
Cream.
The cream will also add a richness to the sauce, but he's not adding that much cream either, only about 3 tablespoons.
उसके बाद मीठा करने के लिए बहुत लोग शक्कर डालते हैं, बहुत लोग शहद डालते हैं. I am obviously on the शहद side of things.
This is another thing that you can do with any recipe, that if you need to sweeten the recipe a little bit, you can add sugar to it, or you can add honey. But just keep in mind, honey is better for you, but just keep in mind that when adding honey, it does have a different flavor, and it will change that flavor or add to it if you add enough.
And a lot of people will put chicken tikka, but actually बचा हुआ तंदूरी चिकन, इसको बस श्रेड करके ऐसे करके डालना है इसमें. Just shredded tandoori chicken. This smells so good. Let me tell you that. नहीं, मैं अपनी तारीफ नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बाकी अच्छी है.
This is a great way of using up leftover chicken in the house.
जो ये मेरा तरीका है, ये शेफ गुलाम रसूल का तरीका है. मैंने काजू हटा दिया उसमें, लेकिन उसमें सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट जो वो करते थे, वो बिल्कुल गिन के एक बूंद बस ये, जस्ट 1 ड्रॉप केवड़ा डालते. तो इससे क्या है ना कि केवड़े की कोई खुशबू नहीं आती, लेकिन the flavors get rounded up. So just one drop in like 3 portions. That's all. Quick cheat.
This ingredient I've never worked with, so I can't describe to you guys what it smells or tastes like or what it is because I have no experience with it. For those of you who know what it is, please let me know in the comments because it was very interesting.
Bas. Look at the shine now. Beautiful. One last taste. Very nice.
Like I said, always taste. Keep tasting because the flavors will change.
Kasuri methi, toasted kasuri methi.
Okay. Okay, and he's adding toasted fenugreek leaves at the very end. Okay, this is good. This is good.
And we are done. बस एक चीज है because बटर चिकन जो है वो तंदूरी चिकन से बनता है ना, तो उसमें तंदूरीनेस होती है, मतलब उसमें वो धुएं की खुशबू होती है. यहाँ पे वो धुएं की खुशबू है नहीं, because हमने अवन वाले तंदूरी चिकन से बनाया. So in the end इसको बस वो धुएं की खुशबू देके और ढक्कन इसका बंद कर देंगे.
This is one thing that I explained a little bit about in the very first butter chicken video. But this method I actually learned from one of my friends that I worked with in Hotel Arts, our Indian chef. I used to help him with the banquets, and anytime that he had an Indian banquet, he made all the food for it. And one day we had butter chicken, and I was, well, grilling all the chicken for it. We didn't have a tandoor oven, so obviously it missed the smoky flavor. So what he did is he took a 6-pan. A 6-pan is, this is another thing, but you fit 6 in one gastro, so it's what we use in the kitchen for our mise en place and everything. But he took a metal pan, he put it in the center of this massive pot that he was making for the butter chicken with a little bit of charcoal and a little bit of oil or ghee he added to it to create that smokiness. He put the lid on top and let that infuse. But you need to make sure that that little dish doesn't sink into the bottom of the sauce, because if it sinks into the sauce, you're going to have to fish it out. So just keep this in mind when trying to do this at home.
क्या ना वो पंजाबी बना पूरा नहीं होगा तो धनिया नहीं डालूंगा. इसके लिए धनिया डाल देता हूँ. डन है जी. ठीक है ना जी. तो मैं जा रहा हूँ, मेरे बटर चिकन डिनर का टाइम हो गया. You enjoy? Enjoy मतलब बना के enjoy करोगे आप? नहीं? Oh, very nice.
That was a pleasant video to watch, and I really wish that we could actually taste it because his recipe looks delicious. It looks perfect. The methods that he used to make the sauce or the gravy, like he said, and also the little trick of infusing the smoke is very interesting to see the way that he cooks. Again, guys, forgive me if any of the subtitles are wrong.
Oh,
My freak is par cooked, so now we can.
oh, you want to eat that?
I'm Steven, and I'm a level 1 chef.
I'm Rinku, and I'm a level 2 chef.
I'm Danielle Alex, creator of Diversity Kitchen, and I've been a professional chef for 15 years.
She the pro?
Anybody remember our last video of Epicurious making paella? Let's make this a little fun. Write in the comments down below which one you think is going to make the best biryani.
This recipe was developed over the weekend.
Over weekend. Most Indian recipe developed over 1,000 of years, but this guy just used Saturday and Sunday.
I tried it on my girlfriend actually, so I'm wishing her a speedy recovery. I'm joking, she survived.
It takes a lot longer than just a weekend to perfect a recipe. Now, then again, going on a show, if for an average person, it may be a little easier if you're going to be going on this show and you don't have that much experience just to take a recipe. We'll see how he does in the end.
Why he bragging about making shit food?
Soak the rice to loosen some of the starch. This makes the rice more fluffy. Let it soak for at least 30 minutes.
Freak of grain, it kind of has like
Wait, what?
green hue, kind of got like a smoky flavor.
So we can tell that number 3, this is not going to be traditional.
What she using? What she using?
Freak of grain, it has
Freak.
like a green hue.
Freaker grain? For biryani, just use basmati, haya. Biryani is dish we make to celebrate special occasion. Who want to celebrate by eating grain? Using figure grain for basmati. Did she learn this shit from Jamie Olive Oil? Mr. Use soba for ramen. But she's the professional chef, and 1 minute in, Uncle Roger put my leg down from chair already. I so upset. How can you be so wrong? What is this diversity kitchen? When it comes to rice, don't need diversity. White rice matter. White rice matter.
Freekeh grain, it kind of has like a green hue, and it's a great source of fiber.
Freekeh is actually made from durum wheat. It's harvested green, and then the grains are actually roasted to remove the outer shell. It's not going to give you the same consistency if you substitute this for basmati. Just keep this in mind.
Fiber. You want fiber, you go eat leaf. You go be giraffe. Giraffe eat fiber every day. Uncle Roger don't want that life.
The water's boiling. I add salt to the water.
That's not enough salt.
Uncle Roger's right about this. That's not enough salt for the amount of water that he's using. You should be able to taste the salt when you taste the water, if you taste the pasta water, but it should be salty. A pinch is not enough. And the salt in the water helps enhance the flavor of the rice or of the pasta when you're cooking it. So salt is one of the most important ingredients in the kitchen. It's important. Too much salt, though, is not good for you, but, you know, there's always a balance.
Left it on for 15 minutes. Drain the rice.
Drain the rice? I know what niece and nephew thinking. But this draining rice method, it actually okay for biryani. I know, it pained Uncle Roger to say that also. In biryani, you cook the rice until 80% done, and then you finish cooking the rice in pot, but only for biryani. You don't drain rice for egg fried rice, okay?
Drain the rice before it gets all mushy.
Seeing people drain rice, it's very painful. But Uncle Roger accepts this because different culture make rice differently. Just some culture is wrong.
First of all, different cultures do make rice differently, yeah. I mean, and you know, with risotto, we cook it differently. The paella, again, we don't rinse the rice, we cook it a little differently than even the risotto. Let me know how you make your biryani, yeah, in the comments down below, because for me, his dish is going to be way overcooked. It's going to be too watery. Basmati doesn't take that long to cook. Once you overcook the basmati, the fibers will expand and they will explode. It'll be like rice pudding to a point if there's enough liquid.
Next time we're gonna use a rice cooker. Let's make everything.
But his rice still look too wet. I think not done enough.
We're gonna start with the lamb prep. I'm gonna cut it up
Okay,
into
lamb.
2-inch cubes.
Common ingredient for biryani.
This is
Start making the marinade for the shrimp.
Oh, shrimp biryani. Less common, but okay.
So fennel seeds.
Fennel, good. Coriander seed, good.
These first. It's smelling nice already.
It definitely seems like she knows what she's doing. She's taking all the whole spices and grinding them up in the coffee grinder to make her own mix of spices for this.
Cayenne pepper. Mace.
Mace, good.
and then my yogurt.
Yogurt, good. Marinate the meat.
Plain unsweetened yogurt. It starts to tenderize the meat already.
A little bit of salt.
Yogurt does help marinate meat. It helps penetrate the muscle fibers a lot more efficiently. In the West, we don't use yogurt as much. We use other types of marinades. Doesn't mean it's bad, but if you haven't tried it before, you should give it a try. Use some yogurt before you make your curry or before you use any chicken or anything. If you want to marinate it, use some yogurt before and see the difference.
Ideally, I would leave this overnight and just really let this.
Both of them seem to be using rings while handling raw products in this video. At home, you can do what you want. To actually use it in the kitchen is not a good idea.
The meat and the marinade, not bad. Uncle Roger like Rinku, the Indian niece so far. She look like she know what she's doing. But her voice so high-pitched and a little bit creepy.
I will start making the marinade for the shrimp.
Her name Rinku, but her voice sound like it from the movie Rinku.
If you don't eat my biryani, you're gonna die in 7 days. Ha ha ha.
Now we're gonna go ahead and start prepping our vegetables.
We take
Vegetable.
All three of them are using potatoes, okay?
tempting to cut 1-inch cubes. Could we do it? I don't know.
There is an easier way to cut a potato and to peel it if you're going to be peeling it than how he's doing it. Not everyone though takes potato skins off, so if you want to leave the potato skins on, that's your choice. There are a lot of nutrients in the potato skins.
Do it? I don't know. Life's
Peel it first.
Doesn't work out.
Do you like the skins on?
We peel absolutely everything, not just tomatoes, potatoes, carrots, and everything else. I mean, also grapes, peas, fava beans. We peel literally everything.
Who is this guy? This guy no common sense, and he cook for his girlfriend?
I tried it on my girlfriend actually.
I feel bad for his girlfriend now. She's just getting diarrhea all day.
I like to use these smaller baby potatoes because I can leave them whole.
For biryani, Uncle Roger only use potato if you're making vegetarian biryani. If you got meat in your biryani, then you don't need potato. Otherwise, it's too much shit in there, too much clutter. We need to Marie Kondo your biryani. Throw out all the stuff that don't bring you joy, like potato. Just let the rice shine.
Now the tomato. Is there any skin I should peel on this before I move any further? I'm gonna make this into cubes.
When you add potatoes to dishes, potatoes are very heavy. So if you do, like Uncle Roger is saying, if you're going to be making a vegetarian biryani, yeah, that's a good substitute. Like curry, there are many different types of biryani, and they're made differently in every region. So depending on where you're from, they will use different ingredients and or different methods of making it.
I'll do the onions.
Onion good?
I can already feel these onions are strong. So as you can see, I want to do them nice and thin. We're gonna peel the carrots.
Carrot? No. Again, carrot okay if you're making vegetarian biryani. Stop putting vegetable in everything. Western people, you put carrot and seed there, you're putting pea also. Just stop, just stop. No need vegetable. Vegetable tastes like sad.
The reason I'm cutting it like
Cutting so awkward.
I think it's pretty.
Yeah, cutting like this is not a good way of cutting it. One, he didn't even peel the carrot. Yeah, this is one. But cutting it like this is not good. If you want to cut on the bias, you need to, instead of cutting it like this, you need to take the knife, turn it at an angle, and cut on the bias. You'll be able to control the angle and the size that you're cutting a lot easier, and you won't be cutting your fingers because you'll be able to see everything.
You forgot to peel skin again. American man all circumcised, so this guy can peel his thick skin, but he can't peel his carrot skin. Hiya, what the logic? What the logic? Can we just fire this level 1 guy? Newborn baby cook better than him.
I'm gonna place some ghee
Ghee correct?
to my pot. Add garam masala,
Garam masala good?
chili powder,
Chili powder good?
clove,
Good.
star anise, Indian bay leaf,
Good, good.
cumin seeds.
You want cumin powder, not cumin seed.
Turn this down a touch.
All correct so far?
Ginger.
It gives you like a little surprise when you go in to have a bite. It's kind of like leaving whole peppercorns in spaghetti.
Garlic paste, my lamb.
Miss Danielle pre-cooking the meat first. Okay, good.
I add my rose water
Good.
and screw pine water. I'm gonna go ahead and let this simmer for about an hour until the lamb is nice and tender.
If you want to get extra flavor with the meat, you want to sear the meat to get that nice golden brown color on it. It will give it extra flavor, a little bit of texture, and it won't look like it's boiled.
Now I'm gonna make my saffron milk. I'm gonna add my rose water first,
Rose water again.
and then my
Your whole dish can... You making biryani, not perfume. No need so much rose water. What?
You sit.
Don't stir with your finger. Uncle Roger don't want your COVID. I think she just started a new variant.
We can move on to our frika.
No,
Part of this wonderful
Frika, no.
very flavorful to par cook our frika. To par cook our frika.
Don't par cook your frika. How about try par throw it out? How about that?
Pinch of salt. And my frika. We're only par cooking this, right? The frika has now come to a boil. So perfect. I'm just gonna strain this.
Oh,
My frika's par cooked, so now we can
oh, you want to eat that? Niece and nephew, you tell me, you want to eat that shit? Biryani, it's so beautiful rice with meat, everything so beautiful. And then you have this bullshit grain.
That little clip that Uncle Roger just showed, you see the final product of the rice, how fluffy it is? Yeah? This is what it should look like. It shouldn't be super wet. Frika is not going to give you the same consistency and not the same flavor as basmati.
This look like shit you feed chicken. It look like hospital food. People in prison gonna ask to send this shit back. Uncle Roger's so disappointed in niece Danielle. Let's hope the Indian niece do better.
Cinnamon,
Okay?
bay leaves are in.
Please don't let me down. Please don't let me down. Wait, what?
The rice for about a minute.
Then now you stir frying the rice. Is she trying to make fried rice now? Hi.
If you're just frying the rice and adding it to a hot pan for a few seconds, it's one thing. If you're frying the rice for minutes, it's another. But I'm interested to hear, guys, how you make it at home, or more importantly, how you make it at work. Please let me know.
Here's another fun ingredient, dried plums.
Plum? What? Plum in biryani?
Here's another fun ingredient, dried plums.
Plum? Put ingredient in there because it's correct. Don't put ingredient because it's fun. You know what else is fun? Cocaine. But Uncle Roger, don't put that shit in my fried rice unless I'm cooking for Nigella Lawson. Everybody messing up.
The downside to using freeka,
The downside is that it's wrong.
unlike basmati, is since basmati is white, you can really see the strands of the saffron. Because I'm using freeka, it's not gonna have that dynamic, bright color that kind of comes through.
So you think the problem with freeka is the color?
Add in some more curry. Before we put half a teaspoon, so now we put another half a teaspoon. We're gonna mix it up.
Ah, Nephew Steven, that looked like really nice risotto. Too bad this video about biryani.
If we listen again to this rice, it shouldn't sound like that. It shouldn't sound slushy, like it's super wet. Just listen.
Half a teaspoon. We're gonna mix it up.
It shouldn't sound like that. Let me know your thoughts on it, but when you do, be nice about it, because he obviously doesn't know that much on making it. So there's no reason to be hard on him about it, because he doesn't know.
Making a fairly stiff dough. See what I do
Though,
with it.
this look promising.
Water, half the jar.
She's gonna make a seal for her pot.
Able to get your hands dirty. This is an old ancient trick. Do you want it
Good.
long enough?
That's what all the aunties say. And it's definitely long enough. Hello, aunties.
So now I am creating the seal.
This trick that she is using is a very old technique on how to completely seal the pot, kind of like a pressure cooker or a crock pot. This is the old method of making one. Today, obviously, technology has improved, so we don't use this that often anymore. But if you don't have one at home, this is a little trick that you can use, and we'll give it a try.
Which
Traditional method, simulating Indian dum.
traps the steam and all the flavor. Sealed shut. Now I give this about 45 minutes.
45 minutes too long. Your rice already pre-cooked. And then you stir fry the rice some more. And then another 45 minutes. Your rice gonna be porridge. See, here the problem with making biryani like this. The rice have to cook at same time as the prawn. It's very tricky, very hard to get right unless you super experienced.
Uncle Roger's right. 45 minutes after already pre-cooking this and then frying the rice, and even with the shrimp, it's not going to take that long. I would say maybe about 20 minutes or a little less, depending on how cooked the rice already is. Because if the rice cooks for another 40 minutes on top of that, if you add extra moisture, and you will have some extra or residual moisture from the shrimp and then from anything else that you add to it, the rice will be overcooked. So we'll see at the end how it turns out, but I think the rice is going to be overcooked.
So our biryani is done. Now I'm letting it rest for about 10 minutes. While this is happening, this biryani gets a lot of garnishes.
And what I like to do is just fluff it, mix it, right?
Ugh, somebody called the lifeguard. Her biryani drowning.
Onions on the bottom, we have carrots, and we have the lamb.
Freeka is not something that you can actually just fluff up. It's not like basmati where it can be a little light and airy and you can fluff it, and then you have all the residual water left in it. So you can try it at home, see how it is. If you have tried it, then tell me what you think on it.
That looks actually pretty good.
It pretty could stop lying to people. She the Amber Heard of cooking.
Cut it. Now for the moment of truth. I have to pry this open. That's how tightly it sealed my pot. Look at that. I think it looks
It look decent.
She has the color. She got the color right. The rice looks, I think, is overcooked.
that I add to this is rose water.
Rose water.
Subtle.
That too much? Just a few drops enough? Don't you pour the whole thing?
Biryani is cooking.
Rose water is very strong, very fragrant, so you don't need to use as much, like Uncle Roger is saying. A little will go a long way, and it's not a very common ingredient that we use in the Western kitchens. Just use a little bit at first. You don't need to pour a lot in, and if you need a little more, if you want more, then you can add more. But try a little in the beginning.
What?
Add in pistachios.
Rice look a bit overcooked, look a bit mushy. Let me show you. See the rice all clumping together. See? It's sticking to a spoon. Told you it's gonna overcook.
Add in
If you cook it perfectly, if you have the right amount of liquid in the pot and you cook it at the right time, you can have a dry basmati rice, which it should be a little drier than this.
pistachios.
No, not pistachio.
Almonds.
No almond. That's not dessert. Maybe cashew.
We finish it with some of our caramelized onions, fresh cilantro.
This is how you can tell them.
Cilantro, okay.
And to serve the biryani, I have raita,
Raita good?
the yogurt salad.
Correct.
You cannot have biryani without raita.
Correct.
For those of you who don't know what raita is, it's a lot like tzatziki. It's made with, say, yogurt or with cucumber and mint or some other spices.
Only level 2 needs wrinkle, make biryani. The professional chef needs stand now. Fika, like, I can't believe it. Fika, hiya. Did you graduate from Jamie Olive Oil Cooking School? You make all the Indian ancestor cry now. Oh, the remaki. Remember, niece and nephew, this just comedy video. Don't go attack anyone. Just laugh.
In the end, guys, for me, number 2 did the best out of all 3 of them. But let me know your thoughts on how all 3 did. But be nice about it. There's no need to be nasty about how they made it. And number 3 was the only professional as well. And she did something completely different. Even saying number 2 made the best, for me, 40 minutes, cooking shrimp for 40 minutes is too long. I would imagine that they would be way overcooked. And the rice was overcooked. It was too wet. In any case, guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. And if you did, then be sure to share, like, and subscribe. And if you have any suggestions, let me know in the comments down below.
लोग कहते हैं भाई बाहर से मंगा के खानी चाहिए बस, और जिसके ऊपर हिंदुस्तान की पूरी डिलीवरी इकोनॉमी टिकी हुई है, और वो डरावनी सी डिश है बिरयानी। इंडिया में सबसे ज़्यादा ऑर्डर की जाने वाली डिश है बिरयानी, और जानते हैं ऑर्डर क्यों होती है?
For everyone that's living in India, be honest, do you order your biryani or do you make it at home? Because if it is the most ordered dish in the entire country, that could be a good opportunity to open up a little business.
बिकॉज लोग कहते हैं यार कौन बनाएगा, राइट? बहुत मुश्किल होगी, कोई 60-70 इंग्रेडिएंट लगेंगे और 3-4 घंटे लगेंगे, कौन बनाएगा बिरयानी? बाहर से मंगा लो।
Well, obviously, when he puts it like that, that's 60 to 70 ingredients. It takes 3 to 4 hours. Yeah, it may be a better idea just to order it if you want something quick instead of spending all that time not just making it. If you don't have the ingredients, you have to go and buy them. A lot of houses here don't have all these ingredients. We don't use all these spices. But if you get the recipe down and you know how to make it well, it could be a lot better than ordering takeout.
इतनी बिरयानियाँ सिर्फ और सिर्फ इसलिए डिलीवर होती है कि आम आदमी को लगता है यार बिरयानी बनाना ना बड़ा मुश्किल काम।
Let's see how this turns out. I think it'll be good. I think it will be because the butter chicken looked delicious last time.
कोई मुश्किल नहीं है जी। अब जैसे देखो, ये चावल जो है 10 मिनट सोक किया हुआ है, और 10 मिनट सोक करने के बाद पानी में डाला नमक और थोड़ा सा घी और ये डाल दिया चावल। तो इसमें कुछ मुश्किल है नहीं है ना? चावल बिरयानी के लिए जब भी उबालो, पहले ब्रिंग इट टू अ रोरिंग बॉइल। उससे क्या होता है, उसका दाना जो एकदम खुल जाता है, और उसके बाद उसको धीमे कर दो। अगर रोर ही करते रहेंगे ना बॉइलिंग में, तो क्या होगा, दाना टूट जाएगा। और डोंट कुक इट मोर देन 80%, whatever happens.
Cooking the rice about 70-80% means that the rice still has a little bit of a bite to the center. So you have to check the rice, you have to taste it, check it, and if it's still a little hard, take it off, and that's good enough because this is the first step in the process of making it. You're going to be cooking the rice again later on.
अभी सेकंड पार्ट ऑफ द प्रोसेस क्या है, वो उससे भी सिंपल है। सब कुछ एक साथ मिला लो। चिकन बिरयानी बनानी है तो चिकन, मटन बिरयानी बनानी है तो मटन, ठीक है?
This is true. If you want to make chicken biryani, you make it with chicken, and if you want to use mutton biryani, you make it with mutton. Every type of meat needs to cook at a little bit of a different time.
मिला लिया सब कुछ, डन। और अगर चिकन बिरयानी बना रहे हैं तो थोड़ा सा बरिस्ता भी बीच में डाल दो।
Those are pre-fried onions.
बिकॉज मटन में प्याज को भुनने का टाइम मिल जाएगा, चिकन में नहीं मिलेगा, चिकन जल्दी पक जाएगा, तो इसके लिए रंग जो है वो बरिस्ता से आ जाएगा। बिल्कुल नाम भर का केसर, ज़्यादा नहीं, महंगा होता ना, नहीं वैसे भी ज़्यादा नहीं। पुदीना, ये धनिया पाउडर, देगी मिर्च पाउडर, हल्का सा ग्रीन चिली पेस्ट, जिंजर गार्लिक पेस्ट, ग्रीन चिलीज, और कुछ रह तो नहीं गया रणवीर ब्रार? नमक रह गया, देखा ना रणवीर, नमक। तो हिंदुस्तान से कई लोग बिरयानी ढूंढते ढूंढते ईरान गए ना, उन्हें किसी ने बोला भाई बिरयानी जो है वो पर्शिया से आई, तो वहाँ पर उनको ऐसे एक मीट की पैटी मिली जिसे वहाँ पे बिरयानी कहा जाता है, एंड देयर वाज नो राइस इन इट, तो कंफ्यूजन ये हुआ कि भाई अब बिरयानी है क्या।
This is very interesting because I've always been told that biryani originates from Persia and that it is a rice dish, that the most important ingredient is the rice.
The fact is biryani comes from the word birinj. Birinj means rice. आज भी पुराने घरों में खीर को शीर ब्रंज कहा जाता है, शीर ब्रंज। वो ब्रंज जो है वो बिरिंज, द टर्म फॉर राइस का एक करप्टेड टर्म। बिरयानी जो है वो शब्द बिरिंज से आता है। Originally in Iran there is no biryani made that has rice in it. Yeah, it's only an Indian innovation to the birinj, which is the Persian term for rice.
I really like these little story times that he gives with his videos. If anybody could corroborate what Chef Ranveer is saying, then please do, because I'm sure he did his research, but this is just one of those things that's like you do not hear a lot of.
तो ये जो है ना, ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है। वेदर इट्स मटन और चिकन, अगर मटन होगा तो प्याज, जितना मटन उतना प्याज डाल दो, सोचने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। अगर चिकन होगा तो चिकन से लगभग आधा प्याज और थोड़ा सा बरिस्ता, बिकॉज मटन में प्याज को भुनने का समय मिलता है, चिकन में उतना भुनने का समय नहीं मिलता, इसलिए प्याज कम और थोड़ा बरिस्ता ऐड कर दो, यानी कि फ्राइड अनियन।
That's a good little trick, and it's true. I mean, if you're going to be using chicken, he's also using chicken legs though. You're not going to have to cook it for as long. I'm not recommending to use chicken breast, but if you do use it, you need to cook it perfectly because it's very easy to overcook, and if you overcook it, you're going to have rubber chicken.
अच्छा, दूसरी तरफ चिकन भूनने के लिए घी, और घी ज्यादा नहीं। बिरयानी एक ऐसी चीज है जिसमें मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ घी ज्यादा नहीं, बिकॉज घी अगर ज्यादा होगा तो फिर चावल के ऊपर कोट करेगा। हल्की सी बिरयानी ठंडी हुई और चावल के ऊपर घी आएगा, स्वाद नहीं आएगा। बिल्कुल लकड़ी के चम्मच से, ताकि टूटना नहीं चाहिए राइस। एक एक दाने की कीमत होती है साहब। ये बिरयानी के चिकन को भूनना है, परफेक्ट। चावल भी पक गया।
It's a good thing Uncle Roger hasn't seen this video. Anytime that he sees anybody straining any rice, he freaks out. I mean, like, absolutely freaks out.
पानी निकाल के इसी में छोड़ देता हूँ ताकि धीरे धीरे पानी जो है वो ड्रेन होता रहेगा। अभी चिकन मैं इसमें भून रहा हूँ, बाद में भूनने के बाद।
One quick tip, and this is not to criticize Chef Ranveer how he's making this at all, but if you want to put a sear, if you want to put some color on the chicken, instead of putting a bunch of chicken into a small pan, I would suggest either using a bigger pan or putting half of the amount or a percentage of the amount into the pan and sear the chicken.
फिर इसको दूसरी हांडी में डाल लूंगा, और भूनने के लिए हमेशा धीमी आंच और भारी बर्तन। क्या ना, चावल चढ़ के ना दब जाता है, तो चावल खोल देता हूँ।
Instead of leaving it in a sieve to drain, he's also put this onto more of a flat surface to allow the residual water to evaporate.
तो आमतौर पे ये कहा जाता है कि भाई बिरयानी में बासमती चावल ही इस्तेमाल होना चाहिए। बिगेस्ट मिसकंसेप्शन, बिरयानी में ज़्यादातर जगह सेला इस्तेमाल होता है। साउथ में एक जीरा सांबर राइस होता है, वो इस्तेमाल होता है बिरयानी में, डिंडीगुल में, और क्या बिरयानी बनती है उसकी। मापला बिरयानी में एक अलग पर्ल राइस इस्तेमाल होता है। ईस्ट की जो बिरयानी है उसमें एक छोटा बासमती बोलते हैं जिसको, वो इस्तेमाल होता है।
That is a very interesting thing, because in the previous video I was asking everybody in the audience, those who make biryani for a living, what rice do you have to use to make biryani? Not everyone, a lot of people though did say that you have to make it with basmati, that if you don't make it with basmati, it's not biryani.
जो मेन चीज़ है ना वो ये है कि स्ट्रॉन्ग स्मेलिंग राइस अगर बिरयानी में रहेगा तो इतने सारे मसाले डालने का फ़ायदा नहीं। आप उसमें मसाले डाल रहे हैं तो आप चाहते हैं ऐसा राइस जो उन मसालों की खुशबू को सोक कर ले, ना कि अपनी बहुत ज़्यादा खुशबू भी उसके अंदर डाल दे। यू वांट अ राइस दैट अब्सॉर्ब्स एंड सोक्स फ्लेवर्स and doesn't really have too much of a flavor of its own to intrude. That's why most biryani rice is never the most perfumed rice.
That is the same or a similar concept to paella. We use bomba rice or other variations, but bomba is a type of rice that has an ability to absorb large amounts of liquid to then become flavorful. And when you make it right, it's delicious.
Done. तो चिकन भुन गया बिरयानी का। अभी क्या करना है, एक बड़ी हांडी लेनी है और बड़ी हांडी में नीचे थोड़ा चावल। मैं क्या करता हूँ ना, नीचे चावल इसलिए डालता हूँ कि नीचे वाला जो चावल है ना वो एकदम वो हो जाता है क्रिस्पी, राइट? इट फॉर्म्स लाइक दैट लेयर एट द बॉटम। अभी चिकन के पीस।
I like his idea of adding the rice to the bottom to make it crispy, because crispy rice is tasty. But in the previous video, Joshua added raw chicken first to the pan, to the bottom, then put the cooked rice on top of that. And I agree with Chef Ranveer here. I like rice on the bottom because it gives you that crispy layer. All the fat from the chicken and everything will help make that rice crispy.
तो चिकन में मैं क्या करता हूँ, पहले थोड़ा सा निकाल के और ऐसे लेयरिंग कर ली है ना। इट्स स्मेलिंग सो गुड। ये बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, कैमरे के थ्रू जो है ना खुशबू नहीं जाती खाने की।
That is very true. That is a problem. We can't smell it.
So here goes the masala. ठीक है ना? तो ये हो गया बेस। अभी क्या? अभी चावल। Rice goes on top of the chicken. एक झोल बना लेता हूँ मैं थोड़ा सा। थोड़ा सा पानी just to strain it. फिर दूध, केसर, इसमें डालना है बस थोड़ा घी, पुदीना, बिरिस्ता, नमक, थोड़ा सा धनिया। बस बिरयानी दम के लिए रेडी है ना? बिल्कुल स्लो। इस पे डाला झोल।
This recipe is looking like a much easier recipe than any of the other recipes that we've seen.
और ये केसर, केसर के बाद में थोड़ा केवड़ा, थोड़ा गुलाब, गुलाब।
This is one ingredient I think in the previous video he didn't add.
और मैं केवड़े को ना केसर में ही मिला लेता हूँ।
Or saffron.
कुछ मजेदार बनने वाला है, कुछ नहीं बहुत कुछ मजेदार बनने वाला है। इसको लगाओ ढक्कन और भूल जाओ अभी, बिकॉज अभी क्या है, दम दुरुस्त होगा। होगी जी तैयार। खुशबू ने जायके का अंदाजा दे दिया है। ये मसाला और ये चिकन, आहा, यू सी दैट? एकदम खिला खिला चावल ऊपर। सी हाउ द चिकन इज जस्ट कमिंग ऑफ द बोन। ये देखो क्या बात। And done.
Overall, looking at this recipe, it looks very easy and very simple to make. It does have a few ingredients, but overall it looks easy. Like you said in the video, the sad thing is we can't smell it and we can't taste it either.
One of my most popular videos I've ever made was on a chicken biryani dish with over 140 million views. Now, controversially, I did a tomato version, which isn't particularly common in a lot of the world. But today, I thought we'd take a deep dive into one of my more favorite dishes, the Hyderabadi biryani. Let's get stuck in.
Let's get stuck in. I like that catchphrase. But his original video got over 100 million views on TikTok. I don't think even Uncle Roger has a video that has that yet.
Uncle Roger have to put my leg down from chair.
So the first thing we're gonna need is a lot of crispy onions. For that, we're gonna need a lot of really thinly sliced onions. Now you can do it with a knife, the traditional way, or you can do it with a mandolin, keeps it more consistent. Just be careful because these things take fingers off. Still gets the best of us.
This is true. If you want the slices to be consistently the same size so they cook at like the same time, it is better to use a mandolin, or if you actually have one in the house, not many people do, a deli slicer.
All right, time to fry the onions. Medium sort of low heat. You don't want this too hot because you want time for the caramelization to develop, and you want to use a lot of oil. A vegetable oil, and you're kind of shallow frying them. So that's about 2 centimeters deep there. Let that come up to temperature, and then we'll get these onions in there.
It's a good idea to do this in batches, because if you overcrowd the pan and you add them at once, this can drop the temperature of the oil and it can take a lot longer to cook. Also, they may not cook consistently. Another thing is that after using this oil, it is a good idea to save it because you can reuse it. Make either more onions or a tortilla española or something else, because this oil will contain the actual smell or the flavor of onions.
So once your oil's at sort of a medium low temperature, you don't want it kind of raging hot. You probably want to do 2 or 3 batches, otherwise you overcrowd the pan. Now just keep them moving. Don't walk away from this or you'll have brown onions. You don't want that.
That also means don't play on Instagram and TikTok while you're making this, because otherwise they'll burn on you. You know, little things like this.
The great thing about this dish is that it's really easy to cook for a lot of people and pretty affordable too. You know, you can use chicken drumsticks, which are you know, really affordable. You can just leave the meat out altogether if you really wanted to. Other than that, you've got, you know, rice, onions, a whole bunch of spices and some yogurt. So it's not that expensive to cook for a lot of people.
The only thing I would imagine is that for some of you, depending on where you live, it may be a little difficult to find all the spices, and they may be a little expensive. So if you can get them, at least buying, say, in bulk, it may be a little easier.
So at this point, you can see the water's evaporated. There's lost a lot of volume from the onions, and this is where you need to pay really close attention because things start to happen pretty quickly here. All right, so we've got a lined tray with some paper towel that we can turn our onions out onto, and take them out just before you think they're good enough because they'll keep cooking.
What Andy's saying is right, you need to pay close attention, and it is a very good idea to prep everything beforehand. So again, not thinking like, you know, when the onions are almost done and then going, oh, I need a tray with a little bit of paper, because then, you know, accidents can happen in the kitchen. So it's better to have everything set before you do it. And taking a quick look at these onions, if you can cook them a little less, it would be better. These are a little too done. These are going to be cooked again in the pot with all the other ingredients, so they can cook even more, and you don't want them too dark.
Okay, to marinate the chicken, we're going to marinate it in the dish that we're going to cook the biryani in, because I like to save dishes.
Andy, I think you and I would get on very well cooking together. Like, seriously.
1 kilo of chicken thighs, skin off. Now you can use chicken drumsticks, work really well. You can buy a whole chicken and break it down, works really well as well. But I do think it's probably worthwhile getting something on the bone. It's a bit more fiddly when you're eating it, but I think it's worthwhile. To start, yogurt.
With Andy saying this, it just kind of reminds me of the Jamie butter chicken video. Has Jamie Oliver made a biryani video? Like ever? Himself, not somebody else cooking for him? Yeah, I'm curious to actually see if he's made one now.
Chili powder. This is Kashmiri chili powder. If you can't get Kashmiri, normal stuff will do. Turmeric.
Now, when you get the Kashmiri chili powder, just have a little taste before you use it, because it's not supposed to be like super spicy. Mine that I got was a lot hotter than, say, the pimenton or the sweet paprika that we use here in Spain, because the sweet paprika is not spicy at all. It's just for flavor and color. That's it. It's just a word of advice, because in the end, if you don't taste it and you don't know, keep adding it, and then at the very end you taste it, you may have a surprise.
Garam masala, you can make your own or just use a shop bought like this. Ginger paste, a little bit of garlic, juice of a lemon, green chili. Just simply slice, leave the seeds in.
What a lovely kitchen. I would honestly like to have something like this, because here normally what you have are galley kitchens like what you see behind me. And galley kitchens are ones that I don't like. I can't stand galley kitchens, especially the ones that are super narrow, because then you can't put anything anywhere, and when somebody tries to, you know, get past you, you have to stop what you're doing.
Cinnamon stick, some green cardamom pods. We're gonna go, say, 6. We're gonna go 8, and we're just gonna lightly crush them. Cumin seeds, 4 cloves. Salt. And this is where we start layering in herbs. So I've got some mint, just roughly chopped, and of course coriander.
lots and lots of spices. If you haven't seen our previous videos with like Joshua Wiseman making this and all our other biryani videos as well, normally you do use a lot of spices. And I think in Joshua's, he actually used over 80 spices. I think, I forget. If you haven't seen that video, then be sure to check that video out after seeing this one.
About a third or just more than a third of our onions that we just fried up. Make sure all the chicken is completely covered and your spices are evenly distributed. And then we're going to marinate it. So you can marinate this for 24 hours in the fridge. You can marinate it for an hour just at room temp if you really wanted to. But I suggest that you do it for at least 4 hours, if not 24 hours.
The longer you allow the chicken to marinate, the more flavor it will have. And this is one of those recipes that marinating the chicken for 10 minutes is not going to get you very far.
I'm gonna let that marinate for about 10 minutes.
Ideally, you could even marinate the chicken overnight. So doing the prep the day before and then the following day, finishing everything.
Our chicken has been in the fridge for 3 hours. It's time to start getting our rice. Now, you want an aged basmati rice. Very important. Should be like a nice color like this, kind of goldeny brown almost, nice long grain, and that's how we get those really nice singular grains at the end dish.
Joshua also used aged basmati rice in his video, and this is one of those things that if you can get it, then get it. For some people, especially like in my area, getting aged basmati rice is something that I would have to really try to find and special order it because it's not common. I can get basmati, but I can't get this type. Now the difference with aged basmati rice is that it is aged, so it has less water content, and like a nice wine, it develops more flavor. So it should be more aromatic. Also, the holidays are just around the corner and I have just launched my new classic collection of merchandise. So if you guys haven't seen it, then be sure to check them out after seeing this video.
First up, we need to wash it into a large bowl and over to the sink. So cold water. And we're gonna rinse it 2 times. So a third amount of water, we're gonna leave it in there and we're gonna let it soak for 35 to 40 minutes.
If you don't rinse the rice, what can happen is that when it cooks, it will start to clump together because of the excess starch. And also it is a good idea to rinse it if you want to get rid of, say, any debris or anything if it's not clean. In the Western countries, I've said this many times, but some methods on cooking rice, we don't wash it because we need that starch. With this, no, you need to wash it.
Once our biryani is layered, we're actually gonna pour over some saffron milk. So I've got some warm milk here, and we're pretty simply gonna steep some saffron in it. If you can't get saffron, or it's a little bit out of your budget, just use some turmeric in place.
Saffron is one of those spices that not just adds color, but also a very unique flavor and aroma. So if you can get it, you need to get it. But keep in mind that saffron, if it looks too cheap to be true, it may be. There is a massive counterfeit market with saffron. When I mean counterfeit, is things that you don't want to be consuming. They're either horsehair, plastic, or other things that they're bad for you. So you need to make sure when you're buying it, that you're buying it from a reputable source.
When we are cooking the biryani, we really need to make sure we seal the lid tightly and it keeps all the steam in and steams everything nicely. There's a couple of ways you can do it. You can put a tea towel underneath, or you can make a little dough, long piece of dough to go around the outside. This is a little bit more work, but it's kind of theatrical as well. And I think if you're having friends over, doing this kind of looks pretty cool. Putting it to the table, pull the dough off, serve it up.
That is pretty cool. And Joshua actually made this in his video, but he was having a little bit of trouble with it. You can't make it too sticky or too dry. It has to be like a pliable, like putty, really, the consistency.
We're not trying to make anything that's really going to be edible, so don't stress too much. Water in the middle, and bring it together. So you want a pretty workable dough. You don't want too dry or too wet. So we're gonna have to roll it out like a big log. If it's too wet, it'll kind of, when the steam hits it, it'll kind of melt away almost. All right, we get it to a shaggy mess like this, and we can start kneading it with our hands.
This is definitely old school because today, I mean, we have specialty equipment, specialty pots as well, either crock pots or pressure cookers that will actually make this without the need of adding, say, a tea towel or something else to seal it.
This is kind of a common technique used in a few different cultures. If you want to seal a pot properly, pull a few really inexpensive ingredients together. So we'll roll this out into a long batten basically, and then we can let it rest and we'll do the final part once we've got everything layered up, and it gives it time for the dough to relax and it's kind of easier to work. Cool. Leave that in the bowl until we need it.
Now, if any of you have not seen our very first review of Epicurious making biryani, well, 3 different ways, you need to see that video. You'll have a laugh. Well, maybe not, maybe you'll cry, but it's something that you need to see.
Large pot with a lid of boiling water. It's about just over half full. We're just gonna season that with a little bit of salt, and then we're gonna flavor it. Some green cardamom, a green chili in half, cinnamon stick, 2 cloves, some cumin seeds. So when you're doing stuff like this, it's all about layering flavors. So any time we can add flavor to the equation, we will. So we're obviously gonna blanch our rice in this. So by adding these additional aromats, all we're doing is layering flavor.
I know this is one of those dishes that doesn't have, say, such a standard recipe that everyone makes it exactly the same. There is a little bit of a difference between this chef, the other chef, and the other, but any chefs watching, Indian chefs watching that makes this for a living, let me know down below your thoughts on how to cook the rice.
So our rice has been soaking. We'll drain as much water off this as we can. So we're gonna put our temperature on hot, because as soon as this rice goes in, it's gonna drop the temperature. So we're gonna be really careful. I can't emphasize this enough. I'm gonna cook this rice till it's just cooked. It's like really al dente. It's still got a bit of bite in there. So it's still gonna cook once we layer it with our chicken in the final dish.
Yeah, this is the important part. Basmati is one of these types of rice that also doesn't take like a lot of time to cook, because you're gonna cook it later on after this. It's still going to cook. So you just want to par cook it.
Once it's come up to the simmer, we can probably check it, because it's probably ready. This really won't take long. You're talking, 4 or 5 minutes, I'd say, max. All right, we're just starting to see it start to boil. Just to be really careful at this point, because we do not want to overcook this.
Now, this is speaking from experience, and we've all been there. I've overcooked rice myself. It happens sometimes. This is one of those things, though, that, put the phone down, pay attention, put the timer on, too. This is another thing. This helps.
Chicken from the fridge onto the heat, high temperature. So we're not trying to cook the chicken at this point. We're just trying to kind of start the process happening. We're going to do about 4 or 5 minutes on high temperature. We're going to keep stirring it pretty well, and then we're going to remove half the chicken and start the layering.
Interesting. This is the same thing that your food lab did. He pre-cooked the chicken, though, before he started layering it, but we did see Joshua as well layer the chicken raw with already the cooked rice. So that was another method that I actually haven't really seen raw chicken mixed with rice before, but then again, there are many different types of biryani and many different methods on making it.
Whew. That smells incredible.
I think someone's happy. He's right, though, is that when you cook with this many spices in the house, your house will smell fragrant. And me, I like this. Not everybody does, but with me growing up with my dad being a chef as well, and also in the US where everything is open, I've always had the smell of food in the house.
So while our chicken is doing its thing over there, we'll get our little dough ready for the outside. So this dough is pretty wet. Use a bit of flour. Oh, very wet. And we're just trying to roll a big log that will be long enough. You can actually just stretch it. It'll be long enough to go around the whole of the pot. You kind of want it a bit sticky, but you don't want to stick to the board when you need it.
So far, Andy has done an excellent job, and I think this is going to turn out really good.
So I'm going to turn the heat off completely, and I'm going to pull out half of the chicken. So there's 6 big pieces in here. I'm going to pull out 3. A little bit of the gravy. Now we start layering. So we're going to have 2 layers. So 2 layers of chicken, 2 layers of rice. Sorry, it's a bit chefy of me, but I'm just going to clean up this pot. We used to get told off if we didn't back when I was working for people in Europe.
This is a force of habit, and when Andy's meaning like he was told off, that's putting it nicely. You can either be told off a normal way, or you can be told off in a very nasty way, and more often than not, it tends to be something that you'll remember so you don't do it again.
He's burnt 3 pans full. Now, you've burnt it. We've got half the dining room not served yet. We've fucked so many baths so early, we've run out.
If any of you want to see how a European kitchen normally runs, just watch an episode of Hell's Kitchen. It's not exactly the same, but it brings back memories. Fun memories, too.
All right, now we've got a clean pot. We can continue on. So, sprinkle our rice. See a cinnamon stick in there, just leave it, doesn't matter. Oh, even the rice smells good, so fragrant. Just make sure it's nice and even.
And this is what happens when you're happy with your own cooking. You keep praising it.
Now we're gonna sprinkle some of our onions, coriander, mint, and a last layer of rice. Make sure it's nice and even. Got those chilies in there, we'll leave them in there. More flavor. onions.
I wonder if Andy has somebody holding the camera for him, because it kind of looks like he has help. Then again, he may not. He may have just multiple cameras, which also helps.
More herbs and our saffron milk. All right, it's time to seal this thing up. Lid on, and we'll seal it with our dough. And the other option is just to put a tea, like a really nice clean tea towel under the lid. That works just as well, to be perfectly honest. But I think this is the more traditional way. Could be wrong.
Emphasis on clean tea towel or chef cloth. Yeah, it needs to be clean, because if it's not and it smells, you don't want that in your food.
Our biryani is nice and sealed. We're going to go straight to maximum heat for 10 minutes. Then we're going to turn it down, right down to really pretty low. So I'm going to go like number 2 here on this induction, and we're going to cook it for another 30 minutes.
Now, if you're going to follow Andy's recipe, just keep in mind that he is using an induction, and this cooks very differently than gas or electric, like an electric coil. Induction heat is immediate, and you can get a pot up to boiling very quickly. Another tip is to use a Dutch oven or another pot that has a thick bottom to it. So that way, you don't burn everything when you cook it.
She's been cooking for 40 minutes in total. We're gonna let it rest for 20 minutes before you crack her open. It's always a bit nerve-wracking breaking one of these open. I'm not used to not being able to see what I do as I'm cooking. There's no hiding it.
Well, I mean, there are still ways on hiding it if you did mess up a bit, but this is true. You are kind of showing exactly how it's made. Hopefully the bottom is not burnt.
So what we're looking for is nice individual grains of rice, chicken nicely cooked, and look at that. That is what we're after. Nice individual grains of rice. See if this chicken's cooked. Oh yeah.
Do you see what I mean by the crispy onions cooking longer? Well, they're not crispy anymore, but they cooked longer and they're even darker. So golden brown is a good color to cook them to before cooking this. And the rice looks perfect.
So on a big tray or something, and you kind of want to plate this up in layers, the way that it comes out of the pot, if that makes sense. Just going to finish with a little bit more coriander and mint. And there we have it. Hyderabadi biryani. Guess we better eat some. So, the most important part, what does it taste like?
Andy outdid himself. If you want to be super like picky about it, if we look at this piece of chicken here that I think was the one on the bottom, it does have a different color to it, doesn't it? Then again, he cooked with an induction, so yeah, it happens.
It's beautiful. It's fragrant, light, all those different flavors and aromats are coming through. Your rice is perfectly cooked. The chicken's still nice and moist. This is one dish that's definitely worth the hype. There's really good reason why it's loved all around the world. It's really not that tricky to pull together, and it's one of those things that you just get better and better at making the more you do it. So make this one for your friends and family. They will love you for it.
The only thing I really have to say is that Andy did a bloody good job, an excellent job. If any Indian chefs are watching or anyone specialized in Indian cuisine, let me know your thoughts down below on how Andy did. But Andy, if you do see this when I visit Australia, I would love to cook with you sometime. I really would, as well as Vincenzo. So hopefully we can make that happen.
What's up guys? संजोत कीर स्टाइल बटर चिकन रेसिपी आज फाइनली बना रहा हूँ मैं YFL पर। बटर चिकन मेरी फेवरेट रेसिपी है और मुझे बटर चिकन के कई सारे वेरिएशंस आते हैं बनाने के लिए। मैंने ट्राई भी किए हैं कई अलग अलग जगहों पर ये जो रेसिपी है सबसे फेवरेट रेसिपी है मेरी। मेरे फ्रेंड्स फैमिली किसी को भी बटर चिकन खाना होता है तो मैं ये वाली रेसिपी स्पेशली बनाता हूँ एंड इट इज़ सुपर ईजी टू डू और बहुत ही माइंड ब्लोइंग और डिलिशियस बनती है। सो ड्यूरिंग दिस रेसिपी आई एम गोइंग टू टेल यू अ लॉट ऑफ टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स. So let's cook up some Sanjot Kheer style delicious butter chicken.
Well, we've seen a few different types already, haven't we? We saw one with Jamie, which was a kind of butter chicken. It was in the title as kind of butter chicken. And then we saw Maddie make his version as well. And we've seen also Chef Ranveer Brar who made his, and that looked delicious. And I think this one will also be a good one. He's going to be using chicken breast today. You can use either one, chicken breast, though if you are going to be using it, just keep in mind that you need to cook it. You have to cook it perfectly. It's very easy to overcook chicken breast, especially if you're going to be making it for, say, tandoori chicken, biryani, other dishes, etc., etc. Okay, cumin powder, turmeric, fenugreek leaves. He's adding a lot of spices to the marinade for the chicken, like a lot of spices. This is good because that enhances the flavor, doesn't it? Alright, let's see how long he says to marinate this for, because with Jamie's chicken, he gave it less than 10 minutes, which he was in a rush, obviously, for making it for the video, but you want to marinate it for a little bit longer so the meat absorbs the flavors. Oh! And he's infusing the smoke now with the raw chicken. Oh, this is good. We saw in the last video that Chef Ranveer, he did it at the end. For those of you who don't know how to smoke food, there are several different ways that we use in the kitchen. We have hot and cold smoking. Hot smoking is when you have a heat element, or when you cook the food and you infuse the smoke at the same time. So you're infusing the smoke while cooking. The other method is cold smoking, and cold smoking is exactly the opposite. You are infusing the smoke into the protein, into the vegetables or whatnot, whatever you're smoking, without cooking. This is exactly what he's doing with the chicken. He is infusing the smoke while keeping it raw. And if you haven't tried smoked cheese before, I suggest that you try it. It's delicious.
बटर चिकन के लिए तंदूरी चिकन या टिक्का, उसकी मैरिनेशन सुपर क्विकली रेडी हो चुकी है. मैंने यहाँ पर चिकन ब्रेस्ट का इस्तेमाल किया है. आप थाइज यूज़ कर सकते हो, दोनों यूज़ कर सकते हो.
If you're not very good at cooking chicken breasts like perfectly and you need a little bit more flexibility, use some chicken thighs. It'll save you a headache instead of having some really tough and rubbery meat. Is better.
बहुत सारे लोगों को चिकन विद बोन पसंद आता है. सो इफ़ यू आर यूजिंग दैट, चिकन में अच्छे से इंसिजन्स बनाइए. मैरिनेशन सेम रहेगा, नो चेंज इन दैट. आई एम गोइंग टू मैरिनेट दिस फॉर हाफ एन आवर टू एन आवर. आपके पास अगर ज़्यादा टाइम है, ओवरनाइट 8 to 10 hours, तो वो करो ज़रूर मैरिनेट ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए. चिकन और ज़्यादा जूसी, टेंडर और फ्लेवरफुल बनेगा.
I would recommend at least minimum 4 or 5 hours. If you're in a real rush, obviously, you may not want to wait so many hours to cook this, but if you're going through the effort of making this marinade and cooking everything from scratch, you might as well do it properly and have that extra flavor, because the longer that you let it marinate for, the longer that you allow the meat to marinate, the more flavor will be absorbed. And that means the more flavor that you're going to have with the dish.
मैंने इसी स्टेज पर, मैरिनेशन के स्टेज पर ही स्मोक कर दिया चिकन को. उसका रीज़न ये है कि मुझे बटर चिकन में वो तंदूरी चिकन वाला फील चाहिए होता है, तो मैं पहले ही स्मोक कर देता हूँ. उससे सटल फ्लेवर आता है स्मोक का बटर चिकन में, और वो ओवर पावर नहीं करता है. सेकेंड ऑप्शन है कि आपको थोड़ा ज़्यादा फ्लेवर चाहिए, तो आप ग्रिल करके चिकन को स्मोक कीजिए, तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा फ्लेवर आएगा. और आपके पास थर्ड ऑप्शन भी है कि बटर चिकन जब पूरा रेडी हो जाए तभी उसको स्मोक करिए, तो ज़्यादा स्मोक का फ्लेवर आता है. द चॉइस इज़ योर्स. आई गो विद द फर्स्ट वर्जन एंड ट्राई डूइंग दैट. इट टर्न्स आउट टू बी सुपर डिलिशियस. तो जब तक चिकन मैरिनेट करने के लिए रखा है, मैं फटाफट मखनी सॉस का प्रेपरेशन कर लेता हूँ.
So far it's looking very good. The methods are a little different than what we have seen from Chef Ranveer, but it looks very good. Cumin. Sauteing the onions, okay. And he's caramelizing the onions as well. See, this is where in the last video, Chef Ranveer said that he did not want to caramelize the onions. So we are seeing a few differences. There was an article that I read, and it was a good article too. If I can find it, I'll leave it for you guys to read. But they did a study on the amount of spices and herbs used per country by climate. And they found on average that countries that are in hotter, more humid climates, or at least hotter climates, tend to use on average more spices per dish than countries in, say, colder climates. Many spices and herbs have antimicrobial properties. So if I can find it, I will leave the article for you guys to read. It is quite interesting. Some food for thought. Oh, cashew nuts. Oh. This is also something that I mentioned in Mark's green curry video, they were also using the coriander root. And me, personally, I've never used it before. It's not something that you typically get with the coriander. I'm not saying it's not possible that we don't use it in the West. It's just something that's not, I would say, as common as just getting the normal stem and leaves. Okay. Alright, so he's going to be cooking this down and reducing it. So if you're making this recipe, like I said before, give yourself a little bit of time to allow everything to cook properly.
मखनी सॉस का फर्स्ट स्टेज कंप्लीट हो चुका है. अभी इसको ठंडा करके पीसना है. मुझे जब भी जल्दी होती है मैं 3-4 क्यूब आइस के डाल के पीस लेता हूँ, पर आप कोशिश करिए अवॉइड करने के लिए. इससे दो चीज़ें होंगी, एक तो आपका मिक्सर बचा रहेगा अगर ठंडा करके पीसोगे तो, और दूसरा जब भी कोई गर्म चीज़ को पीसो तो उसका कलर थोड़ा सा उड़ जाता है. तो अगर आप ठंडा करके पीसोगे तो कलर बहुत अच्छा आएगा मखनी सॉस का.
You can have problems with emulsifications. If the sauce is too hot, yes, you can, and or two, if the sauce is not hot enough. With this sauce though, since you're going to be adding more butter to it, I would add the butter when you're blending the sauce because the butter is already emulsified and that will help to emulsify the sauce further. It's easy. If you do split it, then there are ways of saving it, and I've shown that in some past videos and I can explain that again in further videos, but there are ways of saving a split sauce.
मेरे मखनी सॉस के वर्जन में मैं खड़े मसाले ज़्यादा यूज़ नहीं करता हूँ, सिर्फ हरी इलायची और जीरा डालता हूँ. उसका रीज़न ये है कि लास्ट में मैं इसमें फ्रेश गरम मसाले की एक चुटकी डालता हूँ जिससे बहुत अच्छा फ्लेवर आता है. और दूसरा ये होता है कि मैं इसमें होल कश्मीरी रेड चिलीज़ डालता हूँ. उससे क्या होता है, कलर बहुत अच्छा आता है क्योंकि मैं आर्टिफिशियल कलर नहीं यूज़ करता हूँ मखनी ग्रेवी में, तो कलर बहुत अच्छा आता है और उतनी स्पाइसीनेस भी नहीं बढ़ता मखनी सॉस का. तो ज़रूर यूज़ कीजिए होल कश्मीरी रेड चिलीज़ अगर मेरा वाला वर्जन बना रहे हो तो. जब तक ये मिक्सचर अभी ठंडा हो रहा है तब तक मैं फटाफट से ग्रिल कर लेता हूँ चिकन को.
Now for the color, if you do lose a little bit of color, you can add more chili powder to it. But one thing to keep in mind is that you will also dilute the color of your sauce the more butter and or cream if you add cream, but the more butter that you add to it. And also if you add any more water to it, you're going to be increasing the volume and diluting that color. Just cooked. That's exactly right, as his little notes say. If you are using chicken breast, you need to cook it perfectly. You can mark the chicken. You don't have to fully cook it because it will continuously cook. So if it's just a little underdone, it's okay if you have to add the chicken again later on at the end of the process, and if you're going to be cooking it longer at the end. If you overcook it at this stage, you messed up. It's still edible, but you're not going to have that same juicy texture. It's going to be more rubbery, and well, I don't like rubber chicken. Rubber chicken for me is not good.
तो चिकन को तो ग्रिल करके श्रेड कर लिया है मैंने फटाफट, एंड द चिकन बाय इटसेल्फ इज टेस्टिंग सो डिलिशियस. मैंने तवे पर ही ग्रिल किया है चिकन को, लेकिन पर्सनली मैं ओवन में बनाता हूँ. जब भी बटर चिकन बनाता हूँ 250 डिग्री पे 8-9 मिनट में 7-8 मिनट में फटाफट ग्रिल हो जाता है परफेक्टली एकदम, और प्रोसेस बहुत क्विक हो जाता है. तो अगर आपके पास ओवन है तो ज़रूर इस्तेमाल करो, नहीं है तो तवे पर तो बना ही सकते हो, बहुत अच्छा बनता है ऐसे भी. मखनी के जो इंग्रेडिएंट्स हमने कुक किए थे वो अभी ठंडे हो चुके हैं, तो इनको अभी फटाफट पीस लेते हैं अच्छे से, और फिर फाइनल जो स्टेज है बटर चिकन को साथ में असेंबली करने का और कुक करने का, वो बहुत इजी प्रोसीजर है. फटाफट बटर चिकन रेडी हो जाएगा.
Oh, very nice. See, that is a very nice sauce. If you can get that consistency, that's what you want. If you have a Thermomix, as I've said in the past, you can make that sauce even smoother, because this sauce, you can still see that there are a few little ripples in the sauce. Of course, you still have to pass it and everything, but if you have a Thermomix, wow, the sauces that you can make with that, it's not feasible for the average house, but for the kitchen, it's perfect. Okay, he's heating butter and oil. If you're just going to be using butter, that's fine, but butter, the longer that you cook it, will start turning color. It will turn into beurre noisette, which is brown butter, and then if you cook it longer, it'll turn into beurre noir, which is black butter. And if you don't want that, then you can add a little bit of oil to help stop that process of caramelizing so quickly. Don't know what you're thinking. It's like I'm sinking deep underwater. Maybe it's harder. So he's adding more spices for the base. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's a little trick if you want to get the rest of the sauce out. You can also just scrape it out with the spatula, with the rubber spatula. It's another method, because if you add more water to it, it will increase the volume of the sauce and it will make it runnier. The best thing is to have a sauce like this now, because at this point it's much easier to control the consistency once you already emulsified it and once you've passed it through the chinois. It's much easier to control the consistency. And it doesn't look like he's added as much butter as what we saw in the last video, but if you cook this, if you put this on high heat and let this like really rip on the burner, you can split it, and you don't want to do that at this stage. Anytime that your sauce reduces too much, you can add more water to it to thin it out. But one thing that you want to keep in mind, and I love making sauces because this is one of my favorite things to make. They're so easy to make. Some of them are not that easy, but there are endless varieties of sauces to make and endless amounts. If it's a little too thick, add a little bit of water to it. The more you reduce a liquid, the more you will concentrate the flavors. Keep in mind, the more liquid you add will dilute the flavors. Garam masala. Okay, you added fenugreek at the end as well. See. And he's tasting his butter chicken as well. Now, in the last video, a lot of people told me in Indian cuisine, the old methods of cooking and for also religious purposes, they don't taste it when making it for various reasons. If you're going to be cooking for someone else and you want to make something tasty, a good tip is to taste whatever you're making to make sure that you have enough seasoning, salt, other spices or whatnot. This is something that we use in the kitchen or do in the kitchen all the time. We have to taste, because if something goes out to a client or to a guest and it's not the same as it was that went out to the guests previous, you can have a bit of an issue, especially if you're trying to gain, say, a Michelin star. You have to have that level of consistency. More butter and a little bit of cream. You keep me wondering, is our love strong, just like a love song, baby, it's haunting me. Don't know what you're thinking, it's like I'm sinking. Fresh coriander. Maybe it's harder for me. Oh, harder for me. Beautiful.
This is how you make Sanjot Kheer style butter chicken. बहुत ही delicious बना है और मेरे friends और family को ये वाला version बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद है, तो आप भी try कीजिए अपने घर पे. But today I want to thank the man who invented this recipe, Shri Kundan Lal ji, अपने मोती महल रेस्टोरेंट में सालों पहले. What a brilliant idea! Hats off to this person जिन्होंने इतनी mind blowing recipe invent की और उनके आइडिया की वजह से आज पूरे दुनिया भर में लोग बटर चिकन एंजॉय करते हैं और मेरी भी पर्सनल फेवरेट है. So this is my way of paying tribute to him for inventing this beautiful recipe. Thank you so much, sir. Prepare this version at your home. Enjoy this butter chicken. Have an amazing time with it. Cheers.
Well, I have to admit that that recipe looked delicious. For me, both of them, the one that we reviewed last with Chef Ranveer Brar, also looked very delicious. Both of them looked delicious. The only thing to honestly see which one you like more would be to taste both side by side. It looked like an easy recipe, maybe a little more laborious than the last one that we reviewed. But in any case, guys, if you did want to try this recipe, then I would definitely suggest to check out his full recipe, or his full video with the recipe and everything, and try it at home. And if you made both, then let me know in the comments down below which one you prefer as well, because that way, you know, it's fun for me to see which one that you guys like more. Because one thing is my opinion, but another thing is your opinion at home, making this as well from another perspective. But if you did like this, be sure to share, like, and subscribe. Check out the rest of my content. And if you do want to help support the channel, then join us on Patreon as well.
Chilled water. Salt.
I do this in the kitchen when I have to get all the ingredients out and organize everything. Sometimes you forget one or two of the ingredients if you don't check. Kind of like recording and forgetting to turn on the mic when you record. I've done this before. It's not fun.
आप अगर ये सोच रहे हैं कि रणवीर क्या बना रहा है, रणवीर वही बना रहा है जो आपके घर में 30 मिनट में पहुंच जाती है. आप उसको ऑर्डर कर देते हैं, 30 मिनट में पहुंच जाती है. गैस कर लिया होगा ना. या फिर वो हमेशा आप बहाना मारते हैं ना, अरे नहीं हम तो नहीं बनाते, हमारे घर में तो अवन नहीं है. पिज्जा बगैर अवन के पिज्जा बनाते हैं जी. ठीक है ना?
Okay, so today this is for people that do not have an oven at home or don't want to use one to make a pizza. When I used to live in Barceloneta, I didn't have an oven in my little apartment. I only had a little cooktop.
अब जो मॉडर्न पिज्जा है, आज का पिज्जा जिसे हम पिज्जा के तौर पे जानते हैं, उसकी इजाद कहते हैं 1889 में हुई. एक शेफ थे राफेल एस्पोसितो, और उन्होंने ऑब्वियसली नेपल्स के थे, वो साउथ ऑफ इटली के थे, और उन्होंने रानी को खुश करने के लिए इटली के 3 रंग का पिज़्ज़ा बनाया. लाल होता है, सफ़ेद होता है, हरा होता है. और लाल, सफ़ेद, हरा उन्होंने जो पिज़्ज़ा बनाया वो पिज़्ज़ा मार्गरीटा, क्योंकि क्वीन मार्गरीटा थी उनके नाम से फेमस हो गया. तो आज भी मार्गरीटा पिज़्ज़ा इज़ still considered the oldest pizza or the first pizza to be ever invented.
This is a story that I have heard many times, and there are some other stories that I have also heard as well. But the pizzeria that Raffaele was working at was the Pizzeria Brandi, which is still in Napoli. They actually have a plaque on the outside saying that they first invented la margherita. So there were other types of pizzas, or at least say flatbreads before this, but this is the one that got famous.
तो पिज़्ज़ा बनाने के लिए हमको चाहिए मैदा और सब्जियां. ये मैदा है जिसमें 30% मैंने आटा मिलाया हुआ है. इसके अंदर थोड़ा नमक डाला हुआ है.
So this is going to be a mixed recipe with a little bit of wheat added to some all-purpose flour. Okay.
और साथ में बेकिंग पाउडर, बेकिंग सोडा है. अगर आपके पास समय है तो रात में ईस्ट डाल के खमीर लगा के छोड़ दें. लेकिन अगर मेरी तरह तुरंत आपको आइडिया आते हैं लास्ट मिनट कि चलो पिज़्ज़ा खाएं, तो बेकिंग सोडा, बेकिंग पाउडर आपके पास होना चाहिए. ठीक है?
And he's going to be saving a little time by not adding yeast. It is true you do have to allow the yeast to eat, allow it to multiply, and then it will start rising.
एक सुंदर सी कटोरी में बेकिंग सोडा, बेकिंग पाउडर, तेल डाल के मिक्स करना है. ये गया दही. ठीक है जी? अभी ये गया पानी, और ये गया हमारा घोल बेकिंग सोडा, बेकिंग पाउडर का.
He's not really measuring how much he's adding. He's just doing it by eye. And in the savory kitchen, we do that a lot. We cook a lot by eye, by feel, by taste. Now in baking or with pastry, you need to be more exact.
और ये थोड़ा पानी और डाल के एक पतला सा डो बनाना है। ये देखिए बिल्कुल ऐसा, देख रहे हैं ना आप? डो जो है वो रनी होना चाहिए, अगर रनी नहीं होगा तो मज़ा नहीं आएगा। अब ये जो रनी डो है ना, जो बहता हुआ डो है, इसको हल्का सा रेस्ट करेंगे और जब तक ये रेस्ट हो रहा है अपने पिज्ज़ा की सब्जी काट लेंगे।
Again, if there are any Italians watching, just keep in mind that this is not going to be a traditional recipe. That this video is not meant for Italians or Europeans, but specifically Italians to watch. Not until today.
अभी एक पैन में ऑलिव ऑयल या कोई भी ऑयल, बटर नहीं डालना यहाँ पे जी। बहुत कम बोलता है रणवीर ब्रार के बटर मत डालना, इसलिए प्लीज बटर मत डालना।
This I agree with him. If you're at home and you don't have any oil, then yeah, you can use butter to saute the vegetables, but olive oil is better.
लाइटली सौते करना है, सब्जी को पूरा नहीं पकाना, लेकिन क्योंकि ये अवन में नहीं पैन में पक रही है, इसके लिए थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे पकाना जरूरी।
If you're going to be making a lot of vegetables, you want to saute the vegetables as he's saying. If you're going to be adding, say, mushrooms, and mushrooms contain a lot of water, but if you're going to be adding a lot, they're going to release that water and you can start boiling the vegetables. And you don't want that. So if you're going to be making a lot, I suggest sauteing this in batches, unless you have a big saute pan.
तो ये सब्जियों को हल्का सा कुक किया। बेसिकली हमने क्या किया ना, हमने प्रोसेस ऑफ कुकिंग शुरू कर दिया और सब्जी के अंदर इसके बाद डाला चिली फ्लेक्स और ऑरिगेनो। सब्जियों को निकालते हैं, ऑरिगेनो, चिली फ्लेक, अनियन, दैट होल मेडिटेरेनियन फील दैट्स कमिंग थ्रू। कोई अभी तक हमने हिंदुस्तानियत नहीं करी है इसके साथ, करेंगे भी नहीं। सिंपल फ्लेवर है, सिंपल रखते हैं। इसको कलर खराब ना हो इसके लिए फ्रिज में डाल।
Now, it is true that the closer to the Mediterranean you get, the more olive oil we use. The Mediterranean, if you are not familiar with it, is not just one type of cuisine. There are many different types of cuisines, there are many different cultures, there are many different countries, and a lot of different, well, histories and everything else that go with those countries. If you are to compare Morocco to Spain, the cuisine is different. And if you are to compare, say, France to Italy, or at least southern France to Italy, there may be some crossover and some similarities. Any of you guys have never ever visited the Med, I would highly suggest that one day when you do, that you go to a couple different countries to see the differences, not just in the food, to see the differences in the history and the cultures.
तो बेस का डो रेस्ट कर रहा है, टॉपिंग रेडी हो गई, बचा क्या? पिज्ज़ा सॉस। पिज्ज़ा सॉस के लिए क्विक पिज्ज़ा सॉस के लिए finely chopped बारीक कटे हुए onion.
He's emphasizing quick pizza sauce. This is important. Now, when making a pizza at home, if you do want to make a quick pizza, you don't have to make the pizza sauce if you don't want to. You can just use, I would say, a good quality type of plum or canned tomatoes to use for the pizza sauce, again, depending on what type. Or if you are going to make some, say, basil tomato sauce or Napolitan sauce, that you make it in batches and you make a lot of it and you can freeze the rest, and that way you have some that you can use whenever you want.
Garlic. अभी बनाना है सॉस, तो गया थोड़ा ऑयल, ऑयल में गार्लिक, अनियन, हल्का सा स्वेट करना है बस। उसके बाद फ्रेश टोमेटो प्यूरे। अब मैंने टोमेटोज को ब्लांच नहीं किया, छीला नहीं, सीड नहीं निकाले, कुछ नहीं किया। पूरे टोमेटोज लिए, उनका पूरा टेस्ट दिया। मतलब अननेसेसरीली टमाटर से टमाटर का हिस्सा निकालने में मेहनत क्यों की जाए, है ना? अगर आप थोड़ी मेहनत करना चाहते हैं फिर भी फ्रेश टोमेटो को प्यूरे कर लीजिए, उसके बाद छान लीजिए उसको।
Yes, I agree with him. There is no need to make more work for yourself when you don't have to.
थोड़ी सी शक्कर, थोड़ा केचप ही बनाने के लिए, हमें केचप ही अच्छा लगता है ना। थोड़ा सा सिरका, salt.
This is true. You don't want to turn this into ketchup. Then again, who knows? Some people may like to put ketchup on their pizza. If you do have like acid reflux or when you eat tomato sauce, if you are a little sensitive, you can add more sugar to it to help reduce the acidity. This will help.
बिल्कुल थोड़ा सा ऑरिगेनो, थोड़े से चिली फ्लेक्स और ये सॉस का पानी अच्छे से सुखाना है, नहीं तो फिर डो को गीला करेगा ना, मज़ा नहीं आएगा। इसको यहाँ कर देता हूँ। अभी भी देखिए रनी है, भाग रहा है, ये कुछ इस तरह का होना चाहिए। देखिए
Again, keep in mind, this is not traditional or anything, and this is not specifically supposed to be a New York pizza, Napolitana, or whatever. But if we are to compare this to Adam's consistency for his very first dough recipe, this has a better consistency. It's more workable.
डो को थोड़ी देर और रख देते हैं ढलने के लिए, ठीक है ना। टोमेटो सॉस को ना इतना थिकन करना है। It's called a tomato concasse in Italian.
Concasse is specifically to score the tomatoes. You blanch them, peel the skin, you cut them. Well, you cut them so you can de-seed them. You take the seeds out. I'll cut them up very small.
अब कायदे से जो पिज़्ज़ा बेस है ना, वो कभी बिलता नहीं। कोई भी पिज़्ज़ा कभी भी बिलता नहीं। उसका जो डो है वो इतना पतला होता है कि वो बस ऐसे उंगलियों से ही फैला दिया जाता है।
This is true. You don't want to take a rolling pin and necessarily roll the dough out. Depending on your skill level in the kitchen, it's not ideal if you want to make a good pizza dough. But again, if you're at home making it, nobody's going to be filming you. You're not going to be posting it on social media. It doesn't really matter at home.
So that's why I said runny dough बोल रहा था ना, मैं इसीलिए बोल रहा था कि अगर डो रनी नहीं होगा तो पिज़्ज़ा ऐसे फैलेगा नहीं। फोक से ऐसे कर लेते हैं prick.
And if anybody is wondering why he's using the fork to make little holes in the pizza dough, this is to help release the gases so you don't have like a bubble or any bubbles that appear on it, so it helps remain flat. If you look at a lot of recipes for making quiches or pies or anything like this, a lot of those recipes will have the instructions to make little holes with a fork in the dough and to also put, say, beans or something else on top while you pre-bake them so they will not start to balloon up.
अब इस डो को बिल्कुल धीमी आंच पे दोनों तरफ से सेकूंगा। एक तरफ से अच्छा बराबर सेक लूंगा और दूसरी तरफ से बिल्कुल नाम भर का सेकूंगा। जिस तरफ से बराबर सेक लूंगा उस तरफ जाएगी टॉपिंग और सब्जियां और चीज़।
This is going to be a little pizza. If you are making this at home, you may want to make a couple little pizzas because this is quite small. Or if you have a bigger pan, make it a little bigger.
As you can see ना, there's a rise. जैसे पिज़्ज़ा बेस उठता है, वैसे ही उठ रहा है। धीमी आंच पे पकाना है बस। That's the trick. ये देखिए, जैसे पिज़्ज़ा बेस का कलर होता है वैसे कलर आ गया ना इसमें। अभी नीचे की साइड को आराम से पकने देंगे और जो साइड हमने पका ली है ऊपर की, उसके ऊपर डालेंगे टोमेटो कॉन्कैसे। भाई आमतौर पे हम सब जानते हैं कि पिज़्ज़ा जो है वो इटली का है, लेकिन पिज़्ज़ा जो वर्ड है वो एक्चुअली आता है पेख्तोस से, जो कि एक ग्रीक वर्ड है, क्योंकि सबसे पहले ये माना जाता है कि जो फ्लैट ब्रेड्स हैं उनको ग्रीक में ऐसे दबा दबा के और उसके ऊपर ऑयल डाल के, शक्कर डाल के, मेथी डाल के और पकाया जाता था, और वो जो गांठें बन जाती थी ना तो क्लॉट्स बन जाते थे, इसलिए उसको क्लॉटेड कहा जाता था।
True, flatbreads have been around for eons before pizza was made, and I'm sure somebody at one point in time decided to put, well, not before the tomatoes were introduced to Europe, but other ingredients on top. In France, there's a little town called Pérouge. This is a little town that's just outside of Lyon. I've been there a few times. It's a little medieval town, and there is a little thing that's actually quite popular from Pérouge. It's called the galette de Pérouge, and this galette looks like a pizza. It's a flatbread, and what they do is they put sugar on top, they bake it, and that's pretty much it. It's a sugary galette. It's nothing complicated, it's simple, but this is quite popular from that town.
तो पेख्तोस मतलब क्लॉटेड ब्रेड, तो पेख्तोस मतलब क्लॉटेड ब्रेड या वो गांठों वाली ब्रेड, और वहाँ से फिर पिज़्ज़ा जो है वो इटली आया एज अ कॉन्सेप्ट। और इटली में खासतौर, साउथ इटली में खासतौर नेपल्स में टमाटर जो है वो गरीबों का खाना था। टमाटर बहुत होते थे, तो द पुअर मैन जो गरीब थे वो अपनी रोटी के ऊपर ऐसे हल्के से टमाटर तोड़ तोड़ के डाल के और उसको बेक कर लेते थे और पिज्ज़ा की शुरुआत वहाँ से हुई.
I love how he emphasizes that it's not just Italy, it's southern Italy, it's Napoli. One interesting thing, if any of you are into history, is that Napoli, not only is it the birthplace of pizza, Napoli was also a Greek colony. So you do have to go on the tours and you may have to have the things pointed out to you because they're not quite self-evident unless you know what you're looking at. And of course, the food in Napoli is one of the most important things. They take it very seriously. Not just the pizza, you have a lot of other types of food in Napoli, which is delicious. And if you do go, you definitely need to try it.
आज की डेट में नेपोली जो है वहाँ के सॉसेस, टोमेटो सॉसेस आज भी बहुत फेमस है. और जो ये कौन कैसे कह रहे हैं, तो दैट सॉस इज एक्चुअली नेपोलितान सॉस. नेपोली से आया हुआ नेपोलितान सॉस. और नेपोली में एक टमाटर होता है सैन मार्जानो टोमेटोज जो ऐसे लंबे होते हैं और बहुत ही टेस्टी और जूसी होते हैं. और ये कहा जाता है कि टमाटरों के बादशाह होते हैं सैन मार्जानो टोमेटोज. उन टोमेटोज से बनने वाला पिज़्ज़ा सॉस कायदे से नेपोलितान सॉस होना चाहिए, लेकिन लगभग हर पिज़्ज़ा सॉस को आप नेपोलितान सॉस कह सकते हैं या फिर वो जैसे वो कह रहे हैं कौन कैसे.
The more that you get into food, the more you can see a lot of crossovers, especially here in Europe, with a lot of the dishes or ingredients, and especially here in Spain, the most popular tapa is la croqueta. Now, croquettes are actually French, and you have other things such as French fries. We call them French fries, but technically they're Belgium fries. And in Belgium, they're actually quite popular to go with mussels. Crema catalana is popular here in Catalonia, creme brulee in France. That's a discussion that I don't want to get into because I live here, so I'm not going to.
थोड़ा सा चीज़ और just to hold the vegetables together. अभी मेन चीज़ क्या है ना, हम लोग गलती क्या करते हैं कि सब्जियां नीचे डालते हैं फिर उसके ऊपर चीज़ डाल देते हैं, बाद में सब्जियां दिखती नहीं है. पिज़्ज़ा जो है वो इतना सुंदर होता है, सारा बाद में चीज़ से वो ढक जाता है. आपको वो नहीं करना. आपको जो है वो रंग निखारने, इसके लिए पहले चीज़ फिर सब्जियां, वरना आप बनाने जाएंगे वेजिटेबल पिज़्ज़ा, दिखेगा चीज़ पिज़्ज़ा, लोगों को मज़ा नहीं आएगा और आप कहेंगे रणवीर आपने बताया नहीं. रणवीर ने अपनी ज़िंदगी में 4 साल सिर्फ पिज़्ज़ा ही बनाया सुबह से शाम, इसलिए रणवीर ने बताया है आपको.
Something tells me that he has done this a few times and it has turned out to be a cheese pizza. Guys, let me know down below what your favorite, not just your favorite style of pizza is, but what your favorite type of pizza is. Is it a cheese pizza? Do you like, well, in America, pepperoni is quite popular. Do you like vegetables? Do you like a margarita? Or do you like pineapple in your pizza? And I'm not going to judge you. Let me know in the comments.
It's nice and juicy, हाँ, मतलब सब्जी बराबर पक गई है, चीज़ बराबर मेल्ट हो गया है, अंदर से एकदम पक चुका है.
This is true. If you are going to be making a pizza like this, you need to cook the vegetables prior to putting them on the pizza. Because in a normal pizza oven in the pizzeria, you have temperatures of up to 450, 500 or more centigrade. And everything cooks in a very short amount of time. In the normal ovens at home, it takes a little longer to cook, or most ovens don't get up to even 300 centigrade.
एकदम क्रिस्पी. अच्छे से दिखाता हूँ आपको, ये देखिए, नाइसली डन. थोड़ा सा ऑलिव ऑयल ड्रिजल करेंगे. ब्यूटीफुल. मॉरल ऑफ द स्टोरी, नेक्स्ट टाइम जब आपको लग रहा हो कि भाई 30 मिनट में पिज़्ज़ा घर में आ जाएगा, तो 200-250 रुपये वेस्ट मत करिए, मुझे दे दीजिएगा. कोई नई रेसिपी सीख लेंगे हम लोग. इट्स नॉट दैट डिफिकल्ट. खाना जब एक बार हाथ से बनाना शुरू करो, अपने हाथ से बनाए हुए खाने की जब आदत पड़ जाए ना, तो आदमी बाहर से खाना मंगवाना बंद कर देता है. Do try the pizza.
This, I fully agree with him. There's no reason to not make something yourself at home, unless, of course, you don't have the time. This is understandable. We haven't reviewed that many pizzas, but I have eaten a lot of pizzas in my life. I've had a lot of pizzas. I've had a lot of bad pizzas, and I have seen a lot of pizzas. Now, this pizza, for not being a traditional pizza, for being something that you make on the stovetop, for maybe something for a college kid or to make, or, you know, if you don't have an oven in your house, this could be a good option. Now, as far as the dough, it's not going to be the same as actually making a good dough because this is supposed to be just something quick and easy. Let me know down in the comments, guys, what you think of Chef Ranveer making this little pizza, but keep in mind, for all the Italians or pizza connoisseurs out there, this was meant for an audience that, you know, people don't know really how to make it, and this is another idea on what limited resources they have.
चावल से, ठीक है जी, सबसे पहले लेना है कोई भी लॉन्ग ग्रेन राइस. अगर इंडियन स्टाइल फ्राइड राइस बनाना है तो लॉन्ग ग्रेन राइस लेना है. मैंने यहाँ पर बासमती सेला लिया, उसको 20 मिनट के लिए सोक करना है. सोक करने के बाद पानी निकाल लेना है, ज़्यादा देर पानी में उसको छोड़ना नहीं.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting video. It's going to be a fusion style fried rice. So it's a vegetarian fried rice, not egg fried rice, and it's fusion between Indian and Chinese cuisine. For those of you who wonder why we soak some types of rice, by soaking rice, you help speed up the cooking process, because it helps to start the process of the rice rehydrating. And if you wonder why some recipes also call for washing rice, well, that helps remove excess starch. And the excess starch, or the starch itself, is what makes rice sticky. Some types of rice have more starch than others. Arborio has a lot of starch in it, but with arborio rice, we don't want to rinse arborio because that starch is what makes the sauce creamy in risotto.
गरम गरम पानी में डालना है नमक. नमक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. द राइस हैज टू बी सीजन्ड. और उस नमकीन पानी में डाल देना है धीरे धीरे चावल. चावल को पहले रोरिंग बॉयल पे लाना है, वो बहुत जरूरी है ताकि चावल में इलोंगेशन आए. उसके बाद चावल को एक कनी की कसर जब बची हो तब उसको निकाल लेना है. मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो है वो यही है कि चावल को जब आप निकालें तो तुरंत के तुरंत फैला लें और पानी के अंदर हल्का सा ऑयल जरूर डालें.
Adding oil to the rice as it's cooking. Now with pasta, there is a debate among chefs on whether or not you should add oil during the cooking process. Some prefer to add it after the pasta is cooked. Others say that you should add it during the cooking process, while even others say if you add the oil to the water during the cooking process, since the oil and water don't mix, that it doesn't make any difference.
तो साइंटिफिकली क्या होता है, चावल के अंदर दो चीजें होती हैं, अमाइलोज, अमाइलोपेक्टिन. अब अमाइलोज जो है वो गल जाती है, अमाइलोपेक्टिन जो है वो स्ट्रक्चर देती है. अब यहाँ पर चावल में अमाइलोपेक्टिन को एक्टिवेट करने के लिए चावल को ठंडा करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. इसलिए मैं हो जाता हूँ गायब और चावल कर लेता हूँ ठंडे.
Now the amylose and amylopectin that he is referring to are the starches that are in rice. And some types of rice contain more of one or both of these type of starches. This is why some types of rice are less sticky and some types of rice are more sticky or more starchy.
तो इस तरह ये खूबसूरत चावल यहाँ तक पहुँचे. चावल ठंडे करना बहुत ज़रूरी है क्योंकि चावल अगर अपना स्ट्रक्चर नहीं पकड़ेगा तो आप बनाने जाएंगे फ्राइड राइस, बन जाएगा चाइनीज़ चावल का हलवा और आप कहेंगे रणबीर आपने बताया. ठीक है, तो सब्जियां जो है अपनी श्रद्धा अनुसार जो है वो काट सकते हैं. यहाँ पर मेन चीज़ क्या है, गाजर और बीन्स. कोई भी इंडियन चाइनीज़ खाना हो उसमें गाजर बीन्स तो पड़ेगी ही पड़ेगी. तो गाजर और बीन्स हमने काट ली.
Now this is what I've said in a couple of previous fried rice videos, is that every time you go out to any Chinese restaurant, at least in the US, when you order egg fried rice, you normally get it with carrots and peas. Depending on, of course, where you go, not all places I'm saying are like this, but it is pretty common to get this when you order a side of egg fried rice.
गाजर जो है पहले ली, उसको लंबा लंबा काटा, फिर उसको डाइस किया. जो डाइस किया आप ये समझ लीजिए कि छोटे मटर के साइज का, पी साइज डाइसेस. उसके बाद शिमला मिर्च ली, हरी भी ले सकते हैं, लाल भी ले सकते हैं, दोनों भी ले सकते हैं. और साथ में ली बीन्स. ठीक है, और शिमला मिर्च को और बीन्स को दोनों को आराम से धीरे धीरे डाइस कर दिया. जब आप रखेंगे तो गाजर को अलग रखिएगा, शिमला मिर्च को अलग रखिएगा, क्योंकि शिमला मिर्च जो है जल्दी रंग छोड़ेगी, काली हो जाएगी. गाजर को पकने में लगता है वक्त.
He is right about that. Carrots will take much longer to cook than green peppers. Anytime that you're using any root vegetables, carrots, celery, potatoes, anything like this, they will take longer to cook, especially depending on what size that you cut them. The smaller you cut them, the faster they cook.
ठीक है, उसके सिवाय चाहे इंडिया हो चाहे चाइना, तड़का मारना बड़ा ज़रूरी है. और तड़के के लिए पहले जिंजर लिया, जिंजर के लंबे लंबे लच्छे काटे, उसको बारीक बारीक चॉप किया. गार्लिक ली, गार्लिक को बारीक बारीक चॉप किया. हरी मिर्च तो हम छोड़ नहीं सकते, तो हरी मिर्च ली, उसको बढ़िया से एकदम बारीक बारीक चॉप कर लिया. अब ये सारी जो तैयारी हो गई है तो दुकान आपके सामने हमने लगा ली है। और जो कटिंग चॉपिंग है उसके एडिशन में यहाँ पर रेड चिली सॉस, ग्रीन चिली सॉस एकदम गंदा वाला डर्टी, और साथ में सोया सॉस, वो भी थिक वाला, वो फाइन डाइनिंग जापानीज सोया सॉस नहीं, और साथ में वाइट विनेगर, उसके सिवाय नमक, शक्कर, ब्लैक पेपर, बाकी गॉड इज ग्रेट।
This recipe contains quite a few ingredients. You can make a very basic, very simple egg fried rice or just a fried rice, but I know that Chef Ranveer, a lot of his recipes look absolutely delicious, and this one is looking delicious. But it is something to think about, isn't it? I mean, Chef Ranveer is teaching everyone on how to make perfect basmati rice for egg fried rice. And in the egg fried rice video with Jamie and Uncle Roger, we use store-bought rice. You can cut corners to speed things up, but cooking rice is not a very complicated thing. Cooking it perfectly, though, takes skill.
तो फ्राइड राइस बनाने के लिए आपको चाहिए राइस और फ्राइंग। फ्राइंग मतलब तलना नहीं, फ्राइंग मतलब सौते करना, और इसके नाम में ही इस डिश का डिस्क्रिप्शन छुपा हुआ है, राइट। स्टर फ्राइंग जो टर्म है, यानी कि चलाते चलाते सौते करना, फ्राई करना, वो जो टर्म है वहां से आता है फ्राइड राइस, यानी कि स्टर फ्राइड राइस। धीरे धीरे क्या हुआ, स्टर हट गया, क्योंकि फ्राइड राइस इजी है ना, है ना, तो इसलिए फ्राइड राइस रह गया, मतलब है तड़के वाला चावल।
That is true. When making stir-fried rice, we are basically sautéing the rice. We're not deep frying it. We're shallow pan frying it. But the word sauté is a French culinary term that is now international. And like many other terms that we use in the kitchen, at least in the Western kitchens, many of these terms are French-based because of the old French brigade, escoffier. Every single term in the kitchen means a specific thing, and we have a lot of them. To sauté means to fry quickly or to cook quickly in a little bit of fat, or to fry hot and fast in a little bit of oil. So we're going to be pan frying. Deep frying is another thing.
जो चाइनीज है उन्होंने क्या किया, जो चावल बचा हुआ था वो बचे हुए चावल को तड़का मार दिया। इसलिए इस रेसिपी में चावल पहले से कुक होके ठंडा होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। कम से कम 4 घंटे फ्रिज में छोड़िए उसको, और उसके बाद फिर बनाइए। सबसे बड़ा चूल्हा और घर की सबसे पतली कढ़ाई, ये कॉम्बिनेशन याद रखिएगा। चाइनीज़ खाना बनाना है तो सबसे बड़े चूल्हे पे और सबसे पतली कढ़ाई में, क्योंकि ये जो खाना है ये बनता है मिलिट्री हीट पे, ठीक है।
I think I understand what he means by military heat. If you look at any professional Chinese kitchen and see the actual wok station, is amazing. I mean, seriously, the amount of heat that's coming out of any of these. And when you cook at such a high temperature, it changes the flavor of the food. You don't have to basically boil it. I mean, things will cook almost instantaneously. Or how Uncle Roger likes to call it, it has the wok hay. And this is something that you can get much easier with having a professional wok setup than not having one at home. You can still try to achieve the similar results, but it's a little more challenging to get that same flavor out of your food.
मिलिट्री हीट मतलब एकदम जबरदस्त वाली हीट। जिंजर, गार्लिक और हिंदुस्तानियत, आई मीन हरी मिर्च। इसके बाद गाजर, ठीक है। अब शक्कर, नमक बिल्कुल थोड़ा, नाम भर का, और ये अपना एकदम गाढ़ा वाला सोया सॉस। मुझे सोया सॉसी जो है वो बड़ी अच्छी लगती है अपनी राइस, इसलिए मैं ठोक के डालता हूँ सोया सॉस। आपको अगर ठोक के नहीं डालना तो मत डालिए।
Interesting that he's adding the soy sauce before we cook the rice, well, before we stir fry. It may be for the reason that, again, we're not using a proper wok setup and you can't get the same temperatures like you can with an actual wok station. But if you're not careful with adding the soy sauce early, you can burn it, and burnt soy sauce does not taste very good.
मैं जब गोवा में था ना तो नई नई नौकरी थी, तनख्वाह जो है बहुत कम थी, 99-2000 की बात है। तो कालंगुट फुटबॉल ग्राउंड के बगल में एक ठेले वाला होता था, वो जब फ्राइड राइस बनाता था ना तो फिर कोई ग्रेवी वेवी की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती थी, फ्राइड राइस के अंदर ही इतना स्वाद होता था ना, खूब सोया सॉस डाल के। ये जो है वही ठेले वाला चाइनीज़ है। मुझे सोया सॉसी जो है वो बड़ी अच्छी लगती है अपनी राइस, इसलिए मैं ठोक के डालता हूँ सोया सॉस। आपको अगर ठोक के नहीं डालना तो मत डालिए। इसको पकाना बहुत ज़रूरी है, सोया सॉस डाल के पकाना बहुत ज़रूरी है। कुछ लोग जो हैं वो चिली सॉस, सोया सॉस और जो कुछ भी चाइनीज़ में जाता है उसका घोल बना लेते हैं.
I like to add a little fish sauce to my egg fried rice at home. I don't use MSG, so I do add a little fish sauce to enhance the flavor. It doesn't smell very good, fish sauce. It stinks, but I'll tell you what, it tastes very good. Yum yum.
यूजुअली अगर आप सॉस बना रहे हैं, जैसे आप मंचूरियन बना रहे हैं, चिली चिकन बना रहे हैं, तो सब कुछ लें. सोया सॉस, विनेगर, ग्रीन चिली सॉस, केचप, जो कुछ भी जाता है उसी अनुपात में एक बोल में मिक्स करके रख ले. लेकिन फ्राइड राइस में नहीं. क्यों? क्योंकि फ्राइड राइस में ड्राई कुकिंग है और ड्राई कुकिंग में सोया सॉस को अलग से पकाना बहुत ज़रूरी है. इसकी जो ब्यूटी है, जो मोनोपोली है इसकी, वो है सोया सॉस का कैरेमलाइजेशन. सोया सॉस के अंदर की जो शक्कर है, इसीलिए गाढ़ा वाला सोया सॉस, उसके अंदर की जो शक्कर है वो शक्कर कैरेमलाइज होनी चाहिए, वरना आप बनाने जाएंगे फ्राइड राइस और बन जाएगा कुछ पंजाबी में कहते हैं अवड़ा सवड़ा, और आप कहेंगे.
So he is doing it for that reason. Now about this song that's playing right now, it kind of reminds me of going to the medieval fair when I was a little kid. I used to enjoy going to those medieval fairs a lot too. Everybody dresses up in medieval clothing. They have stations everywhere as well. And they have activities for the kids, and you can do a lot. They have food stations, they have falconry, they have shows, they have jesters. And my favorite station was throwing rotten fruit at a guy that's usually throwing insults at you. You get to throw fruit at him, or tomatoes in this case, because otherwise, well, cantaloupe would hurt, wouldn't it? But when I was little, I used to play baseball, and I got him a couple times. That was fun.
दूसरी चीज़, कोई भी चाइनीज़ खाना बना रहे हो उसके अंदर ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि सब्जियों का टेक्सचर बना रहे. टेक्सचर मतलब बाइट. ये सोया सॉस को जलाने वाली ट्रिक खास तौर घर के चूल्हों पे बड़ी काम आती है, क्योंकि जब आप स्टर फ्राई करते हैं कमर्शियल चूल्हों पे, जैसे हम बड़े बड़े चूल्हों पे अपने रेस्टोरेंट से बनाते हैं, उसमें इतनी गर्मी होती है कि सोया सॉस साथ में ही जल जाता है, चावल के साथ में ही जल जाता है. लेकिन यहाँ पर नहीं, क्योंकि जितना मर्जी बड़ा चूल्हा हो घर का उतना बड़ा नहीं हो सकता, राइट. इसलिए सोया सॉस को अलग से चलाना बहुत ज़रूरी है. उसके बाद ये हरी मिर्च और अदरक. और
He is right about that. Depending on where you live, I know that gas can be a little expensive because here, just here in Spain, the gas prices are very expensive. And having a wok station putting out that many BTUs, I could only imagine what the gas bill would be, and I don't want to imagine it. I really don't.
और साथ में हरी सब्जी. हरी सब्जी मैंने बाद में क्यों डाली? क्योंकि हरी सब्जी का रंग जल्दी खराब होगा.
This is what I say all the time with adding the greens later, because if you add them too early, they can turn brown on you, and that's not a good thing.
विनेगर, चिली सॉस ऑप्शनल है. मतलब डिपेंड करता है कि आपकी हरी मिर्च कितनी तीखी है और आप कितनी मिर्च खा सकते हैं. लेकिन ये जो ग्रीन चिली सॉस है एकदम देहाती वाला, वही यूज़ करना है. और इसके अंदर विनेगर होती है, इसलिए अगर ये यूज़ कर रहे हैं तो विनेगर अपना थोड़ा कम कर लीजिएगा. ब्यूट. साथ में वाइट पेपर पाउडर, सफ़ेद मिर्च वाइट पेपर पाउडर. अगर नहीं है तो काली मिर्च पाउडर भी डाल सकते हैं. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि सिर्फ रणवीर ने बोला है सफ़ेद मिर्च पाउडर डालना है तो हम बनाएंगे नहीं, अगर है नहीं तो वो बहाना भी नहीं चलेगा.
I would love Uncle Roger to review one of Chef Ranveer's videos because I think you would like them. I really do.
देखिए, आप लोग अक्सर कहते हैं कि रणवीर ये शेफ लोग जैसे टॉसिंग करते हैं वैसे टॉसिंग सीखनी है. एक टमाटर लें, एक कढ़ाई लें और बस इस टमाटर को बाउंस करके कढ़ाई के अंदर रखने की कोशिश करें. बस अगर आप ये कर लेंगे तो धीरे धीरे आप टॉसिंग भी सीख जाएंगे.
That is a good little trick on how to learn at home, because you do need to learn how to toss if you want to learn how to cook. You can use it with a lot of things, especially in the saute pan when you're flipping anything.
हरा प्याज और मेरा प्रिय मित्र हरा धनिया, उसके बगैर तो हम नहीं छोड़ेंगे. बिल्कुल हल्के हाथ से मिक्स करना है, चावल नहीं टूटना चाहिए. और अगर फ्लेवर प्रोफाइल की बात करें तो इसका जो बेस है वो जिंजर ही है. जिंजर और चिल्ली का बेस है. अगर आपको कम सोया सॉस वाला लाइट कलर का फ्राइड राइस पसंद है तो ये सोया की जो क्वांटिटी है उसको हाफ भी कर सकते हैं आप. मुझे वो कैरमलाइजेशन चाहिए होता है, एकदम एकदम हॉकर स्टाइल बोलते हैं ना हम, ठेले वाला फ्राइड राइस. ये रेस्टोरेंट जैसा फ्राइड राइस नहीं है. इस वीडियो का नाम होगा ठेले वाला फ्राइड राइस. रेस्टोरेंट जैसा फ्राइड राइस हम बनाएंगे दूसरे वीडियो में.
This street style vegetarian fried rice is looking very tasty.
मैं कौन सा कह रहा हूँ चॉपस्टिक से राइस खाओ आप. चॉपस्टिक से राइस खाना मुश्किल है, लेकिन ये राइस बनाना बिल्कुल मुश्किल नहीं है कि नहीं? तो बनाइए. और कभी कालंगुट जाएंगे तो फुटबॉल ग्राउंड के बगल में अगर वो भैया अभी भी रेडी लगाते हैं तो उनको बताइए कि उनके जो फ्राइड राइस में दम है वो किसी बड़े से बड़े रेस्टोरेंट के फ्राइड राइस में नहीं है. बाकी अगले वीडियो में आपको रेस्टोरेंट वाला फ्राइड राइस भी दिखा देंगे और चॉपस्टिक से कैसे खाते हैं वो भी बता दें. सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिएगा प्लीज. थैंक यू.
Well guys, we finally reviewed Chef Ranveer's video on fried rice, not egg fried rice, but vegetarian fried rice. And this recipe looks very tasty. As always, Chef Ranveer gives very clear, very easy to follow instructions, which helps you learn on how to make these tasty dishes. But there were a few ingredients that were interesting with this fried rice. Adding the oil to the rice for one, and also the vinegar at the end. But the cilantro though, I fully agree with this because I love cilantro. Absolutely love it. So guys, if you've tried this recipe, let me know your comments down below on how much do you like it and what you would change if you wanted to change anything as well. If you did enjoy this video, don't forget to give it a like, maybe a share as well. And don't forget to subscribe so we can reach our goal and make our own egg fried rice at home.
The next level kitchen where I'm going to be showing you some recipes full of tips and tricks, but more importantly to help take your cooking to the next level.
Take your cooking to the next level. Did Gordon steal my catchphrase? I used to say this in my early videos with YouTube. So, who knows? Maybe, huh?
And I think you know by now that I love an absolute challenge. So this is curry in a hurry. I'm here today to show you one of my favorite dishes, butter chicken. I actually went all the way to India, to the birthplace of butter chicken, to really understand what it takes to get this chicken curry absolutely right.
I haven't seen any of the videos where Gordon actually did go to India to learn how to cook like butter chicken and a few other dishes from India, like biryani and everything. But we should see some of those videos because I think he did enjoy that trip quite a bit.
First off, we're going to marinate the chicken. Now, you know I love a challenge, so I did say curry in a hurry. So let's put 15 minutes on the clock, please. Let's go. Right, first off, get that chicken, take off those little tenders, and just cut those tenders in half. Put them into your bowl. Get your breast, and literally slice it down the middle.
You can see that Ramsay here is cutting on 2 cutting boards. So why is he using 2 boards? I think he's using the first board because it's for the chicken. So he doesn't want to do like a little cross-contamination. And then he's going to take that away and then use the cutting board underneath. Or it could be that he just wants a little bit of extra height.
Depending on how much time you've got, depends on the size of the cubes, okay? So I want this done in literally 15 minutes. So literally cut them a little bit smaller.
Gordon's right about this. The smaller that you cut any product, such as chicken, veggies, and anything like this, the faster they're going to cook. And the larger you cut them, the longer they're going to cook. And also marinade, because it takes a longer time for the marinade to penetrate a larger portion, such as a larger piece of chicken.
If you're doing thighs, just cut the thighs into sort of 4 nice little bits of chunks. If you're doing legs, which you can also make that beautiful chicken with legs, then just literally keep the legs whole. Now, into the marinade we go.
All right, so if anybody saw that, normally when you handle raw chicken, you need to wash your hands thoroughly with soap and sanitizer and everything, and then dry them off, and then you continue working. Whereas Ramsay literally just touched his chef cloth and wiped his hands off. Normally in the kitchen you see some chefs do this. You even used to see Julia Childs do this in her cooking. She used to be handling raw poultry and then taking a chef cloth and wiping her hands off and touching everything else in the kitchen. This technically is cross-contamination. So I wouldn't recommend to do this at home just so you don't get sick, but this is technically cross-contamination.
Inside there, touch of salt, some pepper. And now this is where the marinade starts. Fresh turmeric, about a teaspoon. But again, just cook with your eye. Literally a nice teaspoon of turmeric. Cumin as well. Again, a little teaspoon of cumin.
Oh, so far this is looking a little better than Jamie's curry. Gordon is using a lot more seasoning than what Jamie was using in his.
Some ground coriander. And again, literally just cook with your eye. A nice teaspoon. In she goes. Cayenne. Sometimes you can use a really nice smoked cayenne pepper as well, and that gives it a little bit more sort of richness to the actual butter chicken. And then my favorite spice, which is a mixture of 16 to 20 odd spices, a fresh garam masala.
So Gordon is adding a few different ingredients such as cayenne instead of degi mirch, and cayenne can be quite spicy. So if you don't want this to be super spicy, you need to use a chili, even if you can't get it, but you need to use, say, paprika or something, sweet paprika that has that red color, but that's not going to be that hot. Also guys, if you see that my voice is starting to go a little bit, I lost my voice last week because I've been sick, so yeah, in the rest of the video my voice may, you know, disappear a little bit.
Get your yogurt and literally go in with 3 nice tablespoons of yogurt. That will help really marinate the chicken, and it will really start adding that lovely flavor.
Now the reason why he's saying that yogurt works is that they actually did a study, I forget which study it is, but you guys can look it up, is that the yogurt can actually penetrate the muscle fibers much more effectively than just, say, oil or other substances. So you see a lot of marinades, especially in Indian cuisine, with yogurt. And it does work. It's like, it really does work. It helps to tenderize the meat, but not just that, it helps to infuse a lot of flavor with it. So if you add a bunch of spices with this and you marinate it overnight, you'll notice a big difference.
From there, a little bit of oil. We put the oil in now, so as when we come to start cooking the chicken, it's already set.
He's adding oil to the mix now. It's kind of not necessary because when you go to, say, I don't know, go to cook this or anything, you're going to be adding oil to the pan. We'll see. Let's see the rest of the video.
If you could do this the night before, here's a little next level tip. If you marinate the chicken the night before, I promise you, it penetrates the chicken so well, it goes all the way through and literally stains the color. And sometimes you see in these old-fashioned Indian restaurants that they're using food coloring. The traditional way, as you know, is to marinate the chicken the night before, and it literally lifts up the flavor.
That means no 10-minute marinades like somebody we know.
I'm gonna let that marinate for about 10 minutes.
What? What he say?
Nice hot pan, as always. Get it nice and smoking first, and then I'm gonna start the sauce, the base of the sauce. Because it's a nice butter chicken, I like using red onion. White onion's fine, but red onion's less harsh than white, and so it really does give it a nice mild flavor.
In a lot of the butter chicken recipes that we have reviewed, they do use red onions. So if you can get them, use them. But if you don't have them in the house and you don't really feel like going to the grocery store, but you have all the other ingredients, it's not a necessity. You can use other onions.
We're gonna blitz this sauce, so don't get fancy with the little chopping. We don't need to. Just slice the onions down in half, and again, oil into the pan. And now we're gonna start caramelizing those onions. Generous with the grapeseed oil.
Now just keep in mind that this is a recipe where you do not add olive oil to the recipe. If you don't have anything else in the house, you can, but the problem is that olives, especially extra virgin, has a very strong flavor, and that can influence this dish. So unless you want to be following Jamie's recipe, don't use olive oil.
Onions go in. How long, please? 2 minutes gone?
3 minutes gone.
Thank you. A couple of cardamom seeds underneath your knife, little tip, and just bash them twice. And that just opens up and releases all that amazing fragrance from the cardamom. Cloves, leave them whole. And then from there, in we go.
This recipe is a little different. Ramsay's not using any bay leaf, and he's trying to caramelize the onions, which we saw in the previous video with Chef Ranveer, the very first one, that he said specifically that he did not want to caramelize the onions.
The color that you want in the gravy is not from the browning of the onion.
Then again, I don't know if Gordon is going to be adding any honey or anything like this, because with Ranveer's recipe, he was adding honey at the end to sweeten it a little bit.
Now, start cooking those onions down. Now, spread the onions up the side of your amazing pan, and that will start caramelizing really nice and quickly.
So what Ramsay is meaning by this is that when you have a wide pan, it's easier to cook the ingredients faster because there's more contact with the cooking area, the cooking surface. So he's cooking in more or less like a little bit of a wok, which, you know, the sides are a little steep. So if all the food is bunching in the middle, you need to kind of spread it out a little bit so it cooks, it has contact with the outer side of the pan. Otherwise, you're going to be steaming a lot of the vegetables instead of like sauteing. And here, like Ramsay is wanting to do, he's wanting to caramelize. So you need to saute, which means cook hot and fast in a little bit of fat, which is oil.
From there, your ginger. Just take your ginger, slice it into half. Again, we're going to blitz this, so don't get fancy wasting time doing all the chopping. And remember, when we're blitzing things and puring those sauces, we don't need to have that precision with a knife. We can be a little bit rough and ready. Ginger in, onions, ginger. My chili, I'm going to leave the seeds in because I want to up the ante with the heat. And if you ever do make it a touch too hot, a really nice tip is to add more butter. Okay, butter's a really good cooling agent and takes out the heat.
Gordon's right about this. Anything with a high fat content like heavy cream or whole milk, but butter really does help. So if you do eat like, say, a ghost chili or a Carolina Reaper and your mouth is on fire, instead of drinking a gallon of milk, you may want to take a little bit of butter and stick it in your mouth. Seriously, you may want to, because it will help to cool your mouth down. Not just that the butter is fat, but if the butter's cold, this also helps.
Leave the seeds in, again, and in. Now, that smell is delicious. Really coming together. And it's fresh and it's fragrant. And again, just get the back of the spoon and spread that up the side of the pan. Now, get your garlic, again. 3 nice cloves of garlic. In. Once those onions start to break down, this is when we're going to start adding a touch of richness now, okay? So, think about it. Onions, cardamom, cloves, garlic, chili.
Also another thing, whenever you have like a big cutting board like Ramsay does and you're cooking, this becomes a force of habit, is that you have your cutting board like right on the edge of the counter, and instead of taking a spatula or anything to move the ingredients from the cutting board to the pan, you take the pan off and you just push everything into the pan off of your cutting board. It's a lot faster to do this. If you have the space in the kitchen, this is a better option. With me, my little cutting board that I use normally at night, I don't need to do this. I can just pick it up and put everything in the pan. But if you do have the big cutting board, it's a much easier option than picking up the cutting board or taking a spatula or nothing. It's faster.
And now I'm going to start putting my butter into those onions as well. And that's going to really start getting this thing really nicely caramelized. Now, turn the gas up and start letting that caramelize beautifully. Now, as I start that process, with a little bit of fresh cilantro, I'm going to use the stalks for the sauce and use the tops for the garnish. So I leave the tops there, I take all my stalks and I go into the pan with all that beautiful goodness.
Right, so Ramsay's adding coriander stems right now. With Chef Ranveer, he did add coriander at the very end. Ramsay's also not adding any cashews to this. So if you are allergic to cashews, you know, this could be a good option to omit them. You just add more cream because the cashews have a high fat content, so they help thicken the sauce. But, you know, if you don't have an allergy to cashews, right now would be a good option to add them.
You can see it's all starting to come together. In there, I'm going to put a little touch of my garam masala and just a light dusting of garam masala. That's going to dry up all that fat. A little touch, again, of the turmeric. And I'm sort of just literally lightly dusting the onions, cumin, because I want to toast this spice in there now. And it's very similar to the mix that I put in with the chicken in the marinade.
I'm sure all of you are noticing that Ramsay today is really just winging it. He's not measuring anything. He's literally just cooking by eye.
And now, as you can see, that paste is coming up really nice and soft and caramelized, and it's starting to really smell delicious. Touch of the cayenne. So it's a similar sprinkling that I did in the marinade. And look, toast that now.
Ooh, this seems like it's going to be a spicy recipe. Ramsay keeps adding more and more cayenne to this. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be spicy.
Look what's happened to my onions. they've almost disappeared. They've gone into this nice, sweet, caramelized puree. In the pan, next to it, because this is a quick marinade and it's literally a curry in a hurry, okay, I'm gonna start cooking my chicken. I've got everything I need in there, the marinade, the yogurt, and the oil, and we just literally start cooking the chicken. Beautiful.
Quick tip, if anybody doesn't want to like clean a lot of oil and splatter around their cooktop or around their hob, then it's a good idea to use a deeper pan when sauteing any chicken or anything with a lot of oil and you need to like sear something. The deeper the pan, the less splatter and less spray you're going to have around it. That's the one thing about cooking that I don't like, is that afterwards you have to clean up.
Get a little bit of colour on all the marinade in there, okay? And this is where this curry really starts to take on a sort of a nice flavour on its own. But look at those onions and all those aromats there, the ginger, the garlic. Beautiful.
Well, I'll tell you what, so far Ramsay's not doing bad. Yeah, the recipe looks a little different than what we have seen, but so far I would have to taste it, but so far it doesn't look that bad.
Now, just squash down the chicken and just get that coloured. If you want to go up to the next level, you can grill this chicken separately and then add it in, but I like to put it in the frying pan, especially when we've got a full household and it's a curry in a hurry.
If you do have a grill, I would recommend doing it because that way it'll be more like a tandoori chicken, which you should be using, say, leftover tandoori chicken to make the butter chicken. That will add a nice smoky flavor to this, which is something that you need. And if you don't do that, or if you don't have that, you're going to be missing that element, that smoky flavor. So I'm curious to see if Ramsay is going to add a bit of a smoky flavor to this, like we have seen some of the Indian chefs doing in the previous recipes with buttered chicken. It doesn't take that much effort and is very effective.
And that chicken's already changed colour. And don't worry about the colour on the chicken now, that's what we want. A nice richness. Now, that's caramelised all the way down. Time for the tomato sauce. Okay, open that up and then get your tomato sauce in. Literally half a jar.
Ramsay's adding canned tomato sauce to this. Like seriously, canned tomato sauce. And if you look at this type of tomato sauce, it's like all tomato paste that's been added to a little bit of water and that's the sauce instead of actual tomatoes. It doesn't take that long to actually cook fresh tomatoes, so you just add them at the beginning of the cooking process and within less than 10 minutes, they're done. I would adjust this with the recipe. I wouldn't be adding canned tomato sauce to this.
Beautiful. Bring that up to the boil. As that starts to boil, then we're going to add our double cream, and this is where it goes up to another level. So it's a really nice, rich butter chicken.
And guys, just have a look at the consistency of this tomato sauce real quick. Like seriously, it's nasty. I mean, this is something that I wouldn't be using. Yeah, I would never use this unless we're remaking this recipe to test it. But personally, I don't buy this, not at all.
Bring that up, and you can see the colour. It's really starting to take on a really nice dimension. Now, look at the chicken. The chicken's roasting beautifully in the pan. The sauce is making headway. My rice is steaming. Turn down that. I just let that cook slowly there. You can smell that marinade. Absolutely delicious.
Ooh, scrapey, scrapey, scrapey. The Hexaclad pans are really good, but like any Teflon pans, you still need to treat them nicely. Now, I'm sure that you can use metal with them without really damaging the Teflon, but it's just a force of habit not to use and not to scrape a metal pan with a metal spoon. It's just bad form, bad habit. Then again, if you are a multimillionaire and the pans aren't yours, or if you don't really care, then it doesn't matter, unless you don't want Teflon in your food.
Like I said, the thigh, the drum, beautiful. When you're cooking with the breast, it's so much quicker. Now, before I start blitzing my sauce, I want to taste the flavour.
And this is one thing whenever you're cooking, you need to taste throughout the cooking process, not just at the end. It's very important. If you need a little more salt, if you need, say, more cayenne, if it needs to be spicier, if you need to add this, that, or the other thing. Because sometimes, you know, you can catch yourself, and instead of having like a bland dinner, you can make something delicious.
Needs a touch more salt. Needs a touch of lemon juice. And that really brightens up the flavor, especially with the richness of the cream and the butter.
Ramsay's adding lemon to this. I haven't tried lemon in butter chicken before, and we did see Jamie make with someone else as well a butter chicken that was a better butter chicken recipe, but we saw him add lemon with this.
If you can add a little bit of lemon juice,
And how much would you like?
that'd be perfect. Brilliant.
A lot of you guys were telling me with that video as well that some of you were saying it was okay, but then again a lot of others were saying that it's not. So let me know down below if the addition of lemon is something that's normal in India, depending on what region you're in, or if it's not, because I'm curious to find out.
We blend our sauce. We're cooking the sauce twice, okay? So, and this is where I get a really nice velvety color. Time, please.
There's nothing like adding a little bit of Teflon to your sauce. You know, just scrape, scrape, scrape constantly. It's a good thing Uncle Roger's not reviewing this video. Maybe he will. If any of you guys want to see Uncle Roger reviewing this video, be sure to send it to him.
Lid back on. Nice and slowly now because it's hot, so don't whack it up fast. Just nice and low, hand over the top, on, and just start that low. Literally 30 seconds, you'll see that nice, smooth, beautiful tomato gravy. Lovely. Now, take all that out on my pan. There's a nice thing about working with these pans. I'm going to put all that extra marinade in there because the sauce is going back inside here.
Hex-clad pans. These are like Ramsay's pans. These are the only type of pans that he seems to use in all of his videos. And I think he also uses them in all his restaurants too.
Now we got momentum. Turn that up.
This is the moment when you have the sauce that's super hot, it's in the blender, you're blending it, and you have cold cubes of butter already cut. This is the moment that you want to add them. That way, you can help emulsify the sauce and you can create a delicious sauce. And if you're using a Thermomix, I would recommend using that because you have a lot more control. Then again, Vitamix is also a good blender. If anyone from Thermomix is watching, I'd love a sponsorship. I won't say anything else until I get one, huh? But it's a good product.
Now, you don't have to do this, but it's a bit of a chefy thing. It's a tip. It's a really nice thing to do, especially to a beautiful, rich sauce. I like to pass this sauce literally through the sieve.
If you do actually pass this through a sieve, it does help the sauce. It helps make the sauce more silky, creamier, because you have all the little bits that you blended up in the blender before that. And unless you don't want that consistency, it's easy just to pass it.
It's got this really nice, rich, buttery flavor. You just take the back of the ladle and you just squeeze that round. And look, out comes this immaculate, velvety, beautiful, rich sauce. And the reason why I do this is I've got the sort of whole cardamom pods, the cloves. Now, you don't have to, but it's a really nice way of finishing that amazing sauce.
Do it. Yeah, it does. You'll see a big difference if you try this at home.
It's velvety, it's smooth, and it's the perfect sauce. I'll put my chicken in there now. Scrape all that wonderful flavor from those pans in. And look, you bring this together, okay? And now this is where I add the magic. A couple of knobs of butter, literally in there. And then back on the low heat.
So far, Ramsay hasn't added any smoke to this. Well, he also hasn't added any honey to sweeten it. Then again, he did caramelize the onions. Interesting. Well, let's see how this finishes, this video.
And then finally, get your lemon and just hit that with some lemon zest.
He's adding more lemon to this. Really? Lemon zest on top of the lemon juice.
And that's going to give it a really nice, fragrant finish. And it really does just absolutely finish off that chicken. Don't boil it. Turn the gas down. And it's really important, whenever you add butter into something, you never boil it. And a great tip is just to literally use your spoon and work that butter into the sauce.
Now, if anyone's wondering why Ramsay is saying never boil butter, it's the fact that you can split the butter. And that's not a good thing if you split the emulsion. So normally you want to keep it on low heat, below the boil. You can keep it hot, but you don't want to keep it too hot because otherwise it can ruin the sauce, it can ruin the puree.
And then finally, correct the seasoning. Find out where we are. Touch more salt, a little touch of pepper, and then get my fresh cilantro, slice it once through. I love the spice. I love the heat in at the end. And once that butter dissolves, it's going to come together as this beautiful butter chicken. 1 minute left. Right.
1 minute left, and Ramsay hasn't added any smoke, no honey, no Kira water as well. This is also another element that Ranveer added. But the smoke, yeah, that adds an element of aroma to this. Interesting. And of course, no cashews.
My rice is steaming. Take that out. And even if you're doing a wonderful dinner party, literally serving this with homemade chapatis. Delicious. That there is literally the most amazing butter chicken done. Beautifully done.
Huh, that's it. Well, it's a curry in a hurry, isn't it? So, I don't know, he left out a few stages of this recipe that I think could enhance it even more.
That is curry in a hurry in literally 14 minutes and 58 seconds. Motherfuckers.
Overall, if you just looked at the recipe or the finished product, let's say, it doesn't look like a bad product. Yeah, it looks good. It's emulsified, so, you know, it doesn't look like it's split. He was using chicken breasts instead of thighs, but it's a little hard to tell with all the sauce and everything. But, you know, this is also something that you need to take into consideration because you can overcook chicken breasts. There were a few other things. He didn't add a smoke element to this, which is something that you can add at home. I'm sure that Ramsay didn't do it because a lot of people in the West don't cook like this. So trying to add a smoking element to this may be a little difficult for some people to do. Okay, so this is one thing. And as far as the chilies, Gordon was adding a lot of cayenne, which cayenne is spicy. And depending on how much you add chili powder to this, it can make it very spicy. So if you don't want that, you know, you need to substitute it for like a sweet paprika or degi mirch if you can get that as well, but check it to make sure that it's not spicy. Gordon didn't add bay leaves, but he did add lemon to this. And I don't think I saw him add any cinnamon to this as well. And this is also another element that we have seen with, say, Ranveer's recipe, which is a delicious recipe.
बटर चिकन बना रहा हूँ भाई सबसे ज्यादा सर्च्ड रेसिपी पूरी दुनिया में पता है क्या है बटर चिकन और मुझे नहीं पता था तो मैंने कहा भाई अब इतनी ज्यादा सर्च्ड है तो कहीं ना कहीं तो रणवीर ब्रार को भी अपनी रेसिपी बतानी पड़ेगी ना So I'm going to do a butter chicken recipe like how I do it, like how I learned it. और उस्ताद गुलाम रसूल साहब से सीखी थी मैं आपके सामने पेश कर रहा हूँ उम्मीद करता हूँ आपको पसंद आएगी
Now, this was the very first video that we had ever reviewed of Chef Ranveer, and every single video that I review of his, the more I like watching his videos and the more I like seeing his recipes. One, he explains very easily for everybody to understand, very clearly, and he's also quite respectful. So these are some things that I like quite a bit about him and also his videos. Now, like he has done, we have also pre-prepped some of our ingredients. I have sliced up some of the onions as well as the tomatoes, and I put all the different spices that we have quite a bit, in different little containers, so well, it looks nicer for the videos.
तो बस एक पैन में सबसे पहले टमाटर, प्याज, गार्लिक, अदरक, देगी मिर्च, खड़े मसालों में थोड़ा लौंग, दालचीनी, तेज पत्ता और काली मिर्च, and then butter.
Right, so today we're going to be cooking with our Dutch oven. It's a little bigger and, well, it'll cook a little faster. Like Chef Ranveer, we're going to be adding a little bit of water into the pan. I'm going to be adding the tomatoes, the onions, and all of the other ingredients as well as the spices. Also, if any of you are a little sensitive to, well, chili peppers and you can't take the heat, if you do or if you are using degi mirch, I would taste a little bit before you actually add this much to the pan just to see how spicy it is, just in case, because you don't want to go through the effort of making this and then end up tasting it and it's way too hot for you. And if you're using cassia cinnamon, which has a much thicker bark to it, I won't go in about to the different ratios of the chemicals and everything, but in any case, it is a lot thicker. So if you cook with this, even after 15 minutes, you're not going to be able to really blend it up. So if you're using true cinnamon or Ceylon cinnamon, this is a lot better because it's a lot more delicate and the flavor is also a lot better.
हल्का सा टॉस करना है, कलर नहीं आना चाहिए. कलर आ गया तो फिर सारा काम खराब. Because the color that you want in the gravy is not from the browning of the onion. It's purely from the tomato and the degi mirch. Choti ilaichi.
Now this is the good thing about rewatching a video because sometimes you make mistakes the first time or you miss things as well. And the first time I thought he meant that you want to get some of the color from the caramelization of the onions. So basically you just want to cook this until the onions are translucent and the tomatoes are super soft. And then this a little later on in the video, but then we're going to be blending everything.
Butter chicken जो है ना, इसकी बड़ी सारी theories हैं और conspiracy theories हैं. The most common theory is कि भाई किन्हीं के यहाँ, I won't name, किन्हीं के यहाँ रात का तंदूरी चिकन बहुत बच जाने लगा तो उनको टेंशन हो गई कि भाई दूसरे दिन अगर मैं इसको तंदूर में डालूंगा तो बिल्कुल ही सूख जाएगा, तो क्या किया जाए. तो उन्होंने वो रात का बचा हुआ तंदूरी चिकन कई बार हड्डी के साथ, कई बार बगैर हड्डी के, एक टमाटर के सॉस में डालना शुरू कर दिया. और फिर बाद में उसको क्योंकि चिकन सूखा होता था, उसको रिचनेस देने के लिए उसके अंदर थोड़ी मलाई, थोड़ा घी बढ़ाना शुरू कर दिया, थोड़ा मक्खन बनाना शुरू कर दिया.
One other thing I like about Chef Ranveer's videos is that he always gives little tidbits or little history lessons in his videos, which, like this, if you didn't know the history of butter chicken, it is very helpful because butter chicken is a relatively new dish that has recently been invented and it's tasty. But there are many other dishes as well that are also very tasty. Indian dishes.
मैं अभी डाल देता हूँ पानी. पानी डालने के बाद थोड़ा सा बटर तो और बनता है ना. I mean, बटर चिकन है यार. डाल दे रणवीर, डाल दे. इस बार अलाउड है. बटर चिकन है ना.
Now, since this recipe, we have reviewed a lot of butter chicken recipes, and this recipe doesn't use that much butter, which is fine. It's totally okay, but I would recommend using unsalted butter, not salted butter. If you use salted butter, you can't control how much salt that you actually add to this. And like always, it's a good idea to taste as you're cooking.
So, ये base gravy. Once the base gravy is ready, we'll put our tandoori chicken into it. बचा हुआ तंदूरी चिकन जो ना वो इसमें डालेंगे. Ideally, पुराना तंदूरी चिकन सौते करके डाला जाता है, फिर वो धीरे धीरे ग्रेवी खींचता है और इंटरेस्टिंग होता है. But if you want to do a fresh chicken tikka, do a fresh tikka and then put it in it. But classically, butter chicken was always a way of recycling. And salt.
Now, like Chef Ranveer did, we added a little more water to this, as well as a little bit of salt. I didn't add as much as he did. The house has never smelled so fragrant. You can really smell the spices. So if you have a dinner party or a lot of people coming over, this would be a good idea to cook for them. Maybe double or triple the recipe because, you know, when people enter the house, they're going to say, oh, wow, what did you make for us? It smells so nice.
Butter chicken is not a historical dish considering हिंदुस्तान की जो खाने की रिकॉर्डेड हिस्ट्री है वो 4-4.5 साल पुरानी है. बटर चिकन अमूमन कुछ 60-70 साल पुराना है बिकॉज एक तो टमाटर बहुत देर से आया और दूसरा बटर चिकन इज़ द पोस्ट पार्टीशन डिश. दैट्स व्हाट दे से. पार्टीशन से कुछ समय पहले से ही शुरू हुई और क्योंकि माइल्ड थी तो इसलिए वो चिकन टिक्का मसाला का रूप लेके ब्रिटेन पहुंच गई. बट इट इज़ अ वेरी रीसेंट डिश इन द इंडियन culinary हिस्ट्री. और कई बार मुझे बड़ा अजीब सा लगता है कि ये कल की डिश ने इतनी सारी 5000 साल की हमारी खाने की हिस्ट्री को एकदम इक्लिप्स कर दिया. नहीं
Now for everybody that loves Indian cuisine, let me know down below what your favorite dish is. Is it something like butter chicken, tikka masala, vindaloo? Do you like samosas? Do you like another type of curry? There are a lot of dishes, yeah? A lot. Too many to list off.
Nice. तो कम से कम 15 मिनट, हाँ, क्योंकि 15 मिनट में जो है वो टमाटर बराबर से नरम होगा और उसके बाद ही it makes sense to blend.
Now, like Chef Ranveer has done, we have put a timer of 15 minutes on our butter chicken. And, well, for the next 15 minutes, you can do whatever you need. Maybe clean up a little bit and organize everything and relax. Now, the 15 minutes are up, and we're going to do like Chef Ranveer is doing. We're going to be blending our sauce into a fine little puree. You can use a blender if you have one at home, a Vitamix, a Thermomix, or any other type of brand that you have. Or you can use a hand blender. Now, one little tip, you don't need to do as I did. If your pan is a little wider and it's a little shallow, it is easier if you take this and actually put it in a deeper pot when you blend everything.
अभी ना इसको छान देते हैं, ठीक है? No rocket science.
Now, as Chef Ranveer is doing, we're going to be straining the sauce into another bowl with a little sieve, and I'm using a ladle since it's a little bit faster. You don't have to, but it helps. And like he is doing, we're also going to be tasting it. Well, I tasted it a little earlier as well, but I'm going to be tasting it again because whenever you make something, especially when you make something for the first time and you need to adjust the ingredients maybe a little bit, it's a good idea to taste. Otherwise, you won't know what you need to adjust and fix.
It's a good beginning, good beginning. लेकिन कहानी तो अभी सिर्फ शुरू हुई. कहते हैं ना वो आगाज तो अच्छा है, तो आगाज अच्छा है तो अंजाम भी अच्छा होगा. बटर में जैसे मेल्ट हो जाएगा वैसे हम शुरू करेंगे अपना प्रोग्राम. चिली, a little bit of coriander, हल्का सा उसको बस ऐसे उफान देके.
Now, you don't have to saute the chili and the coriander powder first if you don't want to, but it does help to bring out more of the flavors. We're going to be adding our sauce into this mix just like he did. And of course, we're going to be adding a little bit of cream. Again, taste it, and if it is a little too spicy, you may need to add a little more cream than what the recipe calls for.
उसके बाद मीठा करने के लिए बहुत लोग शक्कर डालते हैं, बहुत लोग शहद डालते हैं. I'm obviously on the shahad side of things.
And also, if you want to make it a little sweeter, then you can add a little more honey or a little sugar to it as well.
Again, a lot of people will put chicken tikka, but actually, बचा हुआ तंदूरी चिकन, इसको बस shred करके ऐसे करके डालना है इसमें. Just shredded tandoori chicken. This smells so good, let me tell you that. नहीं मैं अपनी तारीफ नहीं कर रहा हूँ, वाकई अच्छी है.
Now, before this video, I defrosted a lot of little chicken wings and drums that I had left over from all the chickens that I had cut up from, well, for using for stock. Then again, I do like chicken wings, so when I have a lot, I make some chicken wings, and I need to make another recipe. I have one, but I need to make another one. They're delicious. But in any case, earlier, I pre-prepped the chicken with some different spices and herbs and a little bit of yogurt, baked them in the oven until they were finished, chilled them, and well, I'm just picking them apart for this butter chicken as Chef Ranveer is doing. In any case, I wish all of you could actually smell what my house smells like right now because it smells like spices.
जो ये मेरा तरीका है, ये शेफ गुलाम रसूल का तरीका है. मैंने काजू हटा दिया उसमें से. लेकिन उसमें सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट जो वो करते थे, वो बिल्कुल गिन के एक बूंद बस ये जस्ट 1 ड्रॉप केवड़ा डालते. तो इससे क्या है ना कि केवड़े की कोई खुशबू नहीं आती, लेकिन the flavors get rounded up. So just 1 drop in like 3 portions. That's all. Quick cheat.
Now I have to admit that just to make this recipe, I bought a lot of spices and I bought some Kira water as well. And I've never used this ingredient before, so this was a new thing for me. And it has a very distinctive aroma to it, very distinctive. And like Chef Ranveer was doing, we've only added 2 drops to this recipe, and it does affect it.
Bas. Look at the shine now. Beautiful. One last taste. Very nice. Kasuri methi, toasted kasuri methi.
And earlier we also toasted some of the fenugreek that we were using today. Get a pan, heat it up, add a little bit of the fenugreek leaves to that, and once they start turning a little brown, turn it on low heat, and that's it. Let them cool down and nice and toasty. Now dried fenugreek does have a distinctive smell to it. It's a little hard to describe, but it does change, and actually when you toast them it does enhance the flavor as well. So if you don't do this, try it and you'll see a difference.
And we are done. बस एक चीज़ है, because बटर चिकन जो है वो तंदूरी चिकन से बनता है ना, तो उसमें तंदूरी नेस होती है, मतलब उसमें वो धुएं की खुशबू होती है. यहाँ पे वो धुएं की खुशबू है नहीं, बिकॉज हमने अवन वाले तंदूरी चिकन से बनाया. सो इन द एंड इसको बस वो धुएं की खुशबू देके और ढक्कन इसका बंद कर देंगे.
Now, for anybody wondering at home if you need to go through this step or not, it's not mandatory. You don't have to do it, but it is one of these steps that just adds a little more to it. Now, since I live in an apartment, I don't have a fireplace, and well, it makes things a little difficult if I want to use some firewood, some coal, and everything else. But in any case, I went to the store, I got some applewood chips. Applewood does have a nice smell to it. And since it wouldn't start, I decided to just stick one on the gas burner, light it up, and well, if the neighbors complain, so be it. It doesn't really matter. After I burnt the wood a little bit, I put that inside, put the lid on top, and after a few minutes, it smells delicious. And I'm sure the neighbors are gonna be knocking on the door pretty soon.
क्या ना वो पंजाबी बना पूरा नहीं होगा तो धनिया नहीं डालूंगा. धनिया डाल देता हूँ. डन है जी, ठीक है ना जी. तो मैं जा रहा हूँ, मेरे बटर चिकन डिनर का टाइम हो गया. यू इंजॉय मतलब बना के इंजॉय करोगे आप, नहीं? ओह, वेरी नाइस.
Even though that I have to put subtitles to be able to understand Chef Ranveer's videos, I enjoy them a lot. I really do. Now today we're going to play a little like he did. We're going to put a little bit of the butter chicken in a little bowl. I'm going to add a little bit of cream to this, not that much, and a little bit of fresh coriander. Time for the final taste. This is a delicious recipe, and I mean like delicious. A couple little tips when you're making this. Now, since this recipe doesn't have any cashews are very oily. They help to emulsify the sauce. And since it doesn't have any, the sauce at the end may be a little thin. If it is a little thin, you can add a little extra butter to help thicken the sauce to make it a little, well, creamier. Also, if anybody else is eating this with you and they can't take that spiciness, you may have to reduce that spiciness. So either one, you can add more butter, which will increase the volume, add fat, cream to it, or add a little bit of cream as well. It will dilute the sauce a little bit, all of the spices and the flavors. So, you know, you need to balance that out. If you have tried this recipe, guys, then let me know down in the comments below if you have. And also let me know if you would change anything as well. But to be honest, this is a delicious recipe. I am definitely going to be making more recipes from Chef Ranveer. Hopefully all of you did enjoy this video. This is the second cooking reaction video that we've done, and we will be making more soon. And I know one day we're gonna have to try Jamie's butter chicken, or his kind of butter chicken. Maybe not yet, but in any case, I know we will have to do that. But
सबसे पहले तंदूरी चिकन के मैरिनेट की तैयारी कैसे करनी है वो देख लेते हैं.
if any of you guys haven't seen our last review of Joshua Wiseman making some tandoori chicken at home, then you should definitely go check that out after watching this video, because Joshua even bought a tandoori oven to make that just for the video. He put a lot of work into it.
मैरिनेट के लिए हंकर्ड यानी टंगा हुआ दही बनाने के लिए एक छन्नी ले लीजिए. छन्नी के ऊपर एक मलमल का कपड़ा रखिए. अब इसके अंदर 3/4 कप दही यहाँ पर ऐड कर रहा हूँ. दही को ऐड करके आपको मलमल के कपड़े को इस तरीके से ले लेना है और हल्का हल्का एकदम लाइटली स्क्वीज करना है कि जितना आप पानी इसमें से निकाल पाएँ पहले वो निकाल दीजिए. एक बार इसमें से पानी निकलना बंद हो जाए, जो वे है वो निकलना बंद हो जाए, तो इसको छन्नी के ऊपर इस तरीके से रख दीजिए. जो एक्सेस पानी है वो धीरे धीरे निकलता रहेगा. लगभग आधे 1 घंटे के लिए इस तरीके से दही को रहने दीजिए. आधे 1 घंटे के बाद आप देखेंगे इस तरीके से दही जो है आपका एकदम चक्का बन जाएगा, एकदम थिक हो जाएगा और ये हमारा हंकर्ड रेडी हो गया है मैरिनेट के लिए.
For those of you who don't know what a muslin cloth is, some also call it a cheesecloth, we use these in the kitchen to collect fine particulates that we don't want in our stocks or whatever else we're trying to strain. So we do typically use these whenever we're trying to make something that's very fine, that we don't want a lot of debris in. But you can use muslin cloths for a lot of things. You can use them to make a little boutique garni if you want. So it contains all the herbs and the spices for when you use it. You can also use them, as he is doing here in the video, to hang cheese or yogurt or anything like this. They're quite versatile.
अब चिकन की तैयारी कर लेते हैं। यहाँ पर मैंने 750 ग्राम चिकन ले लिया है। मैंने आज लेग और थाई के जो पीसेस होते हैं इस तरीके के वो ले लिए। आप होल चिकन भी ले सकते हैं या सिर्फ चिकन ब्रेस्ट भी ले सकते हैं। अब ये चिकन के ऊपर हमको गैशर्स लगाने यानी कि कट लगाने हैं। तो आप सबसे पहले देखेंगे इस तरीके से लंबे यहाँ पर आपको थाई के ऊपर 2 कट लगाने हैं। तो 2 कट इस तरीके से लगा दीजिए। उसके बाद आपको लेग के ऊपर जो ड्रमस्टिक है उसके ऊपर भी इस तरीके से 2 कट लगा लेने हैं।
Now, for anyone watching that doesn't cook a lot and they don't know the difference between chicken breast meat and leg meat, the chicken breast meat tends to dry out a lot faster. So if you overcook it, it will be tough and it will be dry. With chicken breast, you need to cook it like perfectly. With leg meat, on the other hand, you can cook it for not as long as you want, but you can cook it for a little longer and it won't be dry. It shouldn't be, because there's a lot more fat and there's also a lot more flavor in leg meat.
ये 2 कट लगाने के बाद यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हो ये एक जॉइंट है। ये जॉइंट पे भी आपको एक कट लगाना है। तो इस तरीके से जॉइंट पे कट लगा दीजिए। उसके बाद यहाँ पर एक टेंडन होता है। ये टेंडन को भी आपको कट करना है।
In the last video, this is one of the few things that Joshua did not do. By scoring the chicken, it will allow us to marinate the chicken quicker, meaning the marinade will be able to penetrate the meat faster than it would if you didn't score it. And it will also allow us to cook the chicken quicker because the heat can easily penetrate the leg meat instead of it not being scored, and it will take you a little longer.
इस तरीके से यहाँ पर भी कट लगा दीजिए। ये जो कट्स हैं उसकी वजह से आपकी जो मैरिनेड है वो चिकन के अंदर तक जाएगी और जो जॉइंट और टेंडन पे हमने कट लगाया है उसकी वजह से आपका चिकन जो है वो थोड़ा सा जल्दी पकेगा।
That is one nice Japanese knife. I wonder what make it is.
तरीके से सारे चिकन को आप तैयार कर लीजिए। उसके बाद इसकी पहली मैरिनेशन हमको यहाँ पर करनी है। फर्स्ट मैरिनेशन करने के लिए चिकन में टेस्ट के हिसाब से नमक डालिए, 2 टीस्पून नींबू का रस, 2 टेबलस्पून जिंजर गार्लिक और हरी मिर्च की पेस्ट, 1 टीस्पून कश्मीरी लाल मिर्च पाउडर। ये सारी चीज़ों को आपको भी अच्छे से मिक्स करना है और आपको ये सारी चीज़ें जो है अच्छे से चिकन के जितने भी कट्स हैं, जितनी भी जगह है उसके ऊपर अच्छे से मसाज करना है ताकि ये मैरिनेड अच्छे से चिकन को लग जाए। पहला मैरिनेड आपने एक बार कर लिया है। उसके बाद इस चिकन को आपको आधे से 1 घंटे के लिए बस इसी तरीके से फर्स्ट मैरिनेड में मैरिनेट होने देना।
Now for this recipe being 2 marinations, and the first marination is about 1.5 hours to 2. If you don't have that much time, that's fine. You can split this recipe up, maybe and do half the work in the morning, allow it to marinate, and then finish it a little later on when you do have time. Because if you are in a bit of a rush, and well, for others that don't actually like to marinate for a long time, this can be a bit of a difficult recipe to make because it does require a little bit of time. Because the longer you marinate it for the chicken, the more flavor it will have.
कट्स जो मैंने आपको बताया जैसे लगाने हैं तंदूरी चिकन के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। उसी से वो तंदूरी चिकन का जो लुक भी है वो भी आएगा, फ्लेवर भी आएगा और साथ ही में आपका जो चिकन है वो परफेक्टली कुक भी होगा। ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो ये कट्स इसी तरीके से लगाना। साथ ही में तंदूरी चिकन की 2 मैरिनेड्स होती है। एक फर्स्ट मैरिनेड होती है और एक सेकंड मैरिनेशन होती है। पहली मैरिनेशन ऐसे बेसिक तरीके की होती है। इससे क्या होता है, जो चिकन के अंदर जो जिंजर गार्लिक चिली का जो फ्लेवर है, साथ ही में जो नमक है वो अच्छे से लग जाता है। जो एक स्मेल होती है चिकन की वो भी पूरी तरीके से निकल जाती है और फर्स्ट मैरिनेड लगाने से जो एक्सेस मॉइस्चर होता है चिकन में वो भी निकल जाता है। पानी होता है थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा, वो भी निकल जाता है और हमारी मैरिनेड जो है अच्छे से चिकन के ऊपर लगती है।
Normally when we buy chicken here, we go to the grocery store or the butcher's, and most of the time, especially in the stores, the chicken will be vacuum sealed in a plastic box. And when you open this, depending on how fresh it is, but it normally has a little bit of a smell because of all the gases and everything else that haven't been allowed to escape. Now that's one thing, but if your chicken is a little older and it starts to turn, it will develop a very unpleasant smell. Now you may try and wash that off, but if you still have that smell, you may want to get rid of the chicken and use something fresher, because that means the meat can be turning putrid and you don't want that. You can get yourself sick. It's just a good thing to keep in mind.
सेकेंड मैरिनेशन के लिए एक पैन में 2 से 3 टेबलस्पून सरसों का तेल ले लीजिए। अब इस तेल को हाई फ्लेम के ऊपर आपको जला लेना है। इसकी जो झांस है, पंजेंसी है, उसको ख़त्म करनी है। एक बार तेल में इस तरीके से धुएं छूटना जब शुरू हो जाएं, तब गैस को बंद कर दीजिए.
He is right about that. Mustard oil is pungent. Whenever you're going to be smoking oil, taking it up to the smoking point, when you want to get it super, super hot, just be very careful when doing this at home, because I have seen more than one fire in the kitchen. You have a lot of things going on, and you can easily forget that the pan is actually getting super hot and you have something else to do, and well, it catches light and that's it. So just be careful.
तेल को हल्का सा ठंडा होने दीजिए. एकदम भी ठंडा नहीं हो जाना चाहिए, गर्म ही रहना चाहिए. बस हल्का सा ठंडा कर लेना है. फिर इसके अंदर 1 टेबलस्पून कश्मीरी या देगी लाल मिर्च पाउडर डालनी है. फटाफट से स्टर करना है और इस मिर्ची वाले तेल को एक बोल के अंदर ले लेना है. ये प्रोसेस से तेल की जो झांस है वो भी खत्म हो जाती है और लाल मिर्च में से जो कलर है लाल वाला वो बहुत अच्छे से एक्सट्रैक्ट होता है.
Now, in the last video with Joshua, a lot of you guys did say that color dye is quite common to add, depending on obviously where you eat. Now, personally, I love Indian food. The other night we went to an Indian restaurant, not my favorite Indian restaurant here in Barcelona. The one that we do like is called Bar. It's a little expensive, but it's delicious food. But the restaurant that we did end up going to, you could see the color dye in just about everything.
अब इसके अंदर 1 टेबलस्पून जिंजर गार्लिक और हरी मिर्च की पेस्ट. यहाँ पर मैंने कश्मीरी लाल मिर्च को सोक करके उसकी एक पेस्ट बना के रखी है. इसके 2-3 टेबलस्पून यहाँ पर ऐड कर रहा हूँ. ये सिर्फ कलर के लिए ऑप्शनल है. 1 टीस्पून धनिया पाउडर, 1 टीस्पून जीरा पाउडर, आधा टीस्पून काला नमक, आधा टीस्पून चाट मसाला, आधा टीस्पून गरम मसाला, 1/4 टीस्पून भुनी हुई कसूरी मेथी, 1/4 टीस्पून इलायची पाउडर, टेस्ट के हिसाब से नमक, और जो टंगा हुआ दही हमने तैयार किया था वो इसमें ऐड कर दीजिए.
Another thing I love about Indian cuisine is the amount of spices that you use. We don't necessarily use a lot of spices depending on the cuisine that you're making, but we do use a lot of herbs, especially in French cuisine.
अब एक विस्क की मदद से अच्छे से आपको इस मैरिनेट को फेंट लेना है. आप अपने हाथों का भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. ध्यान देना है कि सारी चीज़ें अच्छे से मिल जाएं और इसमें दही की बिल्कुल भी गुठलियाँ नहीं रहनी चाहिए. एकदम स्मूथ टेक्सचर आ जाना चाहिए.
And if anyone can answer this, I would be curious to see what was used before the addition of chilies in Indian cuisine, because chilies today, you see them in just about every single cuisine in the world. I would be very curious to see what was used to achieve this color before this, with other dishes, with curries and with everything else. It'd be very interesting to see what was used.
तो आप देख सकते हो एकदम स्मूथ टेक्सचर आ गया है. हर चीज़ अच्छे से मिल गई है. अब इसके अंदर हमको वो तंदूर वाला स्मोकी फ्लेवर देना है. तो इस तरीके से जलता कोयला ले लीजिए, उसके अंदर हल्का सा घी डालिए और फिर धुआं आना शुरू हो जाएगा इसमें से. इसको ढक दीजिए. ढककर आपको 3-4 मिनट तक इसको ऐसे ही रहने देना है. जो धुएं का स्मोकी फ्लेवर है वो आपकी मैरिनेड में आ जाएगा और इससे हम वो तंदूर वाले फ्लेवर को रेप्लिकेट कर पाएंगे घर पर.
If you have the equipment, doing this little smoke infusion is a very, very good little trick. It really is. And if you don't have the little bell that he's using called le cloche in French, you'll see a lot of this used for serving and everything, serving platters and everything else. If you don't have this, you can use some clear film. Just drape it over the top of the bowl, make sure that it's tight so the smoke doesn't escape, and that's it. Easy fix.
तो 3-4 मिनट हो चुके हैं. ढक्कन को निकालिए, ये कोयले को भी निकाल दीजिए. इस स्टेज पर मैरिनेट को टेस्ट कर लीजिए नमक और मसालों के लिए. कुछ कमी है तो इसको यहाँ पर एडजस्ट कर लीजिए. और यहाँ पर हमारा तंदूरी मैरिनेट रेडी हो गया है. अब हमारा जो पहला मैरिनेशन वाला चिकन था उसको चेक कर लीजिए. आप देखेंगे इसने हल्का सा पानी छोड़ा होगा. इस पानी को आपको निकाल लेना और फेंक देना है. ये प्रोसेस आपने कर लिया. उसके बाद अब आप मैरिनेट लीजिए. मैरिनेट को आपको अच्छे से चिकन के ऊपर लगाना है. जैसे पहले मैरिनेट को हमने अच्छे से मसाज किया था चिकन के ऊपर, उसी तरीके से चिकन को अच्छी तरीके से मसाज कीजिए. सेकंड मैरिनेशन के भी साथ हर एक गैस्चर में, हर एक कट में इसको अच्छे से लगाइए. और एक बार आपने अच्छे से इसको कोट कर लिया है, फिर से आपको मैरिनेट करना है लगभग आधे 1 घंटे के लिए.
This is looking like a very tasty recipe for tandoori chicken.
अब कई बार क्या होता है, कई सारे शेफ्स भी बोलते हैं, रेस्टोरेंट्स में भी होता है कि चिकन को आपको 8-10 घंटे के लिए मैरिनेट करना है. अगर आप 8-10 घंटे के लिए मैरिनेट करना चाहते हैं चिकन को, जो कि बहुत अच्छी बात है, आप पहले मैरिनेट में जो जिंजर गार्लिक पेस्ट और साथ में नमक वाली जो मैरिनेट थी उसमें आपको 8-10 घंटे के लिए करना है. और ये दही वाला जो मैरिनेट है उसके अंदर आप सिर्फ आधा 1 घंटा ही करेंगे. दही वाले मैरिनेट के साथ अगर आपने ज़्यादा समय तक मैरिनेट कर दिया तो फिर से जो पानी है वो रिलीज़ होएगा चिकन में से. आपकी मैरिनेशन जो है वो ढीली पड़ जाएगी और फिर वो मैरिनेशन निकल जाएगी कुकिंग के टाइम पे. तो हमें नहीं करना है. तो ये चीज़ का ध्यान दीजिए.
He explains very well. It's a good explanation. If you don't have the time the following day to actually follow through with this recipe, you could marinate it, do the first marination the night before. And that way in the morning or the following day, you can at least finish the chicken if you do all the prep the night before. It's actually probably make your life a lot easier, or do it in the morning if you want to make it for that night.
ठीक आपको ये बता रहा हूँ कि इसको प्रेशर कुकर में कैसे करते हैं और साइमल्टेनियसली आपको ये भी बताऊंगा कि इसको अवन के अंदर भी कैसे आप तंदूर स्टाइल एकदम कुक कर सकते हैं। तो एक मेकशिफ्ट अवन यहाँ पर तैयार करना है, तो एक कुकर ले लीजिए। कुकर लेने के बाद उसकी जो रबर है और उसकी सीटी है उसको आपको निकाल देना है। उसके अंदर फिर आपको चेक करना है कि इस तरीके से एक प्लेट है वो इसके अंदर जा सके, कुकर के अंदर वो एक मेजर कर लो, एक प्लेट को रेडी रख लो और साथ ही में इस तरीके का एक स्टैंड है, आप स्टीमर स्टैंड भी ले सकते हैं ताकि हम इस प्लेट को नीचे से हाइट दे पाएँ। ये सेटअप आपका एक बार तैयार हो जाए तो कुकर को ढक्कन लगा दीजिए और 10 मिनट के लिए हाई फ्लेम पर कुकर को प्रीहीट कर लीजिए।
If you don't have the tandoori oven and if you don't have more of a European oven, this could be a very good little trick on how to make it at home. The one reason why I think he's adding the ring to the bottom of the pan is to give a bit of height to the chicken so it doesn't boil in its own juices. There's not obviously going to be a lot of juices, but there will be some, but still it's not going to be like a bland chicken because there's a lot of flavor going on here. You have a lot of spices. But it wouldn't be quite the same as the tandoori oven.
आपका कुकर प्रीहीट हो जाए तो इस प्लेट के ऊपर आपको चिकन इस तरीके से रख देना है। चिकन को रखने के बाद कुकर को केयरफुली खोलिए, इसके अंदर जो रिंग है उसको रख दीजिए केयरफुली और ऊपर से एकदम केयरफुली कुकर आपका गर्म होगा, इसके अंदर चिकन को प्लेस कर दीजिए, ढक्कन को लगा दीजिए और मीडियम लो फ्लेम पर अभी लगभग आपको 25 से 30 मिनट के लिए इस चिकन को इस कुकर के अंदर पकाना है। तो कुकर वाला मेथड तो देख लिया, अभी ओवन टोस्टर ग्रिलर वाला आपको मेथड दिखा देता हूँ। तो एक बेकिंग ट्रे ले लीजिए, बेकिंग ट्रे के ऊपर इस तरीके से चिकन को रख दीजिए। अब 175 डिग्री सेल्सियस पर प्री हीट किए हुए ओवन के अंदर आपको इसको प्लेस कर देना है और लगभग 25 मिनट के लिए इस चिकन को आपको इसके अंदर कुक करना है।
Now in our last video with Chef Ranveer, a lot of you also said that it's not very common to have more of a European style oven. If you can afford it and if you have the space, there are benefits to actually having this type of oven. For one, you can cook a lot more chicken at once instead of using the pressure cooker method. And if you can get an oven that's a convection oven, meaning that there's a fan inside that spins the air, it circulates the air around the oven, I would recommend getting one of those because it gives you an option to use the convection method, and some recipes require this, and the cooking times also change, especially when making, say, cookies or things like this.
एक बार 5 मिनट की जब कुकिंग रह जाए आपके चिकन में, ओवन की हो या प्रेशर कुकर की हो, आपको चिकन के ऊपर क्या है, बेस्टिंग करनी। बेस्टिंग यानी कि इसके ऊपर मेल्टेड बटर लगाना है। बटर लगाने से क्या होता है, इसकी सरफेस पे एक अलग सा टेक्सचर आता है और वो टेक्सचर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है एक अच्छे तंदूरी चिकन के लिए। तो अब लगभग 20 मिनट हो चुके ओवन वाले चिकन को डालें, तो पहले ओवन वाला चेक कर लेते हैं। तो इस स्टेज पर आपको यहाँ पर चिकन निकालना है 20 मिनट बाद। उसके बाद इस तरीके से मेल्टेड बटर ऊपर से ब्रश करना है। एक बार आपने मेल्टेड बटर इसमें ब्रश कर दिया है तो इसको फिर से आपको ओवन के अंदर डाल देना है और ओवन के अंदर डालकर इसको 5 मिनट के लिए लगभग आपको और कुक करना है।
This is a good little trick to get some like extra color on the tandoori chicken. Make it look a little more like it would look if you used a tandoor.
आप देख सकते हो चिकन के ऊपर कितना परफेक्ट टेक्सचर आ गया है, चिकन हमारा एकदम परफेक्टली कुक हो गया है। और इसी के साथ यहाँ पर 25 मिनट भी हो चुके हैं हमारे प्रेशर कुकर वाले चिकन को पकते हुए। तो यहाँ पर प्रेशर कुकर वाले चिकन को भी बेस्ट कर लेते हैं। आप देख सकते हैं चिकन हमारा कितनी बढ़िया तरीके से पक रहा है। इसके ऊपर सेम तरीके से थोड़ा सा मेल्टेड बटर लगाइए, फिर ढक्कन को बंद करके आपको यहाँ पर 5 मिनट के लिए और कुक करना है। अब देख सकते हो कितना बढ़िया तरीके से हमारा चिकन पक गया है। इसको भी निकाल कर एकदम केयरफुली आप काउंटर के ऊपर रख दीजिए। आपको दोनों चिकन कंपेयर करके दिखाता हूँ। ओवन वाला जो चिकन है उसमें एक अच्छा टेक्सचर आ गया है क्योंकि ओवन के अंदर जो ग्रिल फंक्शन होता है उसकी वजह से एक अच्छा सा वो चार्ड इफेक्ट आ जाता है जैसे तंदूर में भी आता है, लेकिन वो प्रेशर कुकर में नहीं आया है। लेकिन प्रेशर कुकर को भी हम इक्विवेलेंट बनाएंगे आज। वो टेक्सचर कैसे लाया जाता है मैं आपको भी फटाफट बताता हूँ, बस 1 मिनट में वो टेक्सचर आ जाएगा। इस तरीके से चिकन को एक चिमटे से उठाइए, गैस को चालू कीजिए और डायरेक्ट फ्लेम के ऊपर आपको इस तरीके से चिकन को हल्का हल्का घुमाना है। इससे क्या होगा, डायरेक्ट जो हीट लगेगी उसकी वजह से चिकन के ऊपर वो चार्ड मार्क्स आ जाएंगे और आपका वो तंदूरी चिकन वाला टेक्सचर भी रेप्लिकेट हो जाएगा। तो आप देख सकते हो एकदम वही वाला टेक्सचर आ गया है और हमारा प्रेशर कुकर वाला जो चिकन है उसको भी एकदम परफेक्ट टेक्सचर मिल गया है।
It's really nice that he gives so many useful tips and tricks in the kitchen. If you don't have a tandoor oven and you don't want to use either of these two methods, I would say that maybe using the barbecue or the grill could also be a good idea. It's not going to be cooking quite the same as it would in a tandoor, but that could also be another easy means, especially for anybody in the US. Back home, if you have a lot of space and a grill at home, using the barbecue could be a good method.
तंदूरी चिकन बनने के बाद बहुत ज़रूरी है इसके साथ चटनी कौन सी सर्व करते हो, क्योंकि चटनी का तो अलग ही मज़ा आता है तंदूरी चिकन के साथ। तो 2 चटनियाँ बता रहा हूँ आपको, बस 2-2 मिनट में फटाफट बन जाती है। कैसे बनाई जाती है वो देख लेते हैं।
Let me know, guys, what your favorite type of chutney is. Not just for tandoori chicken, but for anything else that you like to use it with.
चटनी बनाने के लिए 1 कप ताज़ा धनिया, आधा कप पुदीना, 1 प्याज, 3 से 4 लहसुन की कलियाँ, आधा इंच अदरक, 4 से 5 हरी मिर्च, 1 टीस्पून इमली, 1 टीस्पून गुड़,
Jaggery is cane sugar, if I'm not mistaken.
1 टीस्पून काला नमक, 1 टीस्पून जीरा पाउडर, टेस्ट के हिसाब से नमक, 1 बर्फ का क्यूब और थोड़ा सा पानी डालकर इसकी अभी आपको एक फाइन चटनी पीस लेनी है। जो बर्फ का टुकड़ा डाला है हमने, मैं हमेशा बताता हूँ कि इससे जो हरा कलर है वो काफ़ी अच्छा रिटेन होता है, क्योंकि हीट जो है जनरेट होती है मिक्सर ग्राइंडर में, वो नहीं होगी। तो आप देख सकते हो हरी चटनी को मैंने पीस लिया है, कितना बढ़िया कलर आ गया है और हमारी हरी चटनी रेडी हो गई है।
This is true, and this is a very good, helpful little tip. Anytime that you're going to be making sauces, especially like green sauces or purees, you may have to add a few ice cubes to your blender. More than once, I have made some broccoli puree, and if you don't cook it just perfect and then emulsify it in the blender while it's still hot, because it will not emulsify if it's cold, it will turn brown on you. And to fix this, you have to add spinach to give it some extra color, but if you add too much, it won't be broccoli puree anymore, it'll be spinach puree.
लाल चटनी बनाने के लिए यहाँ पर मैंने 15 से 20 कश्मीरी लाल मिर्च को डीसीड करके इनके बीज निकाल कर इसको सोक कर लिया था। इन्हें मिक्सर ग्राइंडर जार में ऐड कर दीजिए। साथ ही में थोड़े से धनिए के पत्ते, थोड़े से पुदीने के पत्ते, 1/4 कप इमली, 8 से 10 कलियाँ लहसुन की, 1 टीस्पून जीरा पाउडर, 4 से 5 हरी मिर्च, 1 टीस्पून गुड़, 1 टीस्पून काला नमक, टेस्ट के हिसाब से नमक, 1 टेबलस्पून तेल और थोड़ा सा पानी इसमें डाल दीजिए। सारी चीज़ों को आपको अच्छे से ग्राइंड कर लेना है। एक सेमी थिक चटनी आपको यहाँ पर पीस लेनी है। तो आप देख सकते हो हमारी लाल चटनी भी रेडी हो गई है। बहुत ही बढ़िया कलर आया और बहुत ही टेस्टी बनी है। लेट्स प्लेट आवर तंदूरी चिकन YFL स्टाइल।
One thing I have to say is the videography is phenomenal. I mean, if you just look at the entire video, but this especially, the B-roll is phenomenal. It's like Joshua, he does a very, very good job. You see the lighting, you see the videography, it looks beautiful, looks delicious.
ज़रूर ट्राई करो ये रेसिपी, मुझे कमेंट्स बताओ आपको कैसी लगी। Share this video with your friends and family. Hit the like button if you've liked this recipe. Follow and subscribe to YFL if you haven't yet. Have an amazing time with this beautiful tandoori chicken recipe at your home. Cheers.
If any of you guys have tried this recipe, then please let me know down below how good it is, because it does look very good. And hopefully you did enjoy this video, guys. Hopefully I added a little bit of value to this as well. And if you did, then don't forget to give it a like.
First, let's begin with the chicken. I have some chunks of chicken here.
I know it's been a while. I've been making too many desserts lately, but we're back at it again with our radioactive chicken.
Radioactive chicken. This is what I was getting in the comments when I posted my poll about reviewing one of his videos. Everyone kept saying to me, you know, James C is radioactive chicken. What do you mean radioactive chicken? And I was thinking to myself, like, what, radioactive chicken? Did he get this stuff from Chernobyl or something? Or are they giant chickens? They've been irradiated and they just grew super big.
They used to look green, now they're purple. I say it's a good development to the right direction. As you can see here, they're all bone-in drumsticks, so we have to take the meat off the bone first. I'm using my boning knife, but you can use any knife you have. We're gonna cut around the ankle first to separate the top and the bottom. Once the drum meat is separated, we'll make one deep cut along the seam over here. So this cut's gonna open up the meat and help us cut along the bone as closely as we can. Make sure you release the meat from the back as well. It should be pretty easy. Sometimes you can just pull it down.
So far it's doing good, and when you're deboning chicken, if you're using a boning knife, you don't want to use a very flexible one. You don't need it. You want more of a sturdy one. That way, when you're like taking the meat off the bone, you can also use that knife to scrape the meat off the bone. You don't want to leave extra meat. Also, you can save the bones and actually make a nice stock out of them.
Once you get to this lollipop shape, just cut against the bone while rotating it to minimize the waste. You guys might think that chicken's my biggest enemy, but my first job is actually butchering chicken for a cafeteria. So my left hand has years of practice at handling bones.
Doesn't sound like the place was very busy. Sorry, children.
So we'll do this repeatedly for a long time till all the chickens are boneless. And like any good meat, we have to pull the skin back to enjoy it. Also, a lot of other butter chicken recipes I saw on the internet require skinless chicken.
I'm adding in a little bit of garlic paste.
As you remember, we made garlic confit yesterday, so I'm just gonna crush some up.
Garlic confit, this is a good thing. And actually, this does save you time. So if you just make a batch ahead of time, you know, you can use it whenever you want. You can do confit with a lot of things. Confit means to cook under the boil. So you cook things very slowly in oil. Duck confit is quite famous, but you can confit shallots, garlic, potatoes, lots of other things. The important thing though is to not let the oil come up to a boil. If it comes up to a boil, you're not confiting it, you're frying it. And that is a completely different method.
Red chili powder and salt.
I mean, he didn't specify what type of chili powder, so I'm just gonna use a tablespoon of gochugaru.
Give it a nice mix.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, from the original video when I reviewed it, he didn't mention what type of chili powder to use, so he's right. Normally though, what you use in butter chicken to make it is digi mirch, or Kashmiri chilies, which if you're not careful, they can be a little spicy. A lot of the Indians that recommend using it say it's not spicy, but again, everyone has different spice levels, and at least in the West, not a lot of people are used to a lot of spice.
I also mixed in about 2 teaspoons of salt, wrap it up and let it marinate for at least 15 minutes.
Now let's start pan frying these.
Now let's start pan frying this.
So I'm taking some oil.
I'm taking some oil.
Now that the oil is medium hot, let's start frying these chicken pieces.
When the oil is medium hot, we'll start frying these chicken pieces.
Now that the chicken is almost done and ready, let's transfer this into another bowl.
This chicken didn't get that much color on it, so I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. So we'll just sear both sides quickly and transfer it out.
If you notice that your chicken is not getting a lot of color in the pan, it's either one, that the pan's not hot enough, or two, you're moving it around too much in the pan and you can't get enough color on it. So you need to let it sit if you want to let it get color.
It is absolutely made in the same pot. It's one of those which can actually be made in the same pot. You remember the word one pot recipe? This is one of those.
Just in case you guys didn't get that, this recipe can be made in one pot.
Is he using a Masamoto knife? I know because I have one, and I'll tell you what, they're beautiful knives. They're a little expensive, but they are very good knives. You just have to be sure because of this white steel that you take care of them, because otherwise they'll rust. And if you guys haven't seen my knife videos, which I reviewed both European and Japanese knives, then you should check both of those videos out because I did quite a bit of research.
Now the same pan in which we had cooked our chicken goes in the chopped onion.
The pan looks a little dirty, so I'm gonna go wash it off real quick. I was just kidding. Some of you cooking experts must almost had a heart attack. And once it's in, we'll start scraping because the moisture from the onion will help us release the fond.
The fond on the pan is like very important. So if it's not burnt, you want to save it, you want to use it. If you do happen to burn it though, it's one of those things that, well, you may have to make the judgment call and toss it and then to start over again, or to just go without, because it can add a very bitter flavor to your dish.
And since it's butter chicken, we're going to add in a spoonful of butter.
1 spoonful of butter seems a little underwhelming to name a dish after it. Once the butter's in, we'll just keep stir frying the onions till it's soft and golden.
Next goes in roughly cut tomatoes.
Next goes in the returning star of the channel, canned tomatoes.
What? Canned tomatoes to make butter chicken? Oh, this reminds me of Gordon Ramsay's like instant butter chicken recipe. I mean, if you're in a pinch and you have to use canned tomatoes, okay, but it's going to change the flavor and it's going to change the color of the final product. Not to mention, he's using what it looks like San Marzano tomatoes, which, hey, San Marzanos are not cheap. They're the good ones from Italy.
And along with this, we're going to add in some cashew nuts.
My household's a little low on nuts. I only have donuts, coconut, and walnut, so I'm gonna go with walnuts.
I should have asked Jamie for a few nuts because he has plenty.
Emotional, damn it!
Now goes in the garlic paste.
A couple more cloves of garlic confit.
Some salt.
Some salt.
Malt vinegar.
2 tablespoons of distilled vinegar. It's such a versatile ingredient. You can use it to clean your toilet, make mayonnaise, or just add some acidity to your stew.
To be honest, this recipe is a little different than Chef Ranveer's, which in his recipe doesn't add vinegar. But malt vinegar is from barley, so it's a bit different than distilled vinegar. Distilled vinegar is basically purified vinegar. It can be made from vodka, it can be made from barley, it can be made from wine.
Some sugar.
4 tablespoons of sugar may seem like a lot, but that's what the recipe says.
Garam masala powder.
Half a teaspoon of garam masala.
And some red chili powder.
To ensure that the existence of my anus doesn't get alarmingly intense later, I'm just gonna use a little bit of paprika.
Now, if any of you have ever had a curry before, you notice that it burns twice. It burns when it goes in, and it burns on the way out.
It's coming out of me like lava!
But look on the bright side, it cleans your system out, doesn't it?
I'm going to evenly mix this.
And evenly mix it.
We're going to let this mixture simmer for at least 15 to 20 minutes till the time the entire thing becomes nice and mushy.
We'll add a little bit of water because it's getting a little too thick and let it simmer for at least 20 minutes. At the moment, it kind of looks like a really horribly made tomato soup with nuts in it.
Now, when you're cooking with fresh tomatoes, you need to cook them, so it will take about 10-15 minutes, depending on how big you cook the tomatoes. Whereas if you're using canned tomatoes, it doesn't need to cook that long. He is right about that, though. It is looking a little more like tomato soup than it is butter chicken.
Transfer this into another container. Now this container is where I'm going to use a hand blender and churn it into a fine puree.
This is what it looks like after 20 minutes. I don't have a hand blender, so I'm gonna use my tiny smoothie blender. Like many things, it's not the size that matters, it's the power.
It's not the size, mate. It's how you use it.
So while sieving this mixture, we have to make sure we press as much as we can so that there is absolute minimal wastage.
We're gonna have to sieve this mixture as we blend, and as a master of the craft, I'm gonna show you how to multitask.
Good, huh? Multitasking in the kitchen is important. Normally, you don't just work on one thing at a time. Normally, you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe more things going on at any given time, and having to manage everyone, and then, well, it can get quite busy and stressful. Now, if you wanted this to go faster, I would actually suggest using a ladle, because the back end of the ladle will push the sauce through a lot quicker than just a little spoon. You have more surface area.
And what we have here is nothing but the seeds and the skin of the tomatoes.
This is taking a really long time, and I can't even beat it on the couch. So I'm gonna put it on a time lapse, just in case you guys question the legitimacy of this process. We're finally done. That took me about 20 minutes just to blend things up. I'm thinking about getting a bigger mixer. Should I start buying kitchen equipment, or do you guys still enjoy watching me struggle? Let me know in the comments.
Nah, it's more fun to see you struggle. That way we can have a bit of a laugh. Although no, I mean, if you don't have the necessary equipment, it can be a pain in the kitchen, and sometimes you have to make do with what you have, but it does help having the correct ingredients and the correct equipment to be able to use those ingredients. Like a Thermomix right now would be fantastic.
First goes in the butter.
So we put it back in the pan and heated it up, and now it's time to add about 5 tablespoons of butter.
Next goes in some cream.
And 2 tablespoons of heavy cream. It's starting to feel like the real thing.
Next goes in the chicken.
And finally we'll add back in the chicken. I'm gonna keep stirring it constantly to make sure the butter emulsifies well.
Now, if you are going to be making butter chicken, it is a good idea to maybe shred the chicken up before you actually add it back into the pan instead of leaving it in whole pieces. Well, if you don't mind having whole pieces, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. But if you do shred it up, wow, it makes the entire experience a lot better.
Now finally goes in the crushed methi.
So after simmering for 7 minutes, our butter chicken's done.
That's it. He forgot to add the fenugreek. This is one herb that it is quite important to actually add it to the butter chicken. Yeah. So if you can add fenugreek, add it. If you can't get it, try to find it online. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. It's readily available in any like Indian store.
Now let's start plating.
Before we plate, I just think it feels kind of wrong to have butter chicken without garlic naan, so we're gonna make some of that too. I found a great tutorial video in Hindi, but no need to worry, you already know how great I am with foreign languages. I will translate every sentence for you.
और स्पेशली गार्लिक प्लस बटर का एडिशन नान को बना देता है और भी ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग.
So we're making garlic plus butter on naan, and it's gonna be very interesting.
Now, if anyone down below that speaks Hindi, can you let me know if that's actually what she said in her video? Because if it is, good job.
सिंपल जैसे हम घर में आटा लगाते हैं वैसे ही हम लगाएंगे आटा, लेकिन थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट करेंगे इस आटे को.
We're making half of our recipe, so 1 cup of all-purpose flour.
और अब इसमें नमक डाल देते हैं.
1 teaspoon of salt.
चपाती बनाते हुए डालते हैं. साथ में इसमें जा रहा है 1 चम्मच.
And a teaspoon of sugar.
आधा कप दही.
So curd means yogurt, and I only have Trader Joe's non-fat yogurt, and I'm gonna use a 1/4 cup of it.
2 tablespoon oil.
Did I just hear English? Also, we're using the garlic oil from the garlic confit video.
I saw him adding a little more oil there. Naughty, naughty.
साथ साथ इसमें जा रहा है ये 1/2 टीस्पून बेकिंग पाउडर.
Okay, I definitely just heard English.
और 1/4 टीस्पून इसमें जा रहा है बेकिंग सोडा.
So 1/8 of baking soda. This is like a K-pop song. You never know the English is gonna pop up.
उसके अलावा अब गार्लिक नान बना रहे हैं तो ऑब्वियसली हम इस्तेमाल करेंगे लहसुन का. तो मैंने 4 से 5 या लहसुन की कलियां ली हैं. बस इस तरीके का ग्रेटर ले लें.
So we're just gonna chop up a few cloves of garlic, and also this lady's hands are made of steel. She rubs her hand aggressively against the microplane.
लहसुन का तो मैंने 4 से ग्रेटर ले लें आप.
Now, if you have a microplane, you could skip all that hassle. It's a lot easier and it's a lot faster.
लगता है जब आटे में हम उसे गूंद लेते हैं.
Well, the instruction says half, but we're just gonna put everything in it.
तो बस अब हमें कुछ नहीं करना है, बस हल्का गुनगुना पानी लेना है आपको और उससे ये आटा लगाएंगे आप, तो बिल्कुल सॉफ्ट आपका आटा लगकर हो जाएगा तैयार.
So this is what the mixture currently looks like, and we're gonna add lukewarm water to it as we need till it forms a smooth dough. Alright, I think this is smooth enough. Kinda looks like a fossilized dinosaur turd. I'm gonna go wash my hands.
Complicated नहीं है, बहुत ही easy है. बस ढक के 15 मिनट तक इसको रख देते हैं इस तरीके से साइड में.
So we'll cover it up and set it aside for 15 minutes.
Ah, he also shops at Costco. This is nice. If any of you don't know what Costco is another grocery store, but it's all bulk. So you buy the membership, you enter Costco, you can buy everything in bulk, usually at a discounted price because it's bulk. And, well, there is one in Madrid. I wish there was one here in Barcelona because I'll tell you what, I'd shop at Costco if there was one here. I really miss it.
तो एक पोर्शन मैंने ले लिया है, इसको हल्का सा ड्राई फ्लावर में लपेट के और इसको अब हम बेल रहे हैं.
After 15 minutes, we'll take out a little ball and stretch it into a circle.
नहीं तो नहीं बेले तो आप राउंड भी बेल सकते हैं, नान ही है.
I'm gonna skip on the garlic and the herbs and only do sesame. You'll see why in a second.
फिर से एक बार बेलन चला देते हैं ताकि सब चीजें चिपक जाएं इस पे.
We'll press the sesame seeds into the dough with my rolling pin and make it nice and flat.
Well, this is a smart idea. You just want to be careful not to do this around anything that there's an open flame because, you know, you could have a bit of an issue. But normally when you don't have a rolling pin in the kitchen, actually using the cling film, the saran wrap, this is an option. You can just use that. It's easy. Or you could use the little gas canister. It's up to you.
तो बस पानी जो है इसमें एक तरीके से गोंद का काम एक्ट करता है, जैसे कि glue.
We'll flip it over and wet the other side with some water with our hands. And I heard she said it's gonna turn into a glue.
उसी कॉन्सेप्ट को हम तवे पे कन्वर्ट कर रहे हैं.
And then we'll put the wet side on a dry, hot pan.
Nice job, team.
आयरन स्किलेट का इस्तेमाल कर रही हूँ और जैसे ही आप देख सकते हैं इस पे बबल्स आ गए हैं अब.
So we'll let it cook on medium heat and wait for the bubbles to appear.
Now this actually looks like a pretty simple, straightforward recipe to make naan. Now, if you have the money, you can do what Joshua Weissman did by actually getting a tandoori oven and making his naan in the oven. But, well, obviously that costs a lot of money and you have to try to find a place for it and everything. Making it like this at home is a lot easier.
उलट दे तवे के साथ ही. तो तवे के साथ उलटने में क्या हो रहा है?
So now we'll flip the pan over to cook the naan on open fire, just like a traditional tandoor.
Now, how many of you do you think that the naan is going to drop? I think it's going to drop. I don't think it's going to stick. Let's see. If I'm right, you need to hit the like button. Oh! Yep, it dropped. Now, hit the like button.
If open fire is what we're looking for, problem can be easily solved.
He's using a torch. Good idea. You would be surprised at how versatile a torch actually is in the house. It's not just for making like creme brulee or crema catalana. You can use it for everything just to get a little bit of color.
तो गर्मा गर्म नान तैयार है इसके ऊपर इसी टाइम पे मैं लगा रही हूँ मक्खन
So this is why I didn't put garlic and herb earlier. I'm gonna brush on this garlic confit butter with parsley. I'll show you how to make it tomorrow.
Oh, this is good. He actually made compound butter. Now this is good. Good thing this isn't an Adam Ragusia's recipe, because otherwise he would have made the naan, buttered the board, and then been rubbing the bread on the board to butter the naan.
No! God, please, no!
Here I have both elements ready. As you can tell, it's already nighttime, so let's get to plating.
Now finally goes in some fresh cream and some kasuri methi.
So we'll ladle the chicken and the gravy in. I don't know what that leaf is, so I'm gonna use some parsley. Finally, we'll add on a spoonful of cream to give it that little swirly look. Okay, is it just me or is this looking really ugly? I feel like the cream shouldn't be pooling at the edge of the bowl like that. I'm gonna take some more gravy to try to cover it up. Hopefully it looks better that way.
Well, in the end, you have to admit, it still looks better than Jamie's, doesn't it? If you haven't seen our review of Jamie Oliver's Kinda Butter Chicken, then you should see our review of it and our remake. We remade the recipe. And I'm not going to tell you anymore because otherwise you won't see the video.
Okay, of course somehow I made it look worse. It was fine before. I'm just gonna destroy the design because I feel like the cream is holding us back. It's funny because usually I have to hold the cream back. So we'll re-garnish the bowl with parsley. This way it looks much better than before. Holding this in my hand, I'm realizing that this is actually just a bowl of heavily spiced tomato soup with a side of bread. The overall appearance of these two dishes indicates success, but I have to post it on Instagram to find out.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass it like Stockton.
Oh, look at this one comment. The naan looks like it barely escaped a burning building. It does, doesn't it? Kind of looks a little burnt.
Seems like a lot of you are having trouble with the naan, so we're gonna start with tasting the butter chicken. This is definitely one of the more time-consuming dishes on this channel, so let's give it a taste and rate it 1 through 10.
What happened to his fork? I mean, just look at it. Look how bent it is. You can barely pick anything up with it. Well, now see, this is the downside of not being able to see his face. We can't tell if he liked it or not. I'm wondering if he's gonna be more honest. Let's see.
Before we get to the music scene, I'm gonna give the naan a sound check with my teeth.
Ooh, crispy. Up close shot, good.
I was gonna use one of my favorite Indian songs, but I'm afraid that T-Series is gonna get all up on my ass with those copyright strikes, so I had to go with the good old Justin clip. Also, this chicken is explosively juicy and tender. I'm starting to think that it's raw, so I'm just cutting open the thickest piece to double check, and it looks like we're in the safe zone.
The chicken looks more than cooked, it's fully cooked. Jack, on the other hand, his chicken didn't look cooked at all. And if you haven't seen Cooking with Jack and his McCormick's chicken, you should see our review of it. It's something else. It's hard to describe.
It's sad that the naan didn't puff up, but at least it's crispy and very flavorful too. And the butter chicken is creamy, rich, and spicy. Personally, I think this is the best butter chicken I've ever had. But again, I don't have Indian food as often as I should. My Indian friend's mom told me that Indian food's supposed to be had with your hands because the utensil messes with the taste of the food. And I fully believe that. So I learned that you can use the bread as a utensil to deliver meat and gravy into your mouth. I also developed my own technique of eating curry with my hand. Check this out.
Just use finger.
Pretty authentic, right? Let me know what you think in the comments.
This is true. Uncle Roger, he always says this. Use your finger.
Anyways, today I'll give the butter chicken an 8.8 out of 10 and the naan a 7 out of 10. I'm extremely intrigued by the methods and ingredients of Indian cuisine, so you'll be seeing that a lot more on this channel now.
Well, that was an interesting video. Our very first review of Future Canoe. I think he did pretty good. Obviously, it's not quite the same with the tomatoes, with using the walnuts, because he had to substitute. Overall, not bad. And if Future Canoe, you see this review, then let me know what you think of my review of your remake of the butter chicken. Oh, now it's going to get complicated, isn't it? See who else reviews this video. Let's get started.
आप अगर ये सोच रहे हैं कि रणवीर क्या बना रहा है, रणवीर वही बना रहा है जो आपके घर में 30 मिनट में पहुंच जाती है। आप उसको ऑर्डर कर देते हैं, 30 मिनट में पहुंच जाती है। गैस कर लिया होगा ना? या फिर वो हमेशा आप बहाना मारते हैं ना, अरे नहीं हम तो नहीं बना सकते, हमारे घर में तो ओवन नहीं है। पिज्ज़ा बगैर ओवन के पिज्ज़ा बनाते हैं जी, ठीक है ना?
I do have to admit that this is the first time that I'm actually making a pizza without an oven. Normally you make a pizza in an oven. In the professional kitchens, you have specifically pizza ovens, ovens that are designed to get very hot, but very hot, either with wood, gas, or electric, that can cook a pizza in literally just a few minutes. And this does also affect the flavor. This is why sometimes you can't replicate that same flavor that you can get with an actual pizza oven, kind of like the wok hay that Uncle Roger talks about that you can get with a professional setup compared to a home kitchen.
अब जो मॉडर्न पिज्ज़ा है, आज का पिज्ज़ा जिसे हम पिज्ज़ा के तौर पे जानते हैं, उसकी इजाद कहते हैं 1889 में हुई। एक शेफ़ थे राफेल एस्पोसितो, और उन्होंने ऑब्वियसली नेपल्स के थे, वो साउथ ऑफ इटली के थे, और उन्होंने रानी को खुश करने के लिए इटली के 3 रंग का पिज़्ज़ा बनाया। लाल होता है, सफ़ेद होता है, हरा होता है, और लाल सफ़ेद हरा उन्होंने जो पिज़्ज़ा बनाया वो पिज़्ज़ा मार्गरीटा, क्योंकि क्वीन मार्गरीटा थी उनके नाम से फेमस हो गया। तो आज भी मार्गरीटा पिज़्ज़ा इज़ स्टिल कंसिडर्ड द ओल्डेस्ट पिज़्ज़ा और द फर्स्ट पिज़्ज़ा टू बी एवर इन्वेंटेड। और जो जनाब थे जिनका नाम हमें याद रखना चाहिए, 1889, राफेल एस्पोसितो। So Mr. Esposito, thank you very much.
I would like the chance to meet Chef Ranveer one day. I really do enjoy his videos. Also, I almost forgot, if you do want to make this recipe along with Chef Ranveer and I, then stop the video, get all the ingredients sorted, and, well, work as we're, well, working along following Chef Ranveer with this video. Now, I have previously reacted to this video, and if you'd like to see that video, I will leave the link down below because it is a good review, and this was made not that long after I had visited Naples.
पिज़्ज़ा बनाने के लिए हमको चाहिए मैदा और सब्जियाँ। ये मैदा है जिसमें 30% मैंने आटा मिलाया हुआ है, इसके अंदर थोड़ा नमक डाला हुआ है, और साथ में बेकिंग पाउडर, बेकिंग सोडा है। अगर आपके पास समय है तो रात में ईस्ट डाल के खमीर लगा के छोड़ दें, लेकिन अगर मेरी तरह तुरंत आपको आइडिया आते हैं लास्ट मिनट कि चलो पिज़्ज़ा खाएं, तो बेकिंग सोडा, बेकिंग पाउडर आपके पास होना चाहिए, ठीक है? एक सुंदर सी कटोरी में बेकिंग सोडा, बेकिंग पाउडर, तेल डाल के मिक्स करना है।
Now, just like Chef Ranveer, we have weighed and measured out all of our ingredients beforehand. And if you're going to be measuring flour, he has his recipe in cups and tablespoons and teaspoons. It is a better idea to actually weigh the flour, because if you don't, you can compact it. Also, when you're weighing out the flour, it is a good idea to sieve your flour before you use it. If you don't sieve the flour, you can get compacted little bits of flour, and it's just a good idea to get rid of those so you have a better consistency when you make the dough.
ये गया दही भी, ये गया पानी, और ये गया हमारा घोल बेकिंग सोडा, बेकिंग पाउडर का, और ये थोड़ा पानी और डाल के एक पतला सा डो बनाना है। ये देखिए बिल्कुल ऐसा, देख रहे हैं ना आप? डो जो है वो रनी होना चाहिए, अगर रनी नहीं होगा तो मज़ा नहीं आएगा। रनी मतलब बहता हुआ। अब ये जो रनी डो है ना, जो बहता हुआ डो है, इसको हल्का सा रेस्ट करेंगे, और जब तक ये रेस्ट हो रहा है अपने पिज़्ज़ा की सब्जी काट लेंगे।
Now, since we're not going to be using yeast, this is going to be a much quicker process than it would otherwise be. Baking soda is pure sodium bicarbonate, and baking powder, on the other hand, is sodium bicarbonate and then another type of acid, like cream of tartar. And if you don't have curd, if you're wondering on what to substitute, today I substituted with a little bit of Greek yogurt, and I thinned it out with a little bit of whole milk. Now, when mixing everything together, just keep in mind that he doesn't give a ratio for how much water, so you need to eye this. Just mix it a little bit, and you want it a little tacky. Then again, you also need to work the dough a little bit to mix it to be able to work the gluten. Also, if you notice, I don't think he has added that much, if any at all, whole wheat flour, so it's not a mandatory thing, you don't have to. However, if you do add it, it will change the flavor a little bit.
डन। अभी एक पैन में ऑलिव ऑयल या कोई भी ऑयल, बटर नहीं डालना यहाँ पे जी। बहुत कम बोलता है रणवीर ब्रार के बटर मत डालना, इसलिए प्लीज़ बटर मत डालना।
Now we're going to do as he's doing and letting our dough rest off to the side for a little bit. I'm just going to cover it with my chef's cloth, which has a few burn marks on it. It happens sometimes. It actually looks like a face, doesn't it? This was all by accident. I didn't do this on purpose. Today we're going to be substituting one of the green peppers for a yellow pepper. And if you want a sweeter pepper, then you can add red. So the thing is here in Europe is that the closer to the Mediterranean you get, the more they use olive oil. And this goes for pretty much all the countries.
ऑयल से ना अच्छी एक शाइन, एक रिचनेस आती है। दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। लाइटली सौते करना है, सब्जी को पूरा नहीं पकाना, लेकिन क्योंकि ये अवन में नहीं पैन में पक रही है, इसके लिए थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे पकाना जरूरी।
If you don't have like a 10-inch or a larger saute pan, I would recommend sauteing these veggies in batches. So get the pan super hot, but I mean really hot, the oil too. Add the veggies in, saute, take it off, and do it again. That way you won't overcrowd the pan, because if you add all the ingredients to the pan, instead of sauteing, you're going to start boiling the veggies.
इस सब्जियों को हल्का सा कुक किया। बेसिकली हमने क्या किया ना, हमने प्रोसेस ऑफ कुकिंग शुरू कर दिया और सब्जी के अंदर इसके बाद डाला चिली फ्लेक्स और ऑरिगेनो। सब्जियों को निकालते हैं।
Now, funny thing, I actually overcooked the veggies a little bit. I was moving the camera around at the time. And if you do overcook them, it's okay. They're still edible. It's just that they won't be as crisp and you won't have that color. So they'll be a little dull.
Nice. Oregano, chili flake, onion. That whole Mediterranean feel, that's coming through. कोई अभी तक हमने हिंदुस्तानियत नहीं करी है इसके साथ, करेंगे भी नहीं। सिंपल फ्लेवर है, सिंपल रखते हैं। इसको कलर खराब ना हो इसके लिए फ्रिज में डाल देते हैं।
This is true. If this was a French kitchen and a French recipe, we would be scoring the tomatoes, putting them in boiling water, blanching them, putting them in ice water, then peeling the skin, cutting them open, taking out the seeds, and then making it into a sauce. It's a lot of work.
बेस का डो रेस्ट कर रहा है, टॉपिंग रेडी हो गई, बचा क्या? क्विक पिज्जा सॉस के लिए फाइनली चॉप बारीक कटे हुए अनियन, गार्लिक। अभी बनाना है सॉस, तो गया थोड़ा ऑयल, ऑयल में गार्लिक, अनियन।
Now, a lot of pizzerias don't actually cook their tomato sauce. They buy canned tomato sauce because canned tomatoes are picked ripe. They're ripe tomatoes. One is more effort, more time. And two, when you throw this in an oven that's at like 400 centigrade or around there, pizza cooks like instantaneously. Everything cooks. Well, at home, we don't have that option. So we do have to maybe cook a little bit. But keep in mind that canned tomatoes are pre-cooked.
हल्का सा स्वेट करना है बस। उसके बाद फ्रेश टोमेटो प्यूरे। अब मैंने टोमेटोज़ को ब्लांच नहीं किया, छीला नहीं, सीड नहीं निकाले, कुछ नहीं किया। पूरे टोमेटोज़ लिए, उनका पूरा टेस्ट दिया। मतलब अननेसेसरीली टमाटर से टमाटर का हिस्सा निकालने में मेहनत क्यों की जाए, है ना? अगर आप थोड़ी मेहनत करना चाहते हैं, फिर भी फ्रेश टोमेटो को प्यूरे कर लीजिए, उसके बाद छान लीजिए उसको।
In France, concasse is to like crush or cut the tomatoes, and this is when you score the tomatoes, blanch them, put them in ice water, clean them, and then cut them up very small. This is tomato concasse. You can then use this for sauces like we're making right now.
थोड़ी सी शक्कर, थोड़ा केचपी बनाने के लिए, हमें केचपी अच्छा लगता है ना, थोड़ा सा सिरका, सॉल्ट, बिल्कुल थोड़ा सा ऑरिगेनो, थोड़े से चिली फ्लेक्स, और ये सॉस का पानी अच्छे से सुखाना है, नहीं तो फिर डो को गीला करेगा ना, मज़ा नहीं आएगा। अभी भी देखिए रनी है, भाग रहा है, ये कुछ इस तरह का होना चाहिए। देखिए, ठीक है ना? ये डो को थोड़ी देर और रख देते हैं ढलने के लिए, ठीक है ना? टोमेटो सॉस को ना इतना थिकन करना है।
Now we're going to be doing the same thing, and my dough that I made is a little on the wet side, so I added a little more flour and rolled it a little more to be able to work with it. Try to get this as flat as you can, because as you're cooking, this will rise on you.
अब कायदे से जो पिज्ज़ा बेस है ना, वो कभी बिलता नहीं, कोई भी पिज़्ज़ा कभी भी बिलता नहीं है, उसका जो डो है वो इतना पतला होता है कि वो बस ऐसे उंगलियों से ही फैला दिया जाता है। तो दैट्स व्हाई आई सेड रनी डो बोल रहा था ना, मैं इसीलिए बोल रहा था कि अगर डो रनी नहीं होगा तो पिज़्ज़ा ऐसे फैलेगा नहीं। फोक से ऐसे कर लेते हैं प्रिक।
If you have a thick bottom pan, I highly suggest using that instead of a thin bottom saute pan. It will give you a little more flexibility when making this, so you don't have to like worry if you're going to burn it or not. And like he's doing, put it on a very, but I mean like a very low flame. The pan needs to be hot, but once it is, put the flame on low.
अब इस डो को बिल्कुल धीमी आंच पे दोनों तरफ से सेकूंगा। एक तरफ से अच्छा बराबर सेक लूंगा और दूसरी तरफ से बिल्कुल नाम भर का सेकूंगा। जिस तरफ से बराबर सेक लूंगा उस तरफ जाएगी टॉपिंग और सब्जियां और चीज़। जैसे यू कैन सी ना, देयर इज अ राइज। जैसे पिज़्ज़ा बेस उठता है वैसे ही उठ रहा है। धीमी आंच पे पकाना है बस, दैट्स द ट्रिक। पिज़्ज़ा बेस का कलर होता है वैसे कलर आ गया ना इस पर। अभी नीचे की साइड को आराम से पकने देंगे और जो साइड हमने पका ली है ऊपर की उसके ऊपर डालेंगे टोमेटो कॉर्न कैसे।
Also, one quick thing, if there are any Italians watching, just keep in mind that this pizza is not meant to be a traditional Napolitana pizza or even a New York pizza or any other type. It's meant to be made without an oven, without yeast, and, you know, another way of making something that people don't have the means on making it normally.
भाई आमतौर पे हम सब जानते हैं कि पिज़्ज़ा जो है वो इटली का है, लेकिन पिज़्ज़ा जो वर्ड है वो एक्चुअली आता है पेख्तोस से, जो कि एक ग्रीक वर्ड है, क्योंकि सबसे पहले ये माना जाता है कि जो फ्लैट ब्रेड्स हैं उनको ग्रीक में ऐसे दबा के और उसके ऊपर ऑयल डाल के, शक्कर डाल के, मेथी डाल के और पकाया जाता था, और वो जो गांठें बन जाती थी ना तो क्लॉट्स बन जाते थे, इसलिए उसको क्लॉटेड कहा जाता था। तो पेख्तोस मतलब क्लॉटेड ब्रेड, तो पेख्तोस मतलब क्लॉटेड ब्रेड या वो गांठों वाली ब्रेड, और वहाँ से फिर पिज़्ज़ा जो है वो इटली आया एज अ कॉन्सेप्ट। और इटली में खासतौर, साउथ इटली में खासतौर नेपल्स में टमाटर जो है वो गरीबों का खाना था। टमाटर बहुत होते थे, तो द पुअर मैन जो गरीब थे वो अपनी रोटी के ऊपर ऐसे हल्के से टमाटर तोड़ के डाल के और उसको बेक कर लेते थे, और पिज़्ज़ा की शुरुआत वहाँ से हुई। आज की डेट में नेपोली जो है वहाँ के सॉसेस, टोमेटो सॉसेस आज भी बहुत फेमस है। और जो ये कौन कैसे कह रहे हैं, तो दैट सॉस इज़ एक्चुअली नेपोलितान सॉस, नेपोली से आया हुआ नेपोलितान सॉस। और नेपोली में एक टमाटर होता है सैन मार्जानो टोमेटोज, जो ऐसे लंबे होते हैं और बहुत ही टेस्टी और जूसी होते हैं, और ये कहा जाता है कि टमाटरों के बादशाह होते हैं सैन मार्जानो टोमेटोज। उन टोमेटोज से बनने वाला पिज़्ज़ा सॉस कायदे से नेपोलितान सॉस होना चाहिए, लेकिन लगभग हर पिज़्ज़ा सॉस को आप नेपोलितान सॉस कह सकते हैं, या फिर वो जैसे वो कह रहे हैं कौन कैसे भी कह सकते हैं।
And if you go today, you'll still see on the streets of Napoli people selling these little flatbreads that look like pizza. They have some simple toppings on them, and they fold them and they can eat them as, you know, you're going along your day. Tomatoes themselves were introduced several hundred years ago, and initially they thought that tomatoes were poisonous. Tomatoes themselves are actually from the nightshade family, so is aubergine, tobacco, peppers as well, and several other plants. And if you eat the stems or the leaves, it's not that you actually die from them, but you can get quite sick.
थोड़ा सा चीज़ और, just to hold the vegetables together. अभी मेन चीज़ क्या है ना, हम लोग गलती क्या करते हैं कि सब्जियां नीचे डालते हैं, फिर उसके ऊपर चीज़ डाल देते हैं, बाद में सब्जियां दिखती नहीं है। पिज़्ज़ा जो है वो इतना सुंदर होता है, सारा बाद में चीज़ से वो ढक जाता है। आपको वो नहीं करना, आपको जो है वो रंग निखारने हैं। इसके लिए पहले चीज़ फिर सब्जियां, वरना आप बनाने जाएंगे वेजिटेबल पिज़्ज़ा, दिखेगा चीज़ पिज़्ज़ा, लोगों को मज़ा नहीं आएगा और आप कहेंगे रणवीर आपने बताया नहीं। रणवीर ने अपनी ज़िंदगी में 4 साल सिर्फ पिज़्ज़ा ही बनाया सुबह से शाम, इसलिए रणवीर ने बताया है आपको।
Now when you put this back on the flame, make sure again that you put it on very low heat when you put the top on it and leave it. It may take 10 minutes or more, but keep an eye on it, because if you start to smell it and it's starting to smell like a little burnt, you need to take it off the heat.
It's nice and juicy, हाँ, मतलब सब्जी बराबर पक गई है, चीज़ बराबर मेल्ट हो गया है, अंदर से एकदम पक चुका है, एकदम क्रिस्पी। नीचे से दिखाता हूँ आपको, ये नाइसली डन। थोड़ा सा ऑलिव ऑयल ड्रिजल करेंगे। ब्यूटिफुल। मॉरल ऑफ द स्टोरी, नेक्स्ट टाइम जब आपको लग रहा हो कि भाई 30 मिनट में पिज़्ज़ा घर में आ जाएगा, तो 200-250 रुपये वेस्ट मत करिए, मुझे दे दीजिएगा। कोई नई रेसिपी सीख लेंगे हम लोग। इट्स नॉट दैट डिफिकल्ट। खाना जब एक बार हाथ से बनाना शुरू करो, अपने हाथ से बनाए हुए खाने की जब आदत पड़ जाए ना, तो आदमी बाहर से खाना मंगवाना बंद कर देता है। डू ट्राई द पिज़्ज़ा।
Now it's time to taste. Here it goes. Obviously, this is not going to taste like a Napolitana pizza or a New York pizza because it's not. As far as the flavors go with the veggies and everything, they taste fine. If you have better quality vegetables, it's gonna taste better. I didn't have basil today, so I had to substitute with a little bit of arugula to give it a little bit of color. Make sure that you make the dough as thin as possible. So overall, really, this is a good little pizza to make at home if one, you don't have an oven, or two, if you just wanna make something quick in a saute pan. However, I highly recommend to also make sure that when you're cooking this in a little like saute pan, use something that has a very thick bottom. That way you won't burn it, because this does have to be cooked for quite a bit of time to be able to melt the cheese even after everything is already cooked.
जो बावर्ची लोग होते हैं ना, हमको ना बेकू बनाने में बड़ा मजा आता है। किसी को शलगम बोला गोश्त खिला दिया, किसी को आलू बोला चिकन खिला दिया, मतलब overall जिसे बोलते हैं ना, art of deception.
This is true, and it depends on the context, because sometimes when you go to like a Michelin restaurant, or it's gastronomy, a molecular gastronomy, they break everything down, like making spherifications, for example, that is the sphere that is made from, let's say, tomato or from olives or anything like this, and you don't expect it, compared to going to a restaurant where they have something on the menu and then you get something completely different that you did not order. There's a difference. And there's a difference with the deception. On the one hand, it's something that can be as an enhancement, and it can be a whole nother world, like going to a Michelin restaurant. And then on the other hand, it's not good deception. And it does happen sometimes.
एक सिंपल सा तरीका मैंने ढूंढा है आपको बेकूफ बनाने का। तो जी नमस्कार, मैं हूँ रणवीर ब्रार और आज आपको बेकूफ बनाएंगे, ऑमलेट खिलाएंगे बगैर अंडे का।
He's going to be making an eggless omelet. This would be interesting, huh?
तो जी बगैर अंडे का ऑमलेट बनाने के लिए आपको अंडा तो चाहिए नहीं होगा। आपको एक्चुअली चाहिए बेसन, मैदा और ब्रेड। ठीक है, ये ब्रेड वाला जो एडिशन है ये हमारी मोनोपोली है, किसी को बताइएगा मत।
Okay, so it's going to be adding a little bit of bread to this. The gluten in bread is elastic. That helps with the elasticity, so it helps act as a binder. And since he's adding bread to this, this is not going to be gluten-free. So if you do have a gluten issue, you're going to have to substitute here.
इम्पॉर्टेंट इसलिए है क्योंकि जो हमारा ऑमलेट है ना, उसको लचीलापन, बाइंडिंग, स्ट्रेच और स्ट्रक्चर, बड़ा अच्छा स्ट्रक्चर इस ब्रेड से मिलता है।
So if you ever wonder why some bread is super like stretchy compared to others that are not as elastic, it's the amount of gluten that bread has in it. And this is why with some recipes they call for bread flour or strong flour, where the actual content of gluten is a lot higher, because the more gluten that you have, the more elasticity, that rubber sensation basically with the bread, you have in it. It is a good thing, but sometimes, especially with gluten today, a lot of people have issues and not everyone can tolerate it.
आमतौर पे मैंने देखा है कि सिर्फ हम बेसन का चीला बना देते हैं, फिर हम बोलते हैं कि नहीं नहीं उसमें लचीलेपन के लिए थोड़ा मैदा भी डाल दो, फिर हम उसके अंदर थोड़ा अरारोट डाल देते हैं। सब कुछ आ जाता है, लेकिन वो एक जो अंडे की बाइंडिंग होती है ना, जो अंडे का खिंचाव होता है, वो नहीं आता। तो एग को रिप्लेस करने से पहले ना एग का स्ट्रक्चर समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है। अब अंडे में क्या होता है? अंडे में होता है अंडे की सफ़ेदी, यानी कि एल्ब्यूमिन, राइट, और अंडे का योक, पीला। तो अंडे का जो एल्ब्यूमिन है वो प्रोटीन होता है, उससे बाइंडिंग आती है।
Chef Ranveer is talking about egg whites or the albumin. Now, eggs in general are basically like a little miracle. You can do so many different things, and you can make so many things out of eggs, out of the yolks and out of the whites. But in other words, everything that a little baby chicken needs to grow, all the nutrients, all the vitamins, all the minerals, and everything else is in an egg. Everything. So it is basically like a superfood.
लेकिन जो अंडे का पीला है, दी योक ऑफ द एग, उससे रिचनेस आती है, फैट आती है, रजाइयत आती है, राइट? तो इसलिए यहाँ पर वो फैट भी डालना ज़रूरी है, रजाइयत भी डालनी ज़रूरी है, इसलिए दूध और बाद में मैं थोड़ा मक्खन भी डालूँगा, ठीक है?
No, he's going to be adding some butter to this. And butter is fat. So is olive oil. And depending on where you live, at least here in Europe, the people that live more in the north use more butter, and the people that live further in the south tend to use a lot more olive oil. And you can see this with the recipes as well, with the different styles of cooking between the north and the Mediterranean and Europe.
एक हीप्ड टेबलस्पून बटर, एक चोटीदार टेबलस्पून बटर. अगर आप पुरानी गृहशोभा, मनोरमा, सरिता ये सब पढ़ें तो वहाँ पर आपको प्योर हिंदी मिलेगी, खाने की हिंदी, दी ओरिजिनल कुकिंग हिंदी. उसमें हम लोग बोलते हैं हीप्ड टीस्पून, वहाँ लिखा होता है चोटीदार.
In the old Hindi magazine, so in the old recipes basically for Indian cooking, they used to use a lot of butter or like heaped tablespoons. Well, they used to say this too in like the older recipes in England and everything. Like use a heaped tablespoon, something that's like, you know, heaped, flour, a butter, any ingredient, instead of giving you like an exact measurement. Some of the old recipes are they're more flexible. They're not as precise. I mean, guys, just take, for instance, this recipe for an omelet from the 1300s. Yeah, it's not extremely detailed. There's a little leeway. It doesn't give you exact amounts.
सिर्फ मेल्ट करना है, घी नहीं बनाना. अगर चम्मच को उल्टा करते हैं तो बस कोटिंग एकदम बहने वाला होना चाहिए बैटर. अब जो है दूध, मक्खन, जो रिचनेस हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं ना अंडे से, अब वो इसके अंदर आ गई.
I'm really curious to see how this is going to turn out, to see if it's like going to be something super close to what you think is an omelet, or if it's not going to be. Maybe we should actually test this recipe. Maybe.
अब इसके अंदर अगर आपको और थोड़ी सी वो अंडे की मीटीनेस डालनी है ना, तो ये ट्रिक किसी को बताइएगा मत, लेकिन 4-5 ड्रॉप आप सोया सॉस डाल सकते हैं. सोया सॉस से वो मीठीनेस आती है.
Real quick, firstly, I don't know why he's using the knife like that. He's using it backwards. I mean, you're supposed to hold the knife by the handle, not just by the spine of the knife and hold it backwards. But you know, it is what it is. You can still do it, but it's a little dangerous because you have the point towards you, not away. But what he means about adding soy to this, there's no other word to use other than, well, there is. You could use savory, but a lot of people tend to use the other word today, umami, which this is the extra sense that they just recently recognized. So if you want more of that meaty flavor, you could also add mushrooms to this because they do tend to have like a real meaty flavor.
चाहे तो हल्दी बढ़ा दी, येलो कलर बढ़ा दिए, लेकिन नमक की जगह या नमक के साथ सोया सॉस का इस्तेमाल कीजिए तो वो मीठीनेस जो होती है ना अंडे की वो भी आ जाएगी. सब बता दिया मैंने, हैं? वरना बना ले जाते ये बगैर अंडे का ऑमलेट और बन जाता चीला, और आप कहते रणवीर आपने बताया नहीं. रणवीर ने बताया चीला नहीं बनाना, बगैर अंडे का ऑमलेट बनाना है. इसलिए वाइट ब्रेड वाला फॉर्मूला और साथ में वो मैदे वाला फॉर्मूला, साथ में मक्खन और दूध वाला फॉर्मूला भूलना नहीं.
I'm thinking about adding milk to this. This isn't a very vegan recipe, is it? Because vegans don't drink milk. But in any case, at least it looks like a good vegetarian recipe. This is true.
हमारे घर में ना एक नियम है कि कुछ भी हो जाए, ट्यूसडे सैटरडे को नॉनवेज नहीं बनेगा. अभी ईशान को पता होता है कि आज ट्यूसडे है, सैटरडे इतना बड़ा हो गया वो, तो वो ट्यूसडे और सैटरडे को ही ऑमलेट मांगता है. क्योंकि बच्चों को मतलब इतनी अकल तो होती है ना कि मम्मी पापा को कैसे बीट करना है. तो ये जो इलाज है ये बड़ा काम आता है ट्यूसडे सैटरडे को. होपफुली वो जितना लेट ये वीडियो देखे उतना अच्छा है. हमारा जुगाड़ हमारे यहाँ से चला जाएगा.
If anyone's curious on learning more vegetarian or even vegan recipes, Indian cuisine, and keep in mind Indian cuisine is a little generalistic because in the West we just say Indian cuisine, but India is a big country and it's different from north to south, east to west. But in any case, they have a lot, and I mean like a lot of ideas for different types of recipes that are vegan and vegetarian. So if you are interested in this, you may want to check out more of Chef Ranveer's recipes and some of the other Indian chefs that we have reviewed.
अच्छा, कुछ लोग क्या करते हैं कि ये सारी सब्जी लेते हैं, इसको अंडा फोड़ के उसके अंदर डाल देते हैं ऐसे कच्ची, है ना, या फिर इसके ऐसे मिक्सचर में डाल देते हैं और फिर वो बना लेते हैं. मज़ा नहीं आता. हल्के से बटर में आप सौते करते हैं ना, सिर्फ सौते करना है, बटर में डाल के आप 50 तक गिन लीजिए, उल्टी गिनती उतना बहुत है, तड़का नहीं लगाना, लेकिन हल्का सा बटर में सौते करते हैं तो बटर के अंदर इसका फ्लेवर जाता है, इसके अंदर बटर का फ्लेवर आता है, फिर वो सारा फ्लेवर अंडे में आता है, तो जस्टिस होता है डिश।
So if any of you are wondering why he's sauteing the veggies before, it's a good idea to cook the vegetables before because they can actually take longer to cook than, say, the eggs, because normally eggs cook in an instant, while vegetables, especially depending on how big you cut them, take a little longer to cook. So if you want to add a little bit of ham to this, if you want to add tomatoes, onions, whatever it may be, it's a good idea to saute them like he's doing before.
तो सौते करने के लिए टाइम दें। देखो जी, पहले बनाते हैं चीज़ ऑमलेट। हमने बड़े सुबह सुबह उठ के ट्रॉलियों में अंडे बनाए हैं, हर होटल मैनेजमेंट ट्रेनिंग ने बनाए होते हैं।
Haven't we all been there for breakfast service? If you are an up-and-coming chef and you haven't been on breakfast duty and you haven't made a lot of eggs, it is a good idea to be on breakfast service at least once or a couple times to learn how to make an omelet, to learn how to make some scrambled eggs, and to work during a fast service, because I'll tell you what, a normal lunch and dinner service is not the same as breakfast service. For breakfast, you have to be quick, you have to be making a lot of omelets at the same time, and you know, they have to be flying out of there.
आधी नींद में, क्योंकि गेस्ट को तो नहीं पता था ना कि भाई डबल ड्यूटी कर रहा है, कल रात को ही गया है 12 बजे, सुबह सुबह आ गया 6 बजे अंडे की ट्रॉली पे। बड़े मज़े का टाइम होता है जी, होटल मैनेजमेंट जैसी कोई पढ़ाई नहीं है।
Oh yeah, that's another thing. I've been there a lot of times. If you have to work until like 12 or 1 in the morning, there will be times that you may have to be back at work at 6 in the morning. I've had to do it in multiple places, in multiple countries, and it's not fun.
अब अगर ये अंडा होता ना तो मैं बोलता कि काम करिए, बस एक तरफ से कच्चा छोड़ दीजिए, अपने आप अपनी हीट में पक जाएगा। लेकिन ये अंडा नहीं है, ये अपना वाला अंडे का सब्स्टिट्यूट है, इसलिए इसको पूरा पकाना है, ऑलमोस्ट 90% डन करना है। दूसरे केस में मैं इसको 70% डन करता।
What Chef Ranveer is meaning about that is that normally when you're making an omelette, you don't want to fully cook the whole thing when you go to flip it because it will continue cooking. You want to leave it a little underdone, and then after you flip it, it will help seal it, especially if you're making like a French omelette, and the end product shouldn't be fully cooked. This is at least if you want to make a perfect omelette.
काम शुरू किया, फिर मैं गोवा से दिल्ली आया, तो जो होटल की मालकिन थी वो बोले कौन लड़का कौन नया आया है किचन में, बोले ये रणवीर ब्रार है। बोले अच्छा उसको फ़ोन पे बुलाओ। पहले दिन आई फ़ोन पे मुझे बोलती है कि मेरे को फ्राइड फिश चाहिए, नो ऑयल। मैं बोला है
Yeah, I'll tell you guys a short story in a second.
बोले हाँ मेरे को फ्राइड फिश चाहिए, नो ऑयल। तो उस केस में फिर आप अपना दिमाग लगाते हो, अभी मैं क्या करूँ, इसको ओवन में डालूँ, कैसे करूँ, टेस्ट कैसे लाऊँ।
That's true. When you get some strange orders, it can test you, especially when you're like super focused and you're super busy. And you know, you have a little bit of a mental block because you have too many things going through your mind. It can test you.
फिर एक दिन मुझे बोलती कि मुझे ना मशरूम चाहिए जो 65% पका हुआ हो। अभी 65% मतलब 23 साल का लड़का। तो मैंने बोला जी एक काम करता हूँ, फिर मैं आता हूँ ऊपर जहाँ आप रहते हैं, वहाँ पर बनाता हूँ इसको, फिर आप तभी के तभी खाना, तभी होगा 65% पका हुआ। तो बोलती ठीक है, तो आ जाओ तुम। तो उनके किचन में मैं गया, वेट कर रहा था, तभी उनके जो हाउस हेल्प थे वो आए और उन्होंने बोला शेफ आप यहाँ क्या कर रहे हो। तो मैंने बोला अरे यार माता जी ने परेशान किया हुआ है।
Wait a minute, so you're telling me that she was actually in the kitchen while he was making this? That seems a little strange. This is not always allowed. I mean, this is rare unless somebody, you either know them, they have a little bit of power, they have money, you know, and they're paying a lot to actually enter the kitchen. But normally, a normal person, you just make the order and then that's it. Yeah, you don't get to walk in the kitchen and watch somebody make something.
माता जी बिल्कुल बाहर निकली पूजा करके और बोलती मशरूम कहाँ है। मैंने मशरूम सामने रखे, डाइनिंग रूम में उनका तोता था, जैसे ही मशरूम रखे टेबल पे, तोता बोलना शुरू हो गया, माता जी ने परेशान किया हुआ है, माता जी ने परेशान किया हुआ है, माता जी ने परेशान किया हुआ है, ना मैं दाएं देखने लायक ना मैं बाएं देखने लायक। तो वो 65% पके थे या नहीं पके थे मशरूम ये मेरे को नहीं पता, लेकिन उसके बाद मुझे पका दिया गया था अच्छे से। हैं तो कहने का मतलब है शी मेड मी बेटर, राइट। उन्होंने मुझे बहुत बेहतर बनाया, बिकॉज अगर वो चैलेंजेस नहीं रखती ना मेरे सामने तो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है यार हो जाता है।
This is very true. I'll tell you guys a quick little story. I had this waiter come back and say, I have an order. If you can do a poached egg with a hard center and runny whites. And I was busy, I was making omelets, and I had to stop and turn around and just, I looked at her real quick and honestly I said, are you serious? Is this a joke? I mean, I can do it separately, yeah? We can make that happen separately, but as a poached egg, you honestly want the entire thing together where the center is hard, but the whites are soft. Sometimes, huh?
A man on table 6 wants an eggless omelette.
He wants an egg. Kiki, you can't have an eggless omelette, can you?
Why, do we not have any?
No, they don't exist, do they? Because there's no... Breadsticks, what are they made of?
Bread?
Bread, very good. Okay, take away the bread. What are you left with?
Sticks?
No. There you go. That's an eggless omelette.
Okay.
No, don't take the plate. Kiki, what are you doing? Please.
Kiki, just ask the nice man if he'd like his omelette made with whole eggs or just egg whites. You can leave the plate. There you go.
If any chefs are watching, let me know down below what your strangest order was, whether it be for breakfast, for lunch, or for dinner, or for room service, whatever it may be.
तो अब दो तरीके से बना सकते हैं इसको. एक तो इसके अंदर फोल्ड कर दें पूरा अंडा, है ना, और दूसरा ब्रेड के ऊपर फोल्ड कर दें. हम अंदर वाला फॉर्मूला अप्लाई करेंगे बिकॉज मैंने बटर लगाया हुआ है ना, फिर सेकेंगे इसको एकदम क्रिप्सी. अभी इसके ऊपर भी चीज डालनी है तो डाल सकते हैं, ऐसी कोई जबरदस्ती नहीं है कि रणवीर ने बोला चीज नहीं डालनी.
Oh, cheese. Who doesn't like cheese with their omelet? Well, unless, you don't eat cheese, but for me, I love cheese. And having a nice ham and cheese omelet, oof, delicious.
वो क्या है ना, मैं जब भी ऑमलेट बनाता हूँ मेरे को वो टाइम याद आ जाता है अपना होटल का ट्रेनिंग का, तो मैं ऑटोमेटिकली उसको होटल स्टाइल कर लेता हूँ. तो ये भी लग रहा है होटल स्टाइल ही हो जाएगा. टमाटर अपने आप चले जाते हैं पैन पे. जो जिसने होटल मैनेजमेंट किया, होटलों में काम किया, उनको पता होगा. टमाटर अपने आप चले जाते हैं पैन पे, एक तरफ अंडा और एक तरफ टमाटर, ग्रिल्ड टोमेटो अपने आप.
Well, actually, if you're going to be making like a full English breakfast, it is pretty normal to have like tomatoes and also have some sauteed mushrooms with it. With the American breakfast, technically we have more like bacon and pancakes and everything. We don't have a lot of vegetables. But with the full English breakfast, tomatoes, they're common.
और ये टमाटर को जो है ना जलने दीजिए, ये ऐसे 4 होने दीजिए इसको. इसमें मेन चीज़ क्या है ना, स्टेज ऑफ कुकिंग. जैसे अंडे में क्या है, हम लोग ओवर कुक करते हैं तो पूरा बैंड बच जाता है. इसका भी वही हाल. इसको ओवर कुक नहीं करना. जैसे आप एक तरफ से पक रहा है, आप हाथ लगा रहे हैं, ऊपर से जो है टच से चिपक नहीं रहा, इसका मतलब पक गया. बस उससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं है इसमें.
You see, having a non-stick pan makes your life so much easier, especially when cooking eggs. So if you are interested in a good non-stick pan, then you should check out our sponsor that I was talking about earlier. Even Ramsay uses them.
दूसरा, दूध और मक्खन से नरमी वैसे भी आ जाएगी. सब बता दिया मैंने. कोई भी मोनोपोली अपने पास नहीं रखी. अब ये मोनोपोली नहीं रही.
You do have to admit that this looks like a normal omelet. He did a very good job. I don't know about the taste. I'm sure it tastes good because we are not tasting it, but it looks like an omelet. If you didn't know better, you could fool somebody.
Look at this. ये देखिए, कौन कहेगा कि चीज ऑमलेट नहीं है. वाह भाई वाह. बस मोनोपोली वही है क्या जो रेसिपी बताई है, और ओवर कुक नहीं करना.
Agreed. You don't need to overcook it. Since this is an egg, you're going to have to cook it a little longer, obviously, with the bread and everything. But if you're cooking an actual egg omelet with eggs and everything for real, you don't want to be overcooking it.
दूसरी चीज जाते जाते एक नुस्खा और दे देता हूँ. वो नुस्खा ये है कि जब बैटर बनाएंगे तो कम से कम 15 मिनट रेस्ट करिएगा. बस एकदम से ग्राइंड करके नहीं. अब जो इसका टेक्सचर आना रेस्ट करने के बाद एंड पटाखा.
Overall, Chef Ranveer did an excellent job. As always, I don't expect anything less from him. To be quite honest, he does good. Honestly, if I didn't know any better, I would say that this is a normal omelette. Maybe a little overcooked, but a normal omelette. But this doesn't have any egg in it. And to me, this recipe looks like a good recipe, so we may give it a try. Also guys, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, then don't forget to do so before you leave and to give the video a like. It does mean a lot to me. And who knows, maybe one day if we get enough subscribers, we can actually cook with Chef Ranveer. I would absolutely love to do a collaboration with him. I really would.
What's up, dude? Let me start by saying I absolutely love Indian food, and I plan on doing more of it on this channel. And if you're anything like me, you also love Indian food, so a great place to start is with butter chicken. It is one of the most popular Indian curries in the world, and today I'm gonna show you how to whip one up with some garlic naan to dip it in. You gotta have that if you ask me. And as always, my friends, there is no time to waste. Now let's go!
I do love Indian cuisine and I do love a good butter chicken. Guys, let me know in the comments down below what your favorite cuisine is and what type of curry is your favorite, or more specifically, what Indian curry is your favorite. Is it more traditional? Is it butter chicken? Because butter chicken is a relatively new invention. Let me know.
Today I'm using chicken breast for this butter chicken. If you want to use thighs, you can go ahead. Those will be just as good. I just happen to like breasts better for this curry. I'll start by trimming a little bit of fat off this breast if necessary, and I'll remove these little tenders right here as well. And then I want to slice them into nice big cubes. I don't want a little skimpy piece of chicken in my curry, so something like this. So you get a good chunk of chicken every time you take a bite. And with the tenders, same deal, just cut them into big cubes. I'll also remove that little tendon that's in the tender.
It may be a good thing that Uncle Roger's not reviewing this because he wouldn't like the idea of using chicken breast very much. But in any case, me personally, I do prefer using chicken breasts. However, there are some dishes, especially if you're going to be cooking the chicken longer, it is better to use chicken thighs, chicken legs. Just make sure that you cook it perfectly, but like perfect. Because if you overcook chicken breasts, especially if you defrost it too long in the microwave and then you cook it more, it'll be like rubber. And I don't like rubber chicken. I hate rubber chicken. And also when cleaning chicken breast, it is important to remove that little tendon that Sunny removed and any other, say, tendons that you may see or any bones that may still be attached as well. Sometimes the butchers miss them. And any large veins that you may see in the chicken breast. It's not a necessity, but it's just something that, well, for me it's a force of habit to cut out any of the large veins and anything that's just not nice to have.
Our chicken is gonna get 2 marinades. The first is lemon juice, this beautiful Kashmiri chili powder that I love so much, and some good old-fashioned salt. I'll just give this all a good mix. We'll just let these ingredients work their magic for about 20 minutes first. For the second marinade, we're gonna be using some Greek yogurt, a little bit of neutral oil, that's just avocado oil, ground fenugreek, turmeric, as well as some ginger and garlic that I just ground into a fine paste with my handy dandy little thing. I don't know what it is, but it's awesome. And garam masala.
Interesting, 2 marinations. Let's see if he's going to add any smoke to this. In a few of the other videos with Chef Ranveer and Your Food Lab, both of them added smoke to the chicken at different times, for the reason being that normally butter chicken is made with tandoori chicken and tandoori chicken is made in the tandoor oven. And because of that, it has a bit of that smoky flavor and aroma, and they wanted to, well, infuse that similar smell into the dish. Now, it's not a necessity to do this, and we'll see if Sunny's going to do it, but it does add a little bit of, you know, like a little extra to your dish.
All your spices for the second marinade now going in, getting colorful here. Yum, yum, yum. The oil and the yogurt. And just mix it all up again, making sure to distribute those spices. Oh, can't tell you how good this already smells, my friends. When raw chicken makes you hungry, you know it's gonna be good. At this point, the ginger and the garlic is also going in. Give that a mix in. Let the garlic and ginger enter the chat. And now you hurry up and wait. We marinate for a couple hours at least. And if you have the foresight and the godlike patience, do it the day before. A full 24-hour marinade would be awesome. Overnight for 12 hours would be second best. But if you wanna just do it for an hour or two, it's still gonna be amazing, all right?
I fully agree with this. If you're going through the effort to make your own butter chicken at home, or anything for that matter, even with curry or any other dish, and you want to marinate the meat, it's a good idea to do it ahead of time to give that meat a little bit of a chance to marinate, especially if the meat needs to be broken down or tenderized. So in other words, don't just marinate it for like 10 minutes because you're gonna get a lot more out of it if you marinate it a little longer.
Now, if you ask me, you can't have a great butter chicken without some incredible fluffy garlic naan. If you want to make rice with this, go ahead. I'll put a video up in the corner right now for that. However, dipping that garlic naan into the curry is a beautiful experience, and I recommend it to everyone. Recipe will be in the description, but we're starting with lukewarm water, active dry yeast, little pinch of sugar so that yeast has a snack. Now we'll give that a little mix and let it sit for about 10 minutes. Now we add 1 egg, some oil, this is just avocado oil, but you could use another kind of oil, and some yogurt. Mix that all together, just add some salt to your all-purpose flour, and give it a good mix.
This is the second naan recipe that we've actually seen. We saw the first one with Joshua in his little tandoori chicken video, and Joshua didn't add any egg to his. He did add yeast. Now, some recipes don't add either egg nor yeast, because some recipes are completely vegan. Now, another interesting thing is that a lot of my viewers from India have actually said that naan is not that common to make in the houses, but it's more common to have when you go out to a restaurant in India. Now, I don't know if that's true for a fact, but it is interesting to see that, or to hear that.
Then I'll just take a pile of my flour and make a little well here in the center like so. I'll pour my wet ingredients into that little well I just made. This is scary stuff. If there's a breach, we're screwed. And what I'm doing now is just pulling in flour from this little well into the mix. Ooh.
He's right about that. You can use a bowl. You don't have to make a little volcano and then mix everything together on the countertop, but this is another way of mixing all the ingredients together, and you do have to be very careful because, like you said, if you do, or if you don't pay attention to this, if you have a little breach, you can have quite a mess on your hands.
I need to make my well a little bigger, all good. And we'll just keep working that in, and you'll see your little well begin to thicken up. You can also do this in a bowl. I just like doing this. I think it's kind of fun. Oh, there's a breach. In the end, it always works out. If you have a KitchenAid or a stand mixer, you could also just use that. You can see now it's really starting to thicken up. I'm just tossing in a lot more of the flour now. I'll now switch to this little dough scraper, start pulling in a lot more of that flour, and eventually this will turn into a kneading process. At this point, I'm gonna start really pushing the dough together and just scraping as I go. And you wanna just knead this now. And here we go, our dough has really come together. I'm just kneading it out a little bit so it's nice and smooth, slightly sticky to the touch, but not really sticking to your hands very much at all.
This is one of those recipes that if you don't have a stand mixer, or if you decide to make it by hand, you're gonna get a good workout. You can see how much force he is using actually on his countertop by every time that he is pushing down on the bread while kneading it, is actually pushing the counter down as well.
And there we go, my friend, just about 5 minutes of kneading, and I'm just gonna create a little tension on the top by pulling from the top down to the bottom like so. And we make a nice little ball like this, and into a bowl it goes. To prove, cover it with a hot, damp kitchen towel for 40 minutes to 1 hour, depending on how hot your kitchen is. We just leave this out at room temp to rise.
That is very true. It depends on how hot your kitchen is, and since we're going into summer here, it's not a problem, but for everybody in the southern hemisphere, then they're going into winter, you may want to take this into the warmest part of your house. In Washington in the winters, what we used to do, we had a wood burning fireplace. Anytime that I would make any bread and I would have to proof anything, that I would take it and put it on the mantle, not directly above it because it was too hot, but a little off to the side, and it helps, it works, because otherwise if you leave this in a cold kitchen during the winter, you're gonna be there for hours, and I mean hours, waiting for the bloody thing to proof.
Our naan has been proving for about an hour now, and I'm just gonna drop it out onto a lightly floured work surface so it doesn't stick. Now I'm just gonna roll it out into a rough little log. You can make these naan as big or as small as you like. I'll do about 10 out of here, portion them out. If some are a little bigger or a little smaller, it's all good. In fact, I think I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's cool, they'll be big. Looks like a nice little pillow, doesn't it? And all we need to do now is roll it out to somewhere around 1/4 of an inch thick. That looks good to me. Nice irregular shape as naan should be. And it's ready for the pan. Before we cook the naan, we need to make the garlic butter for it. So into a little pot over medium heat, I'm just adding unsalted butter. When the butter's melted, we're gonna add some slices of garlic and a nice big pinch of salt. Just about 3 minutes with the butter, and you turn that off and just let it chill. We are gonna add some herbs to this in a minute, but not till we cook the naan. I've just brought a really lightly oiled pan up to high heat.
Now, anytime that a recipe says that you need to add such and such to the pan when it's smoking hot, this is what the recipes mean. Not to the point where it catches fire, but like ripping hot. Anytime that you add food to the pan, it will drop the temperature of the pan. And if it's this hot, it's going to cook a lot quicker. Or you're going to saute, if you're going to be sauteing any onions or anything like this, a lot faster as well, because you keep the temperature up.
Drop in your naan. After just 30 seconds, we're gonna flip. They cook really fast, and you can see it's starting to bubble up now, which is cool. There we go, another 30 seconds, and it's totally done. At this point, I'm adding my cilantro to the garlic butter last minute. If you don't like cilantro, if it tastes like soap to you, try parsley or another herb of your choice. That will be fine. And we just brush with our garlic butter, and I'll cook all the naan and then just layer them up like this, one on top of the other. Happy days, my friends.
Now guys, if you haven't seen Joshua's video on making tandoori chicken, he actually went the extra mile to buy a tandoor oven to make that video, and if you haven't seen it, you should definitely go see it after this. I'll leave a link down in the description below. Now for all my Indian chefs watching, let me know your thoughts down below on this little recipe to make naan. Is it something that you would say is good for the Western kitchens? We use a lot of yeast, and we also use egg in some of our recipes as well, so it's common to use these ingredients. But let me know your thoughts.
When your chicken is done marinating, it's time to, well, cook it, right? You could do this in a pan, but I'm gonna do it under the broiler to get a little bit of that fiery taste. I'm putting it on a sheet pan lined with tin foil. I'll just spread this out nicely so we don't have any large clumps of chicken that's steam and not brown. Something just a little like this is perfect. I cannot tell you how freaking good this chicken smells. I can't wait until it's cooked.
Now one quick tip guys, if you don't want to use aluminium foil, you don't have to use it. You can just use the sheet tray, that's fine. It's gonna be a little more work cleaning it, or you could also use parchment paper. The reason why he's using foil is because he doesn't want a lot of mess. And trust me, if you don't want to be there scraping the you-know-what out of your sheet tray, it is a good idea to use something.
My broiler is set to high heat. I'm gonna jam this chicken under there, and we're gonna keep a careful eye on it. What we don't want to do here is overcook the chicken. It needs to finish in the sauce. And away it goes. All right, there we go, just about 5 minutes under the broiler. And what I wanted was these little charring bits, which I got right here. I wish there was a little bit more of that, but my broiler isn't that powerful, but this is fine.
And this is also a very good little trick if you don't want to do this in a pan. However, it does depend on how good your oven is. My oven is only a few years old, so it cooks really well, but I still have a little oven thermometer just to check the actual temperature of the oven. Now you wouldn't have to use the oven if you actually had a salamander. This is the piece of equipment that we use in the professional kitchens. They're very versatile, not common to have in your house, but they work very well. And if you are afraid of overcooking the chicken breasts, then I would suggest using chicken legs.
For the tomatoes, I chose these little sugar bomb tomatoes. Why did I do this? Because these are the best tomatoes I can find in November in America. If this was the summer season, I would be using a different kind of tomato. These are just really sweet, and so they're gonna make for a really, really great sauce. However, if you can't find these, just use another kind of tomato. It will work just fine. Oh! And what we're gonna do is make a little tomato puree out of these tomatoes. So I'm just throwing them all into a blender, whack on the lid and blend it up. Simple as that. Can be a little bit chunky. I just did that for about 10 seconds.
Now if this was French cuisine and more of a French or classic recipe, those little cherry tomatoes would have to be peeled, more than likely. And trust me, peeling little cherry tomatoes when you have like kilos of them is not that fun. Now when I was in Hotel Arts in the Spanish kitchen, they showed me a quick way on doing this. Pick all of your little cherry tomatoes, go over to the deep fryer, make sure that the oil is clean. This is important as well because you don't want that flavor. Put not too many into the basket, just enough, drop it into the oil, and you want to take these out as soon as they start peeling. Now these are going to be popping and you need to be very careful because you can get some oil in your face. I got hit a few times with hot oil. But you do need to be quick about this. So as soon as they start peeling, take them out of the oil and put them in some ice water to stop the cooking process. It's very easy to overcook them, so you don't want them overcooked because they'll be mushy. But if you do it just right, the skin will peel off and it'll make your life a lot easier. You may want to wear gloves because it'll be a little oily.
Time to build this curry sauce. I'm turning a pan onto low to medium heat, and we're throwing in a stick of cinnamon, a chili that I just cut a little slit into it so it will release its heat, a few cardamom pods, and a couple little pieces of clove. Now I know what you're thinking, a lot of you don't have these spices. You can just skip this step and go to the next one if you don't have these, but we're trying to be pretty authentic with this butter chicken, so we're starting with this. These have been toasting now for about 4 or 5 minutes. At this point we're adding our butter. That's just unsalted unsalted butter, and we'll continue toasting these spices off in that butter. The spices have been in the butter for about 2 minutes now. I'm gonna remove them. Those spices are just meant to flavor the butter. Now I'm putting in more ginger and garlic, just ground up like the ones before for the chicken marinade. We'll toast this off for a minute.
Now this is a little different than Chef Ranveer's video because with his recipe, he actually blended all the spices after cooking them down. Now about the cinnamon, depending on what type of cinnamon that you're using, because there are many different types of cinnamon, this looks to be one of the most common that you probably have even in your pantry. Cassia cinnamon. The bark is a lot thicker, it's also a lot stronger, the flavor of it is a lot stronger, and it may be even a little spicy. Now the bark of the true cinnamon, Ceylon cinnamon, is much thinner, and the flavor profile is also a little sweeter. It's not as spicy. So just keep this in mind. Depending on what type of ingredients that you're using, what type of cinnamon as well, it will change the flavors.
Once that garlic and ginger is nice and fragrant in with the tomato puree, this color is gonna change. I know it looks a little bit like a watermelon popsicle or something right now, but as this cooks, it will deepen in flavor and color.
Well, it looks a little like gazpacho.
I'm turning up the heat now just to a little over medium, and we'll let this cook down. Butter chicken gets really creamy, not just from the butter and the cream, but from the cashews. It should have cashews.
That's very true. The cashews will add a creaminess to this because they contain a lot of oil.
At this point, I'm gonna season it up a little bit, just adding about a teaspoon of salt at this point. We can add more later if we need to. A little bit more Kashmiri chili powder, tiny little bit of sugar, just a teaspoon. Wow. And the color is starting to get really incredible, partly due to the tomatoes cooking and partly due to that chili powder I just put in. Wowza, wowza. I'm also just dumping in the juice that came out of the chicken because that's just flavor and it might as well be in your curry. You may notice I didn't put onions in this butter chicken, and that was on purpose. Authentic butter chicken doesn't have any onions in it. You'll see a lot of people putting onions in it, and you certainly can if you want, but you don't need to. A curry like chicken tikka masala is meant to have onions in it, but butter chicken, no.
Now that is interesting because if I'm not mistaken, in every single butter chicken video that we have reviewed, including with Indian chefs, everybody has used onion in their butter chicken.
Here it is after about 12-15 minutes, and as you can see, the color is absolutely incredible. What we're doing is almost turning this into like a loose tomato puree. As it's cooking down, the flavors are really deepening. Here we are after 20 minutes of reducing this down, and as you can see, this tomato juice is turning into a paste, which is what we want, and these flavors are really starting to get enriched. Smells pretty darn good in this house right now, I'll tell you that much.
I'm sure his house does smell very good while making this. One little thing that my dad used to do is that anytime that we were selling a house, he would actually bake a loaf of bread before any showings. And I think it worked because every time that he did this, people used to say, oh, the house smells so good. Oh, wow, this would be a lovely house to buy. So who knows? Smell, being one of our 5 senses, is extremely important, especially with chefs and in the kitchen, because the last thing you want is to eat a dish that doesn't smell very good.
Here we are, 25 minutes later, and you can listen to this sound. It's gone from an evaporation sound to a sizzling sound. So all the water is removed from the tomato, and what's left over is the tomato sizzling in the butter with the spices and the cashews. Now we're starting to get some real crazy flavor. Another 3 minutes of toasting, and we have like this tomato puree. You can see this now, right? At this point, we add water back in. We'll go ahead and bring this back to a simmer. Back into the blender we go, and we blend on high for 1 minute. You don't have to do this next step, but for an extra velvety smooth sauce, I'm gonna pass it through a chinois strainer. And I'm just pushing it through now with a spoon. Make sure we get that all out. Don't wanna waste a single drop, although that's impossible. Just be thorough. We are almost done, my friends. Little more garam masala. Fenugreek, these are toasted fenugreek seeds.
Now this is a beautiful looking sauce. The consistency looks perfect. And as I said earlier, you can tell how the cashews have emulsified this sauce. Of course, he did add butter in the beginning, but the butter that he had previously was already split because he used it to cook with. Now at this point, you just want to make sure not to put this on high heat and to let it rip, because you can split it.
If you can find the leaves, that would be best. Now, a little bit more butter coming in at the end, just cold unsalted butter for that extra creamy touch. And of course, a little bit of cream. Fill it all out and finish it all off. The last thing we need to do is put in all of our chicken, which is gonna add a ton more flavor as well. Get in there, you. And I've got the heat just low right now. I wanna be gentle with this chicken just to warm it up in the sauce. Totally cooked through, but not overcooked. The chicken has been in the sauce on low heat for 2 to 3 minutes. I'm just putting a touch more salt now to finish up the seasoning aspect. And happy days, my friends. There is your butter chicken. Let's just garnish it up and serve it with the naan. Let's serve this up in our traditional Indian bowl here. We'll finish with just a little bit of cold cream, as is per tradition. This is really more for the look than anything, if you ask me. Some more of those fenugreek seeds, but if you had the leaves, that would be better. And some cilantro, but if you don't like it, just leave it out. And there is your traditional butter chicken, my sweet, sweet, sweet friends. Coming in for a taste. Oh gosh, I'm hungry.
I'll speak more about this in a minute, but this looks delicious.
This looks so good. Oh! My favorite thing to do is take some naan.
Okay. Poor little fridge. I wonder what the fridge did to deserve this treatment, being stuck in the backyard and used as a punching bag. It was probably a bad little fridge. It probably defrosted all the food in the freezer and spoiled everything in fridge. So I'd do the same.
Make like a little tiny taco out of it, hold it up. It's got a mild to medium kind of heat to it. The chicken is absolutely tender, and when you have it inside of the garlic naan, holy f***. Give it a shot, my friends, and until next time, you know I love you, Mac.
I really enjoyed that video, and I enjoyed the recipe as well. The recipe looked delicious. There was a few slight variations from the previous recipes that we've seen from both Chef Ranveer and Your Food Lab. One thing I would suggest if you want to infuse more of that smoky flavor into your butter chicken is to do what both Chef Ranveer and Your Food Lab did by infusing the smoke into your chicken. But other than that, let me know what your thoughts are down below, guys, in the comments. I'm gonna have to review more recipes by Sunny because I like his videos. I like them a lot. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video as much as I did, and if you did, then don't forget to give it a like, maybe a share, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button because it does mean a lot to me. Be sure to check out this next video coming up here, and I will see you guys again later. Until then, take care.